Chapter 595. Where do you think you're going? Yang Kai's face filled with malice as his body flickered and his speed reached its limit, blocking the entrance to the void corridor as he glared at Yang Bai coldly, his yuan qi surging fiercely. Scram! Yang Bai roared, raising his hand and sending a palm strike towards Yang Kai's chest. This palm strike was filled with a dangerous aura, like a snake slithering in and out of its mouth. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's body shook and a trace of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth while Yang Bai was also forced back a few steps. Haha! Yang Kai laughed loudly and shouted, "Martial uncle, you're only a first-order transcendent now, let's see how you're going to escape." Saying so, a huge amount of spiritual energy poured out from the small sword in his knowledge sea, and under the influence of this spiritual energy, it exuded a cold aura as it shot towards Yang Bai. Yang Bai was shocked and didn't dare resist, hurriedly retreating. The old demon cackled strangely as he transformed into a bloody light and flew around Yang Bai, attacking him fiercely. The old patriarchs of the 8 great families who had also recovered also contributed their strength. In an instant, Yang Bai was thrown into a panic and was struggling to cope. With most of his cultivations sealed by the demon sealing chain, he was now only able to display the strength of a first-order transcendent, so he wasn't Yang Kai's opponent at all. Every time he tried to escape into the void corridor, he would be intercepted. Yang Bai's expression became fierce. Since he obtained the inheritance and partial memories of the demon lord under the coiling dragon stream, he had always yearned for a higher world. Conquering the entire ash-gray cloud evil land and invading Medicine King's Valley was just a prelude to a war with the 8 great families. After planning and scheming for so long, just as he was about to achieve his goal, a single demon sealing chain had ruined his plans, so the madness and anxiety in his heart could be imagined. But in the end, he still had the foundation of a third-order transcendent, so even if he was caught in a dangerous situation, Yang Bai wouldn't be defeated in a short time. Yang Bai displayed a variety of divine technique, shocking everyone present. Yang Kai's heart clenched, but he didn't dare to clash head-on with Yang Bai, instead focusing on controlling his small sword as he watched Yang Bai fight like a trapped beast. Suddenly, an extremely tyrannical aura rapidly approached from not far away. Sensing the source of this aura, Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly turned his head to look. Sure enough, Meng Wuya's silhouette slowly appeared. Treasurer Meng's face was filled with joy and excitement, and the aura around his body was completely different from before. In fact, it was even stronger than when he had unsealed himself. Behind him, Su Yan and Xianing Chong also quickly appeared. Obviously, the seal on Meng Wuya's body had been lifted, and now he had truly restored his strength to the transcendent realm. Yang Kai estimated that Meng Wuya might even be a third-order transcendent master. It was just a feeling, but Yang Kai firmly believed it. Meng Wuya didn't waste any time and simply clenched his hand, sending out an invisible force that pressed down on Yang Bai like a mountain, making it difficult for him to even move. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the old demon and the old patriarchs of the 8 great families all used their killing moves, instantly riddling Yang Bai's body with thousands of holes and blood. How is this possible? Yang Bai stared blankly at Meng Wuya, who had suddenly appeared, unable to believe that this brat actually possessed the same cultivation and strength as him when he was at his peak. "Martial uncle, it's time for you to die," Yang Kai shouted coldly. Yang Bai's face went ashen as a thick madness flashed across the depths of his eyes. Even though he was at the end of his rope, he still let out a hearty laugh. "Ignorant fool. Even if I die, I won't let you off easily." Saying so, his yuan qi and aura suddenly became extremely dangerous, and his body also grew larger, becoming extremely bloated. Yang Bai's face flushed red as blood poured out of his 7 orifices. The air rapidly filled with a sense of unease. Meng Wuya's expression became cold as he shouted, "Stop him, he's going to explode the yuan qi in his body." Yang Kai's expression changed greatly as he sent out his soul-type artifact into Yang Bai's mind. However, the other party's spiritual energy was surprisingly tough and powerful, so the small sword was unable to break through his knowledge sea defenses. Meng Wuya twisted his hand, and with a great force, Yang Bai's head was directly twisted half a circle. Yang Bai's laughter froze in his throat and the light in his eyes quickly faded, but the violent true qi from his body still burst out fiercely. The old patriarchs of the 8 great families who had gathered around Yang Bai all coughed up blood and were sent flying. The old demon also let out a pitiful scream as he tumbled through the air several times before plunging into the void corridor and disappearing. In the next moment, the huge amount of energy in the central capital's earth veins seemed to have a chain reaction, and from the place where Yang Bai had exploded his yuan qi, it began to explode outwards. At the same time, a strange force swept over. Meng Wuya was stunned as he hurriedly glanced around, his eyes soon landing on the void corridor and calling out in alarm, "How could there be a void corridor here?" Even someone as strong as Meng Wuya, at this moment, seemed to have seen something terrifying and was instantly thrown into disarray. Slightly dazed, Meng Wuya hurriedly retreated, arriving beside Su Yen and Xia Ning Chang like a bolt of lightning. Grabbing one in each hand, Meng Wuya released his yuan qi to protect them, shouting, "Yang Kai, come with this old master." Saying so, his figure had already disappeared into the void corridor. Although Yang Kai didn't know why Treasurer Meng was so panicked, he knew that the situation wasn't good. Yang Bai's explosion of his yuan qi had caused the central capital's earth veins to undergo a massive change. This kind of change was a catastrophic disaster that even Meng Wuya wouldn't be able to resist. Now, if he wanted to survive, his only option was to enter the void corridor and go to the other side. Hearing Meng Wuya's shout, Yang Kai didn't hesitate and quickly flew over. 8 seniors, come with me." As soon as his voice fell, he entered the void corridor. At that moment, the pitch-black void corridor seemed to collapse as countless cracks appeared all around it, causing a series of cracking sounds to ring out incessantly. That mysterious and strange power came straight at him. Yang Kai had seen how terrifying the power of a collapsing void corridor was. When he was escaping from the void corridor under the coiling dragon stream, several immortal ascension boundary masters from the Chiu family and Purple Fern Valley were unlucky, and their bodies were directly cut in half by the eruption of void force. Half of them were sent to the ash-gray cloud evil land while the other half disappeared. The scene was terrifying and vivid. This kind of void force was not something that could be resisted. But now, the void corridor in front of him was about to collapse under the impact of the earth vein energy. Yang Kai's face went pale as he quickly summoned his bone shield to protect himself while his yuan qi madly poured into it. An anxious message came from the front. It was from Meng Wuya, but when Yang Kai looked around, he couldn't see his figure. A strong light hit him, causing Yang Kai to be unable to open his eyes. He only felt that his bone shield had to bear a huge impact and was forced to retreat. Accompanied by severe pain and dizziness, Yang Kai's consciousness quickly blurred. It had been half a year since the ash-gray cloud evil land was defeated, the 4 great evil kings died, and Demon Lord Yang Bai disappeared. During this half a year, the entire central capital had many things to do. During that battle, some unknown event had occurred underground, causing the entire central capital city to collapse several dozen meters. Now, looking around, the huge central capital city seemed to be located in a mountain valley. Countless houses had collapsed, and countless people had died or been injured. Only Yang Kai's mansion, which was protected by Heaven's Palace, remained intact. In that battle, the old patriarchs of the 8 great families had also gone missing. No one knew where they had gone, but everyone knew that most of them had perished. What made the 8 great families even more distressed was that Yang Kai had also disappeared. This rising star of the central capital, since the beginning of the Inheritance War, had been blooming with extraordinary brilliance, repeatedly creating incredible miracles. He had led his allies to fight against the other Yang family young lords, resisted the 8 great families, and finally led the 8 great families to resist the invasion of the ash-gray cloud evil land. Although he was not even 20 years old, he had already become a legendary figure. The Yang family acting patriarch had disappeared, and now the huge Yang family had been taken over by the second young lord, Yang Zhao, along with the other 7 young patriarchs, to oversee the reconstruction of the central capital. If they wanted to rebuild this huge central capital, it would take at least a decade or so. The only thing that made Yang Kai feel gratified was that after that battle, the central capital's world energy aura had become abundant, making it very suitable for cultivation. Because of this, it had attracted countless disciples from various sects and families to come to the central capital to help. While carrying out the reconstruction of the central capital, they also cultivated here. Among the ruins, Qiu Yimeng stood alone, her eyes filled with sadness as she stood quietly. Behind her, the central capital wolf young Lord Hua appeared. Hua's stars seemed to have matured a lot, standing side by side with Qiu Yimeng for a moment before saying, "Good people don't live long, scourges live for 1,000 years. Don't worry too much, young Lord Kai is definitely hiding somewhere, secretly watching us." Qiu Yimeng murmured, "Really? Then why hasn't he appeared for half a year?" Hua's stars fell silent. If Yang Kai was really fine, he should have appeared long ago, but now, half a year had passed and no one knew where Yang Kai was. Not only was Yang Kai's whereabouts unknown, but the mysterious Master Meng Wuya, High Heaven Pavilion Su Yen, Xia Ning Chang, and even the old demon had all disappeared. It was as if during that great change, they had all agreed to disappear together. Qiu Yimeng couldn't even find someone to ask. "Hua stars, do you think he's dead?" Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed with tears as she bit her lower lip and asked, "Young Lord Kai can die?" Hua Xingchen laughed. "If young Lord Kai died, everyone in this world would probably have already died. You don't need to worry about him, just feed yourself until you're white and fat. When he comes back one day, you can just feed yourself to him." Shameless. Qiu Yimeng glared at him fiercely. Hua stars grinned meaningfully before turning his gaze to the ruins in front of him, the Hua family young lord's eyes showing a slight confusion. "Young Master Kai, where the hell are you? If you're dead, then so be it. Everyone will give up on looking for you. But if you're not dead, then hurry up and come out and shout, many people are worried about you." The corners of the Hua family young lord's eyes were slightly wet, and his mood was somewhat gloomy. Chapter 596. Early morning, Ancient Cloud Island. Ancient Cloud Island was one of the few first-class forces in the Endless Sea Islands. The sect had more than a dozen large and small islands under its jurisdiction, rich in world energy and countless precious treasures. Its disciples were also conscientious and diligent in their cultivation, so their future was bright. Although Ancient Cloud Island was not as strong as Supreme Solitary Sect, what it lacked was only Transcendent Realm Masters. Since a few years ago, Ancient Cloud Island had found the Broken Moon Transformation Art, the sect's hallowed scripture that had been lost for more than 300 years. Island Master Gu Feng had devoted himself to cultivating his disciples, hoping that one day a few of his disciples with outstanding aptitude would be able to cultivate to the Transcendent Realm and stand on equal footing with Supreme Solitary Sect. Although this goal was very ambitious and would take time, Gu Feng believed that with the assistance of the Broken Moon Transformation Art, there was always hope that his disciples would be able to achieve this goal. A gentle sea breeze blew in, clear and natural. Ancient Cloud Island's youngest disciple, Zhong Miaoku, woke up from a night of meditation and lightly jumped out of bed, quickly washing her face and rinsing her mouth before opening the door and walking out. Arriving at a simple house nearby, she gently knocked on the door and called out softly, Junior brother, wake up." The door opened, and a young face appeared from inside. Looking at the other party's deep, seemingly weathered eyes, Zhong Miao couldn't help feeling a little dazed. She couldn't understand, this junior brother of hers was obviously less than 20 years old, yet he seemed to have experienced many things. Whether it was his demeanor or his style of doing things, it didn't seem like something a young man would do, and the words he occasionally said were always thought-provoking. "Senior sister, good morning." The young man smiled and greeted her. Zhong Miao gently nodded, her pair of full peaks slightly rising and falling, causing one's imagination to run wild. Chuckling lightly, she said, "I thought you were still sleeping. Quickly prepare. Today the elder will come to see the peacocks. We need to help those little guys wash up, otherwise the elder will see. He'll definitely punish us." Yang Kai nodded and returned to the house to begin preparing. In a remote corner of Ancient Cloud Island, Zhong Miao's job was to take care of a few noble peacocks. These peacocks weren't precious exotic beasts, Just ordinary peacocks owned by one of ancient Cloud Island's elders, Han Chao. Han Zhao was an immortal Ascension Boundary 7-stage cultivator, neither high nor low. However, on ancient Cloud Island, he was famous for his love. Because these peacocks were raised by his late wife. After Mrs. Han passed away, Han Zhao treated them like treasures and specially arranged for people to take care of them. Together with Zhong Miao, the two of them came to the place where the peacocks were. Yang Kai brought some water and helped these noble and proud peacocks clean the stains on their feathers. Looking at the familiar island, Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that he would be teleported here by the collapsed void corridor. Half a year ago, Zhong Miao had come from the territory near ancient Cloud Island. He fished himself out. The collapsing power of the void almost cut his body into countless pieces. If it weren't for the protection of the bone shield, he would have died long ago. After being rescued by Zhong Miao, Yang Kai spent half a month recuperating before his injuries gradually improved. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to return to the central capital. The situation there had already been settled. It didn't matter whether he returned or not, he could just stay here with peace of mind. Zhong Miao had even used her connections to beg Elder Han Chao to arrange for the seemingly useless Yang Kai to enter ancient Cloud Island as an honorary disciple to help her take care of the peacocks. What a coincidence! Yang Kai thought to himself. That year, he had come to ancient Cloud Island before. Senior sister, you are an elite disciple of the sect, you should be able to cultivate in a better place. What do you mean by staying here to take care of the peacocks? Isn't that a bit like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Yang Kai said slowly, while talking to Zhong Miao. Zhong Miao nodded gently. She didn't look very beautiful, with some freckles on her face, but she was quite beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Her figure was also quite wonderful, so working with her wasn't boring at all, especially since this cheap senior sister had a particularly good heart. If not for this, she wouldn't have fished Yang Kai out of the sea and used her connections to arrange for him to enter ancient Cloud Island. Yang Kai's explanation to her was that he was just a fisherman who accidentally fell into the sea. Although the island master and the several elders all want me to enter Divine Wind Island to cultivate, and the world energy there is much more abundant than here, I don't really want to go. What? People walk towards higher places, water flows towards lower places. Senior sister, could it be you are reluctant to part with these peacocks? Yang Kai teased. That's not it. Zhong Miao slowly shook her head, a look of reminiscence flashing across her beautiful eyes. After a long time she said, I stayed because I hope one day I can repay this kindness. Repay this kindness? Yang Kai was surprised. Have I ever told you that senior sister used to be very unimportant in the sect? My status was also very low. Many people even bullied me. Yang Kai nodded lightly. One day, this situation changed. Zhong Miao said, straightening her back, wiping the sweat from her forehead as she recalled, that morning when I got up and was about to feed the peacocks, I found a dagger stuck in the door, and on the dagger was a letter. A letter? Yang Kai raised his brow. What was written on it? There was a line of words and a yellowed page. Zhong Miao smiled faintly. The meaning of that line of words was for me to hand these things over to the island master and the elders. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange, suddenly feeling like this scene was quite familiar. Then I did as I was told. Zhong Miao smiled. Guess what? The island master and the elders followed the instructions in the letter and actually found the broken moon transformation art, which had been lost for more than 300 years. Because of this, the island master specially rewarded me by letting me go to the pill hall to receive a lot of pills and arranged for me to cultivate in the profound spirit cave for more than a year. This is the reason why my current cultivation is so high. Zhong Miao talked endlessly. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes, her cheeks blushing slightly as she clasped her hands on her chest. If it weren't for that letter, I would definitely still be the same as before, bullied everywhere and disliked by everyone. I don't know who put that letter on my door, but I know that because of him, my status changed. I am very grateful to him from the bottom of my heart. Yang Kai couldn't help but cough lightly, his face twitching slightly. That's really a coincidence. Zhong Miao nodded repeatedly. What a coincidence, Ancient Cloud Island is so big, yet he left that letter here with me. So even though I've become Jing Ying's disciple, I don't want to go anywhere else. I want to stay here and wait for that person to show up again. What do you want to do? Yang Kai's face went black. Say thank you to him personally. Zhong Miao said softly, suddenly wearing an embarrassed expression. If he is willing, I want to marry him. That's it? Yang Kai was shocked. You don't even know if he is a man or a woman? Zhong Miao recovered and thought for a moment before saying, if he is a woman, I will be her little sister and listen to her for the rest of my life. If he is a man, Kai Yang hurriedly said, maybe he already has 3 wives and 4 concubines, so he doesn't lack women. Or maybe he's a vicious and evil person, with a ferocious face, big and burly, killing people like scything flax, and cruel by nature. You're not allowed to speak ill of him. Zhong Miao glared at Yang Kai. No matter what kind of person he is, he gave me this opportunity. For me, he is the best person. As long as he appears again, I will definitely follow him. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered, then he probably won't appear in front of you again. Junior brother, what do you mean? Zhong Miao's aura became dangerous as she aggressively walked towards Yang Kai, her small face gloomy. Are you saying senior sister can't enter that person's eyes? I didn't say that. Yang Kai felt wronged. Then what you mean is senior sister is ugly. Although senior sister isn't beautiful, she can still be his maidservant, right? Absolutely. Yang Kai nodded firmly. That's right. Zhong Miao smiled with satisfaction, no longer looking for trouble with Yang Kai, instead saying, hurry up and clean them, Elder Han will be here soon. Yang Kai was about to nod when his expression suddenly changed, staring up at the sky for a moment before a bitter smile appeared on his face. Senior sister. Yang Kai called out. What? Zhong Miao raised her head in confusion, but after meeting Yang Kai's eyes, her head suddenly became heavy and endless fatigue overwhelmed her, causing her tender body to fall limply to the ground. Yang Kai stepped forward, supported her, and carried her into the room before walking out the door. 2 slender figures suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai, the one in front of him enchanting and charming, as if all the beauty of all the women in the world had been concentrated on her body. This was the beguiling demon queen, Shanqing Luo, and the one following behind her was naturally Bai Luo. Staring at Yang Kai, after a moment of silence, Shanqing Luo ground her teeth and said, little bastard, the entire central capital is worried about you, all of them are looking for you, yet you're hiding here and fooling around with other women. You really are a playboy by nature, but your lust still hasn't changed. As she spoke, a look of rebuke appeared on her face. What do you mean? Yang Kai angrily retorted, don't try to slander me. Master, just kill him and end all troubles. Bai Luo bared her fangs and brandished her claws, glaring at Yang Kai like a little tiger. Yang Kai glanced over at her, his eyes locking onto her delicate little mouth, grinning wickedly as he said, I haven't touched a woman in a long time, so don't provoke me. If you provoke me, I'll use force on you. It won't be good. Bai Luo's beautiful face went pale and she quickly hid behind Shanqing Luo, the fox assuming the tiger's might. My master is here. Don't be so presumptuous in front of me. Enough. Shanqing Luo snorted, stepping forward and staring at Yang Kai. Everyone thinks you're dead, only I know you're still alive. You little bastard, you're really a troublemaker. Yang Kai had Shanqing Luo's soul-seeking seal in his body, and although Yang Kai could easily destroy it with his current cultivation, he didn't do so, allowing Shanqing Luo to find him. Chapter 597. What happened to that little girl? Shanqing Luo asked cautiously, her beautiful eyes glancing towards the room. I have some kind of relationship with her, and she was the one who rescued me. Yang Kai explained casually. You didn't touch her, did you? Shanqing Luo's mouth curled into an ambiguous smile. How could I be so bored? Yang Kai snorted, his expression becoming solemn again as he asked, how is the central capital? Everything is fine, except for your disappearance. Moreover, all the people close to you have disappeared. They wanted to ask you about your situation but couldn't find you, so they're all a bit confused. Yang Kai nodded lightly. This situation was also within his expectations. Seeing Yang Kai not show much sadness, Shanqing Luo suddenly realized that the people close to him who had disappeared were probably not in any danger, otherwise, he wouldn't have such an expression. That day, what happened under the central capital? What about Yang Bai? Shanqing Luo hesitated for a moment before asking nervously. It's a long story. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head, not wanting to say more. As for Yang Bai, he's dead. Dead? Shanqing Luo's pair of beautiful eyes flashed with joy and excitement. And he's dead, I saw it with my own eyes. Yang Kai grinned. Bai Luo clenched her fists and shouted excitedly, Great! Yang Bai is dead, but you're safe and sound, so why haven't you returned to the central capital for more than half a year? Shanqing Luo stared at Yang Kai faintly. What are you running away from? I'm not running away. Yang Kai shook his head and said casually, if I were to return to the central capital, I would have to shoulder everything. Qiu Yimeng and the others would only regard me as the backbone of the family and would have no opinions of their own. If I weren't there, they would be able to exert their abilities and act as the patriarchs of the 8 great families. Moreover, Yang Kai also needed time to think things over and sort out his thoughts. That was why he hid overseas for half a year. Do you want to fade out of the central capital? Shanqing Luo asked thoughtfully, understanding the meaning behind Yang Kai's words. You could say that. Yang Kai didn't deny it. Because I'm afraid that I'll have to leave soon. I've given them too much to rely on. Once I leave, it won't be good for them. Where are you going? The beguiling demon queen suddenly became nervous. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling that once Yang Kai left, they would never see each other again. Involuntarily, her heart was filled with sadness. I'll tell you when the time comes. Yang Kai smiled slightly, but since you've come here today, I should return to the central capital and take a look. As he spoke, he suddenly turned to the side and said, Elder Han, since you're here, why don't you show yourself? Shanqing Luo pursed her lips and smiled, her beautiful eyes also turning in the same direction, her expression calm. Han Chao had arrived a long time ago. Almost as soon as Shanqing Luo arrived, he had also arrived. However, the sudden appearance of such an enchanting woman like Shanqing Luo on ancient Cloud Island had inevitably alerted Han Chao, so he had secretly hidden himself and spied on them. He had wanted to figure out the identity of Shanqing Luo. However, he hadn't expected that this woman had already noticed his aura. Han Chao was shocked, only now realizing that the other party's strength was much higher than his. Otherwise, how could she have seen through his concealment? Not even thinking about it, his figure flickered and he fled. At the same time, he issued a loud whistle, quickly conveying his intentions. Yang Kai wore a helpless expression as he shot a glance towards Shanqing Luo. Shanqing Luo waved her hand and sent out a strand of energy that wrapped around Han Chao, who had been sent flying into the air. Ping. Han Chao fell to the ground, his yuan qi imprisoned in his body. When he got up again, his eyes trembled violently as he stared at Shanqing Luo in disbelief, calling out, Above Immortal Ascension Boundary? Han Chao was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7-stage cultivator. Even a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master wouldn't be able to completely imprison him with a single strike. Only an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master could accomplish this. Han Chao wasn't stupid and immediately guessed Shanqing Luo's true cultivation. His heart suddenly panicked. He didn't know why this enchanting woman with such extraordinary strength had suddenly come to ancient Cloud Island. Yang Kai walked over to him and stood 10 meters in front of him, staring at him calmly. Release him. Yang Kai ordered the beguiling demon queen. Shanqing Luo pursed her lips and with a single thought, the spider silk binding Han Chao disappeared. Han Chao stared at Shanqing Luo with a look of dread, his heart uneasy. Realizing that the other party wasn't hostile, he couldn't help relaxing, hesitating for a moment before asking, Who are you and why have you come to my ancient Cloud Island? She's looking for me. Yang Kai replied, Elder Han doesn't need to be nervous, she won't harm ancient Cloud Island. Looking for you? Han Chao was dumbfounded, staring at this seemingly ordinary registered disciple in front of him in shock, his mind unable to process what was happening. Since Yang Kai entered ancient Cloud Island, his appearance had been ordinary, without any trace of cultivation, leading Han Chao to think he was just an ordinary fisherman. Because of Zhong Miao's request, he had agreed to let Yang Kai live on ancient Cloud Island and take care of his peacock, but he hadn't expected that such a person would actually cause an above-immortal ascension boundary master to come looking for him. At this moment, this above-immortal ascension boundary master was completely subservient to him. What is his identity? Looking at Yang Kai again, Han Chao seemed to see a vague and huge mountain-like shadow behind him, one that made him feel heavy and unstoppable. As he spoke, the sound of fluttering clothes came from the distance. It was Han Chao calling out to ancient Cloud Island's island master, Gu Feng, as well as several elders. Gu Feng was a tall and sturdy man with a sturdy face. He had a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivation, and most of the other elders were immortal ascension boundary 8th stage or 9th stage cultivators. These elders were the foundation of ancient Cloud Island and were its most powerful group of masters. Elder Han, what's the matter? As soon as Gu Feng arrived, he asked in a stern voice. The other elders were also filled with vigilance, their faces filled with hostility. Not waiting for Han Chao to answer, Gu Feng's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at Shanqing Luo, a look of excitement flashing across his face as he called out, "Is there such a woman in this world?" Not only was Gu Feng attracted, but the other elders were also dazzled. Shanqing Luo's charm and allure were irresistible as long as one was a man. As he spoke, Gu Feng laughed. "Where did Elder Han find such a woman? Island Master has accepted her. Taking her as a concubine is not bad." Saying so, he rushed towards Shanqing Luo. "Island Master, you can't." Han Chao's face instantly turned green as he hurriedly tried to stop him. Peng. A muffled sound rang out, and before anyone could react, Gu Feng was sent flying like a cannonball, letting out a panicked scream as he crashed into the nearby territory, splashing water everywhere. No one knew how he was sent flying, only vaguely seeing Shanqing Luo's hand move slightly. An above-immortal ascension boundary master? The several elders exclaimed at the same time, their faces filled with shock, no longer daring to underestimate Shanqing Luo. Han Chao's jaw dropped as he stared towards the spot where Gu Feng had fallen, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. It's over! The island master had actually dared to flirt with an above-immortal ascension boundary master. Today, ancient Cloud Island would likely be bathed in blood and be completely wiped out. Elders, if anyone dares to covet my woman again, it won't be as simple as just being sent flying. Yang Kai stepped forward and coldly glared at the masters of ancient Cloud Island. The sound of grinding teeth rang out, causing Han Chao to be stunned for a moment before he suddenly recovered and quickly nodded, "Understood." At the same time, the doubts in his heart became even stronger. This young man actually said that this enchanting woman was his woman? The other party didn't deny it either. What was going on? Quietly glancing over at Shanqing Luo, Han Chao was surprised to find that her face was filled with happiness and joy. "If this Han may be so bold, may I ask what your excellency has come to my ancient Cloud Island for?" Han Chao felt a chill run down his spine as he courageously asked. The other party had been lurking on ancient Cloud Island since half a year ago, only revealing his ferocious face today. What did he want? What could ancient Cloud Island possibly have that could catch the eye of such a monster? The other elders' hearts were also filled with anxiety, none of them even having the courage to rescue the island master who had fallen into the sea. "I just accidentally fell here. I don't want to do anything to ancient Cloud Island. Please rest assured, Elder Han." Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Good, now I need to see Li Yuan Chun. Which one of you can help me find him?" "Li Yuan Chun?" Han Chao frowned, but immediately reacted and exclaimed, "Supreme Solitary Sect's Senior Li. He should have returned to Supreme Solitary Sect by now, right?" Yang Kai asked. "A month after that battle, Li Yuan Chun and the Endless Sea Island's great sects couldn't find you, so they left the central capital." Shanqing Luo replied softly. "It's good that he's back." Yang Kai nodded slightly before turning to look at Han Chao. Han Chao broke out in a cold sweat. "Your Excellency, Please forgive me, this Han doesn't even know your true identity. How can I meet with Senior Li? What's more, a great force like Supreme Solitary Sect is not something we can casually step into, and Senior Li is even more respected. I'm afraid I won't be able to invite him. If Your Excellency really has something to discuss with Senior Li, why don't you go to Supreme Solitary Sect in person? He couldn't wait to send Yang Kai away. You only need to tell him that Yang Kai wants to see him. Whether he comes or not, that's his business. Why aren't you going? Shanqing Luo glared at him and shouted. Yes. Han Chao braced himself and nodded before flying off in the direction of Supreme Solitary Sect. The pressure he felt here was too strong, and everything he saw and heard was beyond the scope of Han Chao's understanding. He also wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. As he flew, a cold wind blew, and Han Chao realized that his back was wet. After Han Chao left, the remaining elders exchanged glances with each other. One of them, seeming to be the wiser one among them, said, "Before Elder Han returns, Your Excellency might as well condescend to the Healing Spirit Temple and rest for a while so we can show you the hospitality of a good host." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Please." Chapter 598. Inside the Healing Spirit Temple, Yang Kai sat at the head of the table while Shanqing Luo stood to his left and right, like two beautiful maidservants, a feast for the eyes. The several elders of ancient Cloud Island sat below, each of them wearing a cautious expression, not even glancing around. A maid served them tea and the several elders exchanged a few words, but upon discovering that Yang Kai didn't like to speak, all of them fell silent awkwardly. This silent and strange atmosphere made everyone feel a great pressure, all of them staring towards the door, spreading out their divine senses, praying that Han Chao would return soon. After waiting for a full 2 hours, Han Chao was still nowhere to be seen. The several elders felt as if there was a thorn in their back, their palms sweating profusely, but they had no choice but to sit here and wait. Outside the hall, Gu Feng poked his head out, a look of fear on his face, hesitation filling his face. Previously, he had been tempted by Shanqing Luo, but he had not expected that she would send him flying with a single blow, causing him to almost faint on the spot. After returning to ancient Cloud Island, Gu Feng learned that this woman had entered the Healing Spirit Temple. Unable to guess her identity and origin, Gu Feng didn't dare to rush in, secretly blaming himself for having eyes but failing to see, actually daring to have thoughts about such a woman. All of a sudden, Gu Feng suddenly felt two auras rapidly approaching each other. Looking up, Gu Feng saw Han Chao and Supreme Solitary Sect's Li Yuanchun flying over. Gu Feng was overjoyed, his face filled with respect and worship, but before he could even greet Li Yuanchun, he heard the other side angrily shout, "Gu Feng, how dare you?" What? Gu Feng was dumbfounded, not understanding why this Supreme Solitary Sect's Senior Li would suddenly question him like this. In a flash, Li Yuanchun had already arrived in front of him, stretched out his hand, and slapped him a dozen times, causing Gu Feng to become dizzy, his face swollen black and blue. "This is just a small lesson," Li Yuanchun said coldly. "How you'll be dealt with will depend on that young lord's mood. You'd best pray you can live to see the sun tomorrow." "Senior Li." Gu Feng touched his swollen cheek and stared at Li Yuanchun in confusion. In his mind, since Li Yuanchun had come to ancient Cloud Island, he would naturally stand on his side. After all, they were all part of the Endless Sea Islands. With him here to fight against this enchanting woman, the other party wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. However, Li Yuanchun's first sect master had no other choice. Even though he was treated like this, Gu Feng didn't feel the slightest resentment, because in the Endless Sea Islands, Supreme Solitary Sect was the largest sect. The three above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters of Supreme Solitary Sect were legendary existences in the Endless Sea Islands. Ordinary cultivators would find it difficult to even meet one of them. Today, Li Yuanchun taking the initiative to set foot on Ancient Cloud Island was already giving Ancient Cloud Island a great deal of face. Sect, Immortal. Just now, when he went to the Greater One Sect to ask Li Yuanchun to come out, As he expected, he was stopped outside the Greater One sect. No matter what he said, the Greater One sect disciples would not let him in. In desperation, Han Chao could only force his way in, but the result was that he was instantly captured by the sect elders. The commotion finally alarmed the Supreme Sect's elders. After Han Chao explained the whole story, one of the sect elders immediately untied him and hurriedly called for Li Yuanchun. Among the group of Endless Sea Islands disciples heading to the central capital, there were no ancient Cloud Island disciples because they had already obtained the sect's hallowed artifact, the Broken Moon Transformation Art, so there was no need for them to go to the central capital. However, among that group of Endless Sea Islands disciples were from Supreme Sect. Ancient Cloud Islands disciples weren't clear about the identities of Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo, but those from Supreme Sect were. As soon as Li Yuanchun heard that Yang Kai had come, he flew over in a hurry, constantly scolding Han Chao along the way, saying that his words were incoherent and that he didn't understand the main point, nearly ruining this important matter. Seeing Li Yuanchun's solemn demeanor, Han Chao realized how unusual the identities of Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo were. At this moment, even his own island master had been beaten. It was obvious how much weight this man and woman held in Li Yuanchun's heart. What kind of background did they have? Why did Senior Li treat them so seriously? Come with this old master, you bastard! Li Yuanchun shouted angrily as he stepped into the divine healing temple. Gu Feng touched his cheek and didn't say a word, following behind Li Yuanchun with an extremely aggrieved expression. Han Chao sniffled and also followed. Inside the temple, everyone had heard the commotion outside. The several elders of ancient Cloud Island all wore awkward expressions, but since the one who had beaten their island master was Li Yuanchun, they naturally didn't dare to hold any grudges. However, when they turned to look at Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo, their expressions inadvertently became dignified and respectful. Yang Kai, on the other hand, couldn't help laughing. Li Yuanchun beating Gu Feng like this was obviously trying to resolve the grievances in his heart and also to protect Gu Feng. Because he knew that if he didn't handle this matter well, he would directly destroy ancient Cloud Island. Although it was shameful to be beaten, it was still better than being killed. Yang Kai shook his head, thinking that Li Yuanchun was being overly sensitive. He didn't have any intention of haggling over this matter. Hearty laughter came from outside as Li Yuanchun quickly walked into the divine healing temple. After seeing Yang Kai enter, his eyes couldn't help lighting up as he happily called out, "Sure enough, young Master Yang has graced us with his presence." This old master knew that with young Master Yang's means, you must have been blessed by the heavens since ancient times. It is impossible for you to die so young. Now that I have seen young Master Yang safe and sound, this old master is relieved. Many thanks for Senior Li's concern. Yang Kai was also lucky enough to escape this calamity. Yang Kai stood up and greeted him with a smile. "Young Lady Shan." Li Yuanchun cupped his fists towards Shanqing Luo. "Senior Li is too polite." Shanqing Luo gracefully bowed. Seeing Yang Kai and Li Yuanchun greet each other as if they were old friends, the several elders of ancient Cloud Island couldn't help glancing around at each other in confusion. Li Yuanchun's status in the Endless Sea Islands was extremely respected. Even Gu Feng had to be obedient in front of him, yet this young man actually greeted him so casually. What kind of background does he have? All the elders were even more surprised. "You bunch of blind fools." Li Yuanchun's old face suddenly became serious as he scolded the crowd. "Do you know who this young lord is? Please enlighten us, Senior Li." All the elders respectfully said. "This is the young lord of the central capital's Yang family, the patriarch of the Yang family." Central capital's Yang family? Exclamations sounded as the gazes towards Yang Kai suddenly became somewhat different. "Last time, when we went to the mainland, your ancient Cloud Island didn't participate, so you don't know the details. This old master doesn't blame you, but you should have heard that the central capital's Yang family has produced a rare genius, and that genius is the young lord in front of you." Li Yuanchun laughed strangely. The Yang family has more than 20 top above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters under their command. You're quite interesting, actually allowing young Lord Yang to become a registered disciple here and raise peacocks. Just how noble are those peacocks? Why would young Lord Yang raise them? Han Chao, do you admit your crime? Han Chao broke out in a cold sweat and quickly stepped forward, trembling as he said, "Seniorly, I didn't know this young Lord Yang's background was so great. I thought he was just an ordinary fisherman." "You thought?" Li Yuan-chun sneered, "Short-sighted." "Seniorly, please calm your anger." Han Chao grit his teeth and grit his teeth. "Later, this Han will go and kill those peacocks." "That won't be necessary." Yang Kai shook his head faintly. "I just wanted to conceal my identity and find peace here for half a year. It's not Elder Han's fault." "Many thanks, young Lord Yang. Many thanks, young Lord Yang." Han Chao was moved to tears. Although those peacocks weren't precious, to Han Chao, they were more important than his life. If he had to kill them, he wouldn't be able to bear it, so when he heard Yang Kai defend him like this, he was naturally grateful. "Since young Lord Yang says so, I won't hold you responsible. Gu Feng, get up here." Li Yuan-chun turned his head and glared at the ancient Cloud Island master. Junior knows his wrongs. Gu Feng didn't wait for Li Yuan-chun to question him and took the initiative to admit his mistake. "If Senior Li wants to punish me, Junior will not complain." As he spoke, Gu Feng glanced up at the Shanqing Luo above him and shuddered, quickly averting his eyes. "Bastard!" Li Yuan-chun laughed in anger. "You think you can settle this peacefully just because you say so? What a joke. I think you don't want to be island master anymore. If you really don't want to be island master, just say the word and this old master will send you on your way." Gu Feng trembled in fear and didn't say a word. "Senior Li, these are all trivial matters. There's no need to pursue them." Yang Kai tried to mediate, not wanting to make things too awkward. In the end, this matter was caused by him hiding his identity and staying here for half a year. Although Gu Feng had eyes but failed to see, it wasn't to the point where Yang Kai would take offense. Li Yuan-chun hesitated for a moment before nodding gently. "Since young Lord Yang says so, then let's turn big things into small ones and small ones into nothing." Gu Feng also hurriedly said, "Many thanks for young Lord Yang's magnanimity." Yang Kai gently nodded, no longer saying anything, instead turning to Li Yuan-chun and saying, "Senior, this time I called Senior here. Senior should know why I called you here, right?" Li Yuan-chun smiled happily and nodded quickly. I know. When this old master heard that young Lord Yang had come to the Endless Sea Islands, he had already guessed why you had come here. Young Lord Yang is truly a man of his word. On behalf of all the Endless Sea Islands sects, this old master thanks young Lord Yang for his great kindness. "You're too polite. Since I said before that I would return everything to you after passing this crisis, naturally I won't go back on my word." Li Yuan-chun smiled happily and said, "Please wait a moment, young Lord Yang. Before this old master came here, he had already sent a message to all the Endless Sea Islands sects. I'm afraid it won't be long before all of them arrive. There's no need to rush." Yang Kai smiled lightly. After the previous small grievances were resolved, the atmosphere inside Healing Temple was harmonious. The elders of ancient Cloud Island also realized the terrifying power in Yang Kai's hands and didn't dare underestimate him in the slightest, ordering the servants to prepare a banquet and raising their glasses to toast him. Yang Kai didn't refuse any of them and began drinking to his heart's content. Soon, everyone discovered that this Yang family young lord actually didn't put on any airs. As long as one treated him well, he would be very easy to talk to. This discovery caused everyone to become even more eager to curry favor with Yang Kai, hoping to establish a good relationship with him. Chapter 599. Toasts were exchanged as everyone toasted each other. Even Shanqing Luo and Bai Luo drank a little. After the beguiling demon queen drank a few glasses of wine, she became even more radiant, her seductive aura so thick that no one dared to look directly into her eyes. After 3 rounds of drinking, the people from the Endless Sea Islands sects finally arrived. Azura sects Yiji, Falling Flowers sects Hua Duan Hun, Scarlet Lotus sects Su Qian Hao, Cloud Dragon Island, Gemini Island. A large group of people arrived at Ancient Cloud Island. The various sects from the Endless Sea Islands had all sent their best men, almost all of those who had gone to the central capital last time. Gu Feng observed carefully and was surprised to find that when these famous Endless Sea Islands characters faced Yang Kai, their attitude was extremely respectful. Inevitably, he felt a mixture of relief and fear, the last trace of resentment and dissatisfaction in his heart disappearing. These people's status in the Endless Sea Islands was no lower than Gu Feng's, some even stronger than him, but even they were so docile in front of this young Master Yang. How could Gu Feng be qualified to act against them? After a short conversation, Gu Feng learned that the reason ancient Cloud Island was able to find the Broken Moon transformation art last time was because of Yang Kai, so Gu Feng didn't have anything to say. Finding a sect-hallowed scripture that had been lost for 300 years was tantamount to Yang Kai giving ancient Cloud Island a huge favor. Supreme Solitary Sect's Supreme Solitary Seal, Falling Flowers Sect's Thousand Blossoming Blood Begonia, Azura Sect's Azura Sword, Scarlet Lotus Sect's Sect Master's Jade Pendant, Cloud Dragon Island's Cloud Dragon Ancient Book, Gemini Island's Resurrection Diagram. One by one these treasures were taken out by Yang Kai. Everyone's breathing suddenly became hot as they stared at these hallowed treasures with burning eyes, their expressions filled with excitement. Yang Kai didn't say anything and simply returned these things that belonged to the Endless Sea Islands sects one by one. I've refined the Azura Sword and Thousand Blossoming Blood Begonia, but I haven't used anything else. If you're still worried, feel free to inspect them. Yang Kai said with a smile. Relax, relax. How could we be worried about young Master Yang? Li Yuan-chun laughed. Although these things were good, their grades weren't too high, they weren't Yang Kai's worth. Li Yuan-chun was well aware of this. The others also expressed that they didn't need to check. They were completely confident in Yang Kai. After receiving these treasures that had been lost for more than 300 years, everyone was deeply grateful and thanked him profusely. Young Master Yang, the Endless Sea Islands great sects have received a great favor from you this time. Just come overseas and let me know. I don't dare to say too much, but I can guarantee that the sects present will come at any time. Li Yuan-chun sincerely said. He was not only grateful to Yang Kai for returning the lost treasures of the overseas sects for so many years, but more importantly, he valued Yang Kai's potential. Although there was not much connection between the mainland and overseas, it would be beneficial for them to have a good relationship with Yang Kai. When the time comes, I won't be polite. Yang Kai laughed. That's for the best. Now that this matter is settled, I will take my leave, Yang Kai said and stood up. He was preparing to leave. Li Yuan-chun was startled and asked in amazement, Young Master Yang is leaving? This old master wanted to invite young Master Yang to visit Supreme Solitary Sect. I appreciate Senior's kindness, but since that battle, I haven't returned to the central capital. Now I want to go back and have a look around. Is that so? Li Yuan-chun showed a look of regret. Then this old master won't stay any longer. I'll see you off. If you have a chance to visit the Endless Sea Islands again, you must visit my Supreme Solitary Sect. Certainly. Yang Kai said politely. A large group of people followed Yang Kai out of the healing temple, causing the ancient Cloud Island disciples to look over and whisper amongst themselves, wondering what had happened here that had attracted so many Master Realm Masters. When they saw Kai Yang, who was surrounded by a myriad of stars surrounding the moon, many of the ancient Cloud Island disciples looked at him strangely. Many of them had seen Yang Kai before and knew that Yang Kai was helping Elder Han Chao raise peacocks, but they couldn't understand why this ordinary disciple had suddenly transformed. He had become an honored guest of these Endless Sea Islands masters. Moreover, from the looks on these masters' faces, it was obvious they were quite respectful towards Yang Kai, all of them smiling politely at him. Not far away, a young girl with a slightly freckled face was looking for something with a confused look on her face. After noticing the commotion here, she also ran over to see what was going on, but after a single glance, the young girl was stunned. Because she found that her junior brother, who had been with her for half a year, was now calmly chatting with these Master Realm Masters from the Endless Sea Islands. Not only did he not show the slightest sign of fear, he even seemed to be at ease. These Master Realm Masters were also chatting and laughing with him as they walked towards the entrance. The young girl blinked her big eyes, her mind unable to process what was happening. When these people walked up to her, She actually rushed out of the crowd and stood in front of them, staring blankly at Yang Kai. Li Yuan-chun frowned, not knowing what this young female disciple from ancient Cloud Island wanted to do, so he couldn't help glancing over at Gu Feng. Gu Feng quickly shouted angrily, "Don't be rude, get out of the way." Zhong Miao was at a loss of what to do, unable to understand the current situation, so after being reprimanded by the island master, she became even more flustered. At a loss, she stared blankly at Yang Kai, her tender body trembling as she muttered, "Junior brother, what happened? Why are you?" After speaking for a long time, she still couldn't form a complete sentence. Shanqing Luo smiled lightly as she stared calmly at Yang Kai, secretly wondering how he would deal with this situation. "Impudence!" Gu Feng shouted anxiously. Not only did they not know Yang Kai's true identity, but they even treated the patriarch of the Yang family as an ordinary person, making him a peacock breeder disciple. This was an absolute mistake on ancient Cloud Island's part. Now that he knew Yang Kai's identity, Gu Feng wanted to wait for him to leave so he could erase all traces of his existence on ancient Cloud Island so as to avoid making a fool of himself, but at this critical moment, Zhong Miao jumped out and even dared to call him junior brother. How could this be? "Come, take this woman away and send her to the Tsungyin cave." Gu Feng shouted angrily. Zhong Miao's body went soft and she almost fell to the ground. The Tsungyin cave was a place with high temperatures all year round. Even an immortal ascension boundary master would find it difficult to survive in such a place. Once a disciple like her was locked inside, it wouldn't take more than 3 or 5 minutes before they would be roasted to death. She had never expected that an unintentional action of hers would actually cause the island master to fly into such a rage and punish her so severely. The young girl's heart was instantly filled with fear and horror. 2 ancient Cloud Island disciples obeyed the order and quickly stepped forward. There were even some disciples who looked down on Zhong Miao, all of them showing gloating expressions. If it weren't for Zhong Miao's fortuitous encounter in the past, she would just be an ordinary disciple now, but because Yang Kai had left her a letter, she had made a great contribution and was promoted to elite disciple. This caused many people to feel jealous and envious, thinking that with her aptitude and talent, she wasn't worthy of being an elite disciple. Now that they saw her get into trouble, naturally they were secretly happy. Yang Kai carefully observed the situation and couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. Over the past 6 months, Zhong Miao had given him a very good impression. This little girl was kind and didn't like to cause trouble, so she spent most of her time cultivating in the remote corner where the peacocks were kept. Although she didn't have any aptitude or talent, this kind of hard work was something most people didn't have. Although Yang Kai was annoyed, in the end, this was someone else's territory, so naturally he couldn't vent his anger. Hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai said, "Island Master, please wait, she and I are indeed senior sister. She didn't call me wrongly, there is no need to punish her." Gu Feng was slightly embarrassed and cupped his fists. Young Master Yang must be joking. Before, it was ancient Cloud Island who had eyes but failed to see. Now that we are fortunate enough to know young Master Yang's identity, how could we dare treat her as a disciple of ancient Cloud Island? However, since young Master Yang has pleaded, this time we will let her go. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Gu Feng wasn't a fool. Although Yang Kai had only said a few words, he could see that this young Master Yang was actually quite protective of Zhong Miao. "Senior sister, come here." Yang Kai wore a kind smile on his face as he beckoned to Zhong Miao slightly. Zhong Miao's pair of beautiful eyes flashed with crystal-clear tears, a look of lingering fear on her pretty face. Facing Yang Kai's summons, she hesitated for a moment before finally reacting. Obediently walking over, she glanced around, then glancing at one another, shrinking her head and hiding behind Yang Kai as she muttered, "What's going on?" "Senior sister, don't be afraid." Yang Kai comforted her before turning to Li Yuan-chun and saying, "Senior, for the past 6 months, I have been living with this senior sister." Li Yuan-chun's brow rose slightly, his expression somewhat ambiguous. Yang Kai coughed dryly, "It's not what you think. It's just that during the battle half a year ago, I somehow fell into the sea and was rescued by senior sister in the nearby territory. Speaking of which, senior sister has saved my life. Li Yuan-chun was surprised, never having expected that this seemingly ordinary young girl would actually save Yang Kai's life. Feeling greatly relieved, he turned to Zhong Miao and said, "Since she is young Master Yang's savior, she is also the benefactor of my endless sea island sex." Yi Feng nodded firmly. If Zhong Miao hadn't saved Yang Kai, they would never have been able to obtain the treasures they had lost 300 years ago. This little girl has done a great deed. Hua Duan-hun giggled, her tender body swaying as she stepped forward and asked, "What is this little girl's name?" "Zhong Miao, a good name." Hua Duan-hun's beautiful eyes lit up, seemingly not expecting this little girl to have such a pleasant name despite her ordinary appearance. "Would you like to join my Falling Flowers temple? As long as you nod, I can make the decision to give you the identity of a Falling Flowers envoy." Zhong Miao was shocked as she stared at Hua Duan-hun in surprise. There were 4 Fallen Flower emissaries in the Falling Flower God sect, and each of them had a very respectable status. They were the people with the highest status under the sect master. Since the unfortunate death of one of the Fallen Flower emissaries a few years ago, there had been a vacancy in the Falling Flower God sect. Countless disciples in the sect had been fighting for this position, but there had been no one. Unexpectedly, today, Hua Duan-hun actually gave Zhong Miao such a generous offer, only allowing her to join the Falling Flowers temple. Chapter 600. Hua Duan-hun's offer not only caused Zhong Miao's beautiful face to go pale, but even the expressions of the others also became strange. Yi Ji, Su Qianhao, and the others pondered for a moment before suddenly coming to a realization, secretly cursing Hua Duan-hun in their hearts for being so cunning and bold, all of them sincerely hoping that Zhong Miao would join Azura sect or Scarlet Lotus sect with the promise of great benefits and the position of elder in their respective sects. The people from Cloud Dragon Island and Gemini Island also quickly issued similar offers. In an instant, all the elders from the 5 great sects stared at Zhong Miao eagerly, their eyes filled with expectation, as if at this moment, Zhong Miao had become a rare genius and all these sects had opened their doors to her. Zhong Miao was dumbfounded, and so were the disciples of ancient Cloud Island who had just been gloating, their moods suddenly becoming particularly delicate, filled with envy and jealousy. But why was this mediocre disciple able to make so many sects throw out olive branches to him? "Island Master." Han Chao quietly poked Gu Feng and winked at him. Gu Feng was startled and regained his senses. He said with a warm and angry face, "You guys, what you're doing is wrong. Zhong Miao is a disciple of my ancient Cloud Island. You're trying to poach my ancient Cloud Island's disciple in front of me. Do you think I, Gu Feng, am dead?" "Hee hee." Hua Duan-hun giggled and said, "Island Master Gu, what are you saying? Didn't you just want to throw this little girl into the Zhangyan cave? In any case, you don't care about her life or death, so why don't you make things convenient and let her follow me into my Falling Flower Spirit Temple? I'll definitely train her well so her aptitude won't be wasted." "An Island Master Gu should make things more convenient." Su Qianhao smiled. No, Zhong Miao is a disciple of my ancient Cloud Island, and even if she dies, she will be a ghost of my ancient Cloud Island, no one can take her away." Gu Feng shook his head like a rattle drum and refused. By now, he could see that Zhong Miao held some weight in Yang Kai's heart, so he had no choice but to hold on to her. This was tantamount to holding on to her friendship with Yang Kai. "This matter is up to this little girl herself, Island Master Gu. What you say is not up to you. Just because she used to be a disciple of ancient Cloud Island, you can't decide her future." Hua Duan-hun snorted lightly, turning a gentle gaze towards Zhong Miao Ku as he softly said, "Little girl, don't worry. Little girl, don't be afraid. Little girl, which sect do you want to join? Can rest assured whatever you choose. No one will make things difficult for you. Calm." Hua Duan sect disciple. Hua's Hua Duan would. Zhong Miao panicked, lowering her head, not daring to speak. She couldn't help leaning closer to Yang Kai. He seemed to be looking for some safety. She had always been taking care of Peacock in a remote corner of ancient Cloud Island, immersing herself in cultivation, so when had she ever seen such a huge scene? she couldn't help but suddenly meow Chiu. There's no need to argue. Li Yuanchun suddenly said majestically, this old master has been looking for a disciple in secluded retreat for many years. Unfortunately, I haven't found a suitable candidate. Today, I finally found one, so don't try to compete with this old master. Senior. Gu Feng and the others were shocked, all of them staring at Li Yuanchun in shock. Listening to the meaning of Li Yuanchun's words, it seemed that he intended to accept Zhong Miao as his disciple. This was a big deal. Supreme Solitary Sect's 3 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were all ancestors in the Endless Sea Islands, while the other 2 had their own direct disciples. Only Li Yuanchun did not. Over the years, he had indeed been looking for a suitable disciple, but unfortunately, there was no one in the Endless Sea Islands that could enter his eyes. Unexpectedly, Zhong Miao was lucky enough to obtain this opportunity today. This old master wants to accept her as his disciple. Li Yuanchun gently nodded. When this sentence was spoken, not only did the eyes of the ancient Cloud Island disciples turn red with envy, even Gu Feng and the others couldn't help staring at Zhong Miao with envy. With the guidance of an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, they could already see a bright future for Zhong Miao. Little girl, are you willing to become this old master's disciple? Li Yuanchun asked Zhong Miao kindly. Zhong Miao's face flushed red with excitement, seemingly flustered, but suddenly she took a deep breath, her full chest puffing up as she softly said, but this junior is a disciple of ancient Cloud Island, Gu Feng. Li Yuanchun turned to look at Gu Feng and sneered. This old master wants to accept her as a disciple. Do you have any objections? Gu Feng quickly waved his hand. Senior wouldn't dare. To be chosen by Senior is her blessing. How could Gu Feng dare have any objections? Saying so, he turned to Zhong Miao and said, from now on, you are no longer a member of my ancient Cloud Island. Now that you are under Senior Li's command, you must be filial to him. You must never betray your sect or betray your sect. Do you understand? Disciple will remember. Zhong Miao nodded firmly. Li Yuanchun laughed heartily. When these people were fighting over Zhong Miao, Yang Kai didn't say anything, just quietly watching. After the dust settled, he said, congratulations senior sister for meeting such a great master. Junior brother will give you a small gift. No need. Zhong Miao quickly waved her hand. A gift from young Master Yang. I must accept it. I can't refuse young Master Yang. Li Yuanchun quickly said, his expression tense, fearing Zhong Miao would refuse. Yang Kai smiled lightly, took out a small water nan, and handed it to Zhong Miao, whispering softly, take a drop of this thing every day, take it back and give it to Senior Li for safekeeping. Consider it my thanks to you for saving my life. Zhong Miao accepted the small nan and stared at it, her pretty face filled with confusion, not knowing what Yang Kai had given her that made him so solemn. Looking up, Zhong Miao was startled as she saw many people staring at the small nan in her hand with burning eyes, as if they had discovered some kind of incredible treasure. Young Master Yang can rest assured, since this is a gift from you to my disciple, this old master can guarantee that no one but her can use it. Li Yuanchun said in a deep voice. Very good. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, feeling quite assured about Li Yuanchun's character. Saying these words in front of so many people was tantamount to expressing his attitude. Everyone, please wait, this junior will take his leave now. Yang Kai cupped his fists, nodded gently to Shanqing Luo, and then flew up into the air with her, leaving like a bolt of lightning. Looking at his gradually disappearing back and remembering everything they had seen in the central capital, the Endless Sea Island's great sects all felt their mood fluctuate. Senior, what kind of person is my junior brother? Zhong Miao's eyes were slightly blurred. Even now, she still couldn't understand how this junior brother of hers, who had lived with her for half a year, had suddenly become a big shot that everyone had to treat with respect and respect. You still call me senior? Li Yuanchun stroked his beard and smiled slightly. Master. Zhong Miao said somewhat embarrassedly. This junior brother of yours is the head of the central capital's 8 great families, the Yang family's patriarch. Half a year ago, It was under his leadership that the central capital was able to resist the invasion of the ash-gray cloud evil land and kill all those bandits. He's that amazing? Zhong Miao didn't have much experience, so when she heard Li Yuanchun say this, she could only let out a small sigh. Gu Feng suddenly interjected, speaking of which, you and him seem to have quite a bit of fate. A few years ago, it was he who stabbed that letter into your door with a dagger and told us the whereabouts of the Broken Moon transformation art. A few years later, you rescued him from the sea. Isn't that good karma? Zhong Miao's pretty face changed as she cried out, It's him? It's him, didn't he tell you? Gu Feng asked curiously. Zhong Miao choked up, her shoulders trembling as she stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared, her heart filled with a huge sense of loss and annoyance. Moving as fast as lightning, the surrounding scenery quickly passed by. Yang Kai, Shanqing Luo, and Bai Luo's group of 3 quickly approached the central capital. Following behind Yang Kai, staring at his strong back, Shanqing Luo's eyes became slightly blurred and her breathing gradually became heavy. Perceiving her abnormality, Bai Luo quickly stepped forward and held her hand. Shanqing Luo slowly shook her head, indicating that she was fine, not daring to pay any more attention to Yang Kai. However, in her heart she was also a little surprised. Although this little boy was only an immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage cultivator, his flying speed was much faster than her own, and the purity and richness of his Yuan Qi was also greater than hers. Shanqing Luo didn't feel disappointed and instead felt a little proud. Without saying a word, the group flew forward for a few minutes. Shanqing Luo and Bai Luo, who were following behind Yang Kai, suddenly stopped. Perceiving this, Yang Kai also stopped, turned his head, and asked, What's wrong? Shanqing Luo gently gasped for breath, pursed her lips, and smiled, We'll part here. You have to go back to the central capital, but I am the beguiling demon queen, a remnant of the ash-gray cloud evil land, so naturally I have to return to Fragrant City. Yang Kai frowned and said, The ash-gray cloud evil land is no longer here. What are you worrying about? No one there will blame you. Shanqing Luo shook her head firmly. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding. Since that's the case, I won't force you. And once I've arranged things in the central capital, I'll come see you and solve the problem between you and me. I'll wait for you. Shanqing Luo smiled. Yang Kai nodded and left. After he left, after a while, Bai Luo sighed faintly, Master, is this okay? There's nothing wrong with it as long as you don't hurt him. But the love in your heart. Bai Luo's eyes suddenly became red. Can you still suppress it now? If you can't suppress it, you'll only bring about your own destruction. He doesn't care about you at all, so why should you care about him? Let go of the shackles of your love and directly take his life, and all troubles. Bai Luo. Shanqing Luo gasped for breath, her face flushed red. Don't say such things. Let me end the tragedy of the Poison Widow bloodline. I can't allow it to be passed down from generation to generation, otherwise, my daughter will also suffer the same pain. This is the curse of the Poison Widow bloodline. Bai Luo's tears streamed down her cheeks as she stared bitterly towards the beguiling demon queen, her hatred for Yang Kai reaching a boiling point. Chapter 601. If it weren't for Yang Kai inadvertently leaving behind a seed of love in Shanqing Luo's heart, the Master Queen would not have suffered such torment. Now that the seed of love had fully matured, Shanqing Luo had to fully suppress it whenever she was with Yang Kai, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. At that time, either Shanqing Luo or Yang Kai would die. Because of this, Bai Luo naturally hated Yang Kai very much. As the two of them were talking, a strange figure suddenly appeared mid-air and stared at them helplessly. Shanqing Luo stared at Yang Kai in shock. How did you come back? I knew you weren't in the right state right now. Yang Kai sighed softly. Shanqing Luo's abnormality was so obvious, how could he not have noticed it? Just now, he had only pretended to leave because he wanted to hear the true thoughts of this dragon lady. Yang Kai was somewhat moved by her persistence and consideration for him. It's good that you're back, Master. There's no need to suppress it. We'll take his life now, Bai Luo shouted, her eyes glaring at Yang Kai with hatred. You seem to have a lot of prejudice against me, Yang Kai glared at Bai Luo. That's right, Bai Luo snorted. I can't wait to peel off your skin, drink your blood, and eat your flesh. If it weren't for you, my master wouldn't have to suffer such hardships. Even without me, there would still be other men who would occupy her heart. This is the ultimate fate of the Poison Widow bloodline. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Bai Luo remained silent, not knowing how to respond. Hurry up and leave. Shan Qing Luo's breathing became heavier and heavier. As early as half a year ago, the seed of love in her heart had almost fully matured, and after not seeing Yang Kai for more than half a year, her situation had improved slightly, but this time, she had been forced to come out to find Yang Kai and spend 3 days with him, so the impulse she had been suppressing had rebounded several times over. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, his expression resolute. The problem between you and me has to be solved eventually. Running away is not the solution. You delivered yourself to me on a silver platter. Bai Luo giggled as she twirled around, a brilliant light flashing from her body. Unknowingly. Hearing this, Bai Luo softly whispered, Master, the time has come, you no longer need to suppress yourself. At this moment, Bai Luo no longer had her previous arrogant and domineering demeanor, instead giving off a faint shadow of a seductive Shan Qing Luo. Bai Luo also cultivated a beguiling technique. The target of the seduction technique was not Yang Kai. Instead, it was all used on Shan Qing Luo. Bai Luo. Shan Qing Luo struggled to resist the desires and impulses in her heart, but after being aroused by Bai Luo, the desire in her heart suddenly burst forth like a flood, drowning her consciousness in an instant. The feelings in her heart grew rapidly and her instinctive desire destroyed her persistence and protection of Yang Kai, leaving only a single thought in her mind. That was to possess Yang Kai. If she was a block of ice that would never melt. At this moment, Yang Kai was a burning flame, and Shan Qing Luo couldn't help but want to approach him, seal him in ice, or melt herself. A soft moan burst from her throat as the beguiling demon queen's complexion flushed crimson, her slender white neck glowing with a porcelain-like luster, giving her a seductive appearance. Her eyes blurred as she stared towards Yang Kai, undisguised lust flashing in the depths of her beautiful eyes. The atmosphere around them suddenly changed, and in front of Yang Kai's eyes, there seemed to be countless beautiful young women dancing and singing. These young women were all coquettish, their figures graceful, their clothes half undone, their beautiful bodies shrouded in gauze, faintly discernible. They were doing their utmost to dissolute, circling around Yang Kai, trying to flatter him. Yang Kai's heart clenched. Shan Qing Luo's beguiling technique seemed to have improved again. At this moment, she wasn't deliberately using it, but instead just being slightly aroused was enough to cause him to hallucinate. Break! Yang Kai coldly shouted, circulating his yin-yang joyous unification art. In front of him, these beautiful young women who seemed to yearn for more were all shattered, disappearing into thin air. Hee. Bai Luo giggled. You bastard, just give up resisting, no man can resist my master's beguiling technique, Kiki. As she spoke, her two slender legs involuntarily clenched together, a warm current flowing through her lower abdomen. Her lower body was now covered in mud, and as a cold wind blew past her, she became more and more aroused, almost unable to suppress the impulse in her heart. She had also been greatly affected by Shan Qing Luo's beguiling technique. I'll deal with you later. Yang Kai glared at her coldly, his expression unkind. We'll talk about it after you survive. Bai Luo gasped for breath, her tender body writhing uncontrollably, biting her red lower lip as she glared towards Yang Kai. It was as if she wanted to rush up and recklessly make love to Yang Kai, but she stubbornly held back. An exquisite little fan appeared in the beguiling demon queen's hand, the surface of this fan embroidered with images of handsome men and beautiful women. These handsome men and beautiful women's clothes were disheveled, pairs after pairs were in the midst of doing the deed, their postures varied, but all of them had a look of joy on their faces, their hearts filled with joy, vivid and lifelike. Qing Luo fan. Yang Kai coldly shouted. This artifact was a family heirloom passed down from generation to generation in Shan Qing Luo's beguiling demon queen's beguiling technique. Its power was unimaginable. Shan Qing Luo gracefully waved her fan, causing the men and women depicted on the fan to become more and more energetic, each of them seemingly coming to life and rushing into Yang Kai's mind. Asterisk pa 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 pa. Asterisk these illusions that rushed into Yang Kai's mind only lasted for a breath of time before they were all reduced to dust. The art of yin-yang joyous unification had the ability to destroy all beguiling techniques in the world, so Shan Qing Luo's Qing Luo fan had no effect on Yang Kai. However, she did not notice this, and after displaying the power of the Qing Luo fan, Shan Qing Luo giggled as she rushed towards Yang Kai, her scarlet tongue lightly touching her teeth as her chest heaved up and down violently. Stretching out her jade white hand, she grabbed Yang Kai's collar and dragged him in front of her, pressing her towering chest against Yang Kai's chest, her two slender legs wrapped around him as she opened her mouth and pressed her lips towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's appetite was greatly aroused, wishing he could let go of all restraints right now and fight her for a few hundred rounds. However, once the beguiling demon queen was aroused, all her bodily fluids would contain a potent poison, one that no one could withstand. "You dragon lady!" Yang Kai smiled bitterly, reaching out and placing his hand behind Shan Qing Luo's head, his yuan qi fiercely bursting forth. Shan Qing Luo's eyes quickly lost their luster, and the erotic sounds that resounded throughout the world gradually subsided as she fell limply into Yang Kai's arms. Bai Luo had been waiting happily to witness this exciting scene, her two delicate hands involuntarily covering her breasts and gently kneading them, her face filled with pleasure, but upon seeing this scene, her beautiful face suddenly paled. "Get over here!" Yang Kai lifted Shan Qing Luo onto his shoulder and grinned towards Bai Luo. "What do you want to do?" Bai Luo became vigilant and quickly retreated a few steps. "What did you do to my master?" "I've already killed her. Now it's your turn." Yang Kai sneered, his expression cold and ruthless. Bai Luo's eyes quickly filled with tears and she suddenly roared madly, "This old lady will kill you." Like an enraged beast, she rushed towards Yang Kai without any fear of death. Yang Kai simply stretched out his hand and subdued her. Carrying Shan Qing Luo on his shoulder and placing Bai Luo on his arm, Yang Kai stretched out his other hand and slapped her round buttocks. Bai Luo stiffened, inexplicably feeling a trace of shame and anger welling up in her heart, but at the same time, it was also quite stimulating. It seemed that this slap had stimulated the desire that had been buried deep in her heart for a long time, and she couldn't help but feel the pleasure of being ravaged. "Pa!" Bai Luo finally cried out in alarm, constantly struggling and wriggling about, cursing out loud as she repeatedly punched and kicked Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't ask any questions and simply sealed the true qi in her body before rhythmically slapping her again and again, his blows extremely heavy. Gradually, Bai Luo's cries stopped, and instead, with each slap she let out a series of lustful moans, as if she was at the mercy of Yang Kai's whims, her ears flushed red and her tender body burning hot. Yang Kai was stunned. "Your sexual orientation? There's something wrong with it." "None of your business. Quickly put this old lady down." Bai Luo suddenly recovered and shouted, "Pa!" A series of enchanting moans rang out again. One day later, ash-gray cloud evil land, fragrant city. Inside Shan Qing Luo's palace, Yang Kai suddenly appeared with the beguiling demon queen and Bai Luo. The two beautiful women who had served Yang Kai before, Yunli, Ruoyu, and Ruoqing, rushed over upon hearing the news, and when they saw Yang Kai, they couldn't help feeling a little happy. However, when they saw the state of Shan Qing Luo and Bai Luo at the moment, they couldn't help feeling surprised. Yang Kai put her down, and Bai Luo's body softened as she fell to the ground. Immediately after, she let out a soft cry and leapt up, her two small hands rubbing her buttocks as she grit her teeth and sucked in a deep breath. "Bai Luo, what's wrong?" Yunli hurriedly asked. "I'm fine." Bai Luo replied submissively, her face flushed red as she glanced over at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with fear and dread, no longer showing any of her previous arrogance. After being slapped so many times along the way, her heart was filled with shadows. Where's Master? What happened to Master? Master she had an accident. Bai Luo's expression dimmed again. Let them rest first, Yang Kai said. And Yunli, Ruo Yu, and Ruo Qing quickly supported Shan Qing Luo and Bai Luo and sent them back to their rooms. Back at the Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, Yang Kai lived here. In his room on the second floor, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged, his expression gloomy. The relationship between Shan Qing Luo and him wasn't very deep. It was only because of the love between them that it had become somewhat difficult to resolve. Now, Yang Kai wanted to help Shan Qing Luo resolve this feeling, but he had no clue how to do so, so he couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Chapter 602. Shan Qing Luo's current situation wasn't due to poisoning, it was simply a matter of her special physique. Her 10,000 drug spirit definitely had no effect on her. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai could only leave Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. Checking Shan Qing Luo's condition, although her vital signs weren't seriously affected, with Yang Kai's Yuan Qi blocking her, Shan Qing Luo wouldn't be able to wake up for a while. Her tender body was burning hot like a hot iron. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the beguiling demon queen died. Even if she was a transcendent, she wouldn't be able to resist this fate. After instructing Yunli to take good care of her, Yang Kai went to find Bai Luo, wanting to inquire about the situation from her. Shan Qing Luo's palace wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. After asking the maidservant where Bai Luo lived, Yang Kai walked towards it. Arriving at her room, Yang Kai gently knocked on the door, but there was no movement inside. Releasing his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai found that Bai Luo was indeed inside, but her aura was even, so she should be asleep. After waiting for a while, Yang Kai pushed open the door and walked in. Glancing around, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. Bai Luo was currently lying motionless on the bed, her body covered with a thin bedding that accentuated her exquisite and graceful curves. Her buttocks were arched high up in the air, giving her an enchanting appearance that was hard to fathom. Yang Kai didn't know if this was natural or if it was a result of being beaten by Yang Kai along the way. Moreover, from her bare shoulders, Yang Kai could infer that this woman wasn't wearing any clothes at the moment. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he walked over to her bedside, found a chair, and sat down. Seemingly aware that someone was approaching, Bai Luo finally slowly opened her eyes, but after seeing Yang Kai's face, she panicked and quickly reached out to grab the bedding covering her body, putting on a timid expression as if she was afraid Yang Kai would take advantage of her. What are you doing? Bai Luo asked coldly. Did your family's master tell you about us? Yang Kai asked. Bai Luo nodded lightly, seeing that Yang Kai didn't have any malicious intentions, she relaxed a bit. Since you know about us, then you must know about the overbearing and insidious nature of the Poison Widow's bloodline. So what if he knows? Bai Luo rested her hands on her chin and assumed a more comfortable position, sadly saying, I can't share any of Master's burdens. As for you, if you have the heart, you might as well fulfill my Master's wish. Do you want to be beaten again? Yang Kai's cold eyes looked at her but Bai Luo couldn't help grinding her teeth in anger, but after witnessing Yang Kai's vile display of strength, even if she was unconvinced in her heart, she didn't dare to provoke him again. You're not a fool. My master is a fool. Bai Luo's voice suddenly became louder. For you, she willingly allowed herself to be devoured by her own feelings. This time, if you hadn't turned around on a whim, I'm afraid. Saying so, Bai Luo began sobbing. If Yang Kai hadn't come back, Shan Qing Luo would not have lasted until the moment he finished dealing with the central capital. She's willing to sacrifice herself to this extent. To be honest, I'm very moved. Yang Kai let out a soft sigh. The Poison Widow's bloodline may seem heartless, but in fact she is more infatuated than any other woman. These words seemed to affect Bai Luo, causing her heart to tremble slightly. Bai Luo stared at Yang Kai for a moment before wiping the tears from her eyes. If Master heard you evaluate her like this, he would definitely be very happy. I didn't come to you this time to quarrel with you. You've been accompanying Shan Qing Luo all this time, but haven't you ever heard her say anything about how to remove the seed of love in her heart? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Bai Luo slowly shook her head. Her seed of love has already matured. There is no way to remove it. If you want Master to be safe and sound, you and her. Yang Kai smiled helplessly. In other words, in our current situation, either she dies or I die. Bai Luo gently nodded. I hope you die. Yang Kai remained silent. Bai Luo was still sobbing, but suddenly, as if thinking of something, her beautiful eyes lit up and she anxiously said, Right, Master once said that there is no way to remove the seed of love. If there is a way to remove the poison in her body when she's aroused, then even if you and Master, that, your life won't be in danger. Yang Kai raised his brow, seemingly seeing a glimmer of hope. Then has she thought of a good way? This is just Master's guess. How could there be a practical solution? Bai Luo's expression once again became gloomy. Yang Kai's expression became thoughtful, as if he had thought of a key point, but couldn't figure it out. Bai Luo's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared towards Yang Kai, not knowing what she was thinking. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly stood up, a thick smile filling his face as he let out a hearty laugh. What's wrong with you? Bai Luo was taken aback and asked with some dissatisfaction. I think I have some ideas. What do you mean? Bai Luo also asked in surprise. Shanqing Luo's physique was inherited from her mother. I heard her say that one of her ancestors accidentally broke into the spider mother's nest and was poisoned, but fortunately managed to survive. Since then, the poison widow bloodline had appeared, and each generation only gave birth to a single daughter who inherited the poison widow's physique. Since the spider mother's poison is the root of this physique, perhaps that monster beast knows something about it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Yang Kai's thoughts gradually became clear. Stroking his chin and wearing a wise expression, he asked, Bai Luo, where did that spider mother go? Did she die? During the final battle of the central capital, he had been underground, so he wasn't clear about what had happened above ground. The spider mother shouldn't have died. In that battle, the ash-gray cloud evil land suffered heavy casualties. Of the 6 great evil kings, only my master and the lightning flash shadow king managed to escape, but when we finally counted the corpses, we didn't find the spider mother. I think she must have escaped. Good. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Once we find her, we should be able to find a way. But do you know where she is? Bai Luo asked. Of course I do. Yang Kai smiled confidently. At that time, he and Shanqing Luo had fallen into the spider mother's nest together, so naturally he had some memory of its location. If that's the case, we can summon all the masters in Master's territory to go there and capture the spider mother for questioning. No need, I'll go alone, it'll be faster. Yang Kai shook his head. Bai Luo was surprised. The spider mother has an above immortal ascension boundary cultivation. Can you defeat her? Just wait for my good news. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and strode out. Wait for me. I'll go with you. Bai Luo hurriedly shouted, but before she could finish speaking, she fell onto the bed, the severe pain in her but almost causing her to lose her footing. Yang Kai had long since disappeared. Outside of Fragrant City. Following the route in his memory, Yang Kai flew all the way to the spider mother's nest. Shanqing Luo had passed through the territory of the Thunderbolt Beast King before arriving at that place. In his memory, there was also a lake nearby. Now that the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's 4 great evil kings had died in battle, although the Lightning Flash Shadow King had escaped, no one knew where he was hiding. The Lightning Flash Shadow King was also afraid that the masters from the central capital would join forces to find trouble with him, so naturally he had chosen to hide. Hiding. Moreover, since the last battle, the entire Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land had suffered heavy losses. Yang Kai had swaggered through the streets but had not encountered any decent masters. Basically, an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage cultivator was the strongest existence in the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. The Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land had been tormented by Yang Bai. It would likely take at least a few dozen years for them to recover their Yuan Qi. So even though he was so ostentatious, no one dared to find trouble with him. Even those who saw him from afar would hurriedly avoid him. After 2 to 3 hours, Yang Kai finally arrived at the jungle he had passed through before. Half an hour later, Yang Kai found the cave he and Shan Qing Luo had stayed in. It was here. Yang Kai had penetrated into the beguiling demon queen's knowledge sea and planted a seed of love in her heart. Recalling the past, Yang Kai sighed. At that time, he was only Yuan Qi 3rd stage. But now, he was already an immortal ascension boundary 6th stage cultivator. Spreading out his huge divine sense, Yang Kai quietly probed the surrounding 100-kilometer radius. Occasionally, he would feel a flow of water, so Yang Kai would investigate to see if it was the same lake he had passed through before. After a couple of hours, Yang Kai finally found the right place. Arriving at the lake he had stopped at before, Yang Kai smiled slightly. Only a few dozen kilometers away from this lake was the location of the spider mother's nest. Leaping forward, Yang Kai flew towards the direction he had determined. After an hour, a huge canyon-like area appeared in front of Yang Kai. Looking around, there were countless spider eggs, and on both sides of the canyon, there were white and tough spiders. Occasionally, he would see the bones of some cultivator. Most likely, a cultivator who had accidentally wandered into this area had been caught and eaten by the monster beast. Inside the canyon, giant spiders the size of calves were running back and forth, creating a lively atmosphere. At the end of this canyon, there was a huge spider statue, built in an unknown era, but it was still well preserved. Floating above the canyon, Yang Kai stared down coldly, his divine sense spreading out and locking onto the interior of the spider statue. Inside, he felt a life aura not inferior to a transcendent realm master. The spider mother. Sure enough, it had fled back here and was still acting like a tyrant. Just as Yang Kai's divine sense probed the existence of the spider mother, a burst of melodious laughter suddenly rang out in his mind. What a familiar smell. This smell should belong to that little brat from the central capital's Yang family? Yang Kai coldly snorted and shouted, "Spider Mother, please come out and meet me. Since you've come, why don't you come down and talk?" The melodious voice seemed to contain a kind of charm that tugged at one's heartstrings, drawing one's mind to follow its instructions. If Yang Kai had not seen the true face of the spider mother, just by listening to its voice, he would have imagined it to be a beautiful woman. In fact, the spider mother's face was truly beautiful. That face of hers didn't seem to belong to the human world. Any man who saw that beautiful face would inevitably let their imagination run wild. However, if one were to combine its face with its huge body and 8 claws, the feeling it gave off was nothing but horror, not a sense of beauty. Chapter 603. The spider mother issued a warm invitation, but Yang Kai wasn't afraid, flying into the canyon and stopping in front of the huge spider statue. Little brother's courage is really big. The spider mother's sweet voice continued to enter his mind. From all directions, the giant spiders, each the size of a calf, also moved quickly, shaking their heads and wagging their tails as they approached Yang Kai's position. Soon, they had surrounded him, their small eyes glowing with a faint light as they stared at Yang Kai, their mouths spitting out white silk, emitting a foul stench. These giant spiders were all rank 6 monster beasts. Roughly counting, there were at least 40 to 50 of these giant spiders gathered in the entire canyon. As for the smaller spiders, there were countless of them. Yang Kai had also heard that the spider mother had joined forces with the Thunderbolt Beast King and had temporarily obeyed his orders during the attack on the central capital. Correspondingly, the spider mother had also obtained a lot of benefits from the Thunderbolt Beast King. These 6th-order giant spiders should have been cultivated through the Thunderbolt Beast King's methods. The last time Yang Kai had come here, he had not seen so many giant spiders. The ground shook slightly, and it seemed that a behemoth had come out of the spider statue. A moment later, the spider mother finally appeared. She had the body of a giant spider, but her upper body was something that only a peerless woman could have. Her beautiful and flawless face, her curvaceous shoulders, and her full breasts were exposed to the air. They were firm and straight, extremely bouncy, and white and tender. There were 2 cherry red protrusions on top of her breasts, making them look like a complete mess. It seemed to be able to arouse the desires in men's hearts, making them want to go forward and take a bite, to taste the beauty of those two cherries. Seeing the spider mother's appearance at this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help being surprised, sneering as he said, "It seems that the spider mother has also benefited a lot from the war in the central capital." The last time he saw it, it only had a beautiful face and no feminine upper body, but now, it actually had an exquisite feminine body that could arouse one's imagination. The spider mother smiled tenderly, I swallowed the yuan qi and physique of many masters in order to evolve to my current form. The taste of those masters' yuan qi and flesh was truly wonderful. But when the ash-gray cloud evil land suffered a crushing defeat, I had no choice but to escape. Thinking about it now, I really miss that taste. Saying so, her beautiful eyes stared towards Yang Kai, her scarlet tongue wandering around her lips. "Your taste is also very wonderful. I wonder how it would taste." "You want to eat me?" Yang Kai pointed to himself and laughed, shaking his head. "Spider Mother, although your idea is good, I'm afraid it's not possible." The Spider Mother's smile, "Brother, are you that confident?" "Mother," Spider Mother's mother's face's expression suddenly became cold. The Spider Mother's pretty face also became dignified. Although she was half human, half monster beast, her mind was not inferior to any master's, so naturally she could see Yang Kai's confidence. Although she didn't quite understand what he was relying on, it was enough for her to be vigilant. "I don't need to deal with you." Yang Kai smiled again and said calmly, "I didn't come here this time to fight with you. You can act like a tyrant here, but as long as you don't go to the central capital and wreak havoc there, it has nothing to do with me." The Spider Mother was a little surprised. "Then what does little brother want to do here?" "I want to make a deal with you," Yang Kai declared. "What kind of deal?" "Tell me how to solve the problem of the Poison Widow's bloodline, and in return, I'll tell you how to take human form." Yang Kai didn't beat around the bush. Shanqing Luo was still waiting for him in Fragrant City, so he had to settle this quickly. "Do you know the mystery of human form?" The Spider Mother's demeanor suddenly became excited as she screamed. Seeing her react so strongly, Yang Kai smiled happily, thinking that his guess was right. Although the Spider Mother was the only 7th-order monster beast he had ever seen, for a monster beast with a high IQ, her biggest goal was to take human form. Moreover, she was working hard in this direction. "Have you ever heard of the beast transformation pond?" Yang Kai smiled lightly and threw out the bait in his hand. "Beast transformation pond?" The Spider Mother's beautiful eyes flashed as her tender body trembled, asking suspiciously, "What's that?" "It's a pond that can help you take human form," Yang Kai explained. "Where is it?" The Spider Mother's demeanor became more and more excited as she quickly took a few steps forward, her aura gradually becoming more and more dangerous. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "If you want to know where it is, you'll first have to tell me how to resolve the poison in the Poison Widow's body." In fact, Yang Kai didn't know what the Beast Transformation Pond was. He had only heard Xue Ling mention it when he was in War City. When Xue Ling had first met the Spider Mother, she had said that without the Beast Transformation Pond, the Spider Mother would never be able to take human form. The profound meaning of this sentence was deeply engraved in Yang Kai's mind. He had only learned from this sentence that the Beast Transformation Pond was the key to helping the Spider Mother achieve human form. The Spider Mother's excited expression quickly converged as she stared at Yang Kai for a moment before smiling. "How do I know if you're telling the truth?" "The Beast Transformation Pond? I've never heard of it." "Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Do you want to maintain this body shape for the rest of your life? Don't you want to really become a human?" Yang Kai looked at the Spider Mother sarcastically. "This body shape is terrible. Don't point fingers at my appearance." The Spider Mother was extremely agitated, seemingly quite dissatisfied with her half-human, half-monster beast form. After hesitating for a long time, she asked, "Did you come to ask me because of that beguiling demon queen? How is she doing now? Is it because she has reached the grand accomplishment stage and needs to do something with you?" "You seem to know quite a bit." Yang Kai's brow twitched. The spider mother knew so much. Obviously she knew more about the mysteries of the poison widow's body than anyone else. After all, she was the one who had discovered this body. Good, I'll make a deal with you. The spider mother gently nodded. Tell me where the beast transformation pond is first, and I'll tell you how to resolve the problem with the poison widow's body. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Yang Kai sneered and shook his head. I don't trust you. I don't trust you either, the spider mother smiled tenderly. It seems I'll have to use some means to make you behave. Saying so, the giant spiders gathered around Yang Kai began to move, apparently under the spider mother's orders, preparing to attack Yang Kai. You can try and see if it's you or I who will die. Yang Kai shouted angrily, stretching out his hand and summoning a huge bone shield in front of him. This bone shield was the size of several houses and was densely covered with cut marks. On the edges of the bone shield, there were some bone spurs, some of which were even broken. However, at this moment, this bone shield exuded a sense of danger that caused the spider mother's heart to palpitate. What kind of artifact is this? The spider mother couldn't help retreating a few steps, a look of dread filling her face. A mysterious grade artifact. Yang Kai sneered, calmly explaining, this artifact of mine is only the size of a wash basin, but it can absorb the energy that attacks me. The more energy it absorbs, the bigger it becomes. After absorbing this energy, I can release it in one go. Now that it has become so big, just think about it, how much energy has it absorbed? Can you bear it? Moreover, this energy wasn't ordinary, it was the void force that erupted from the central capital's underground. Even a transcendent realm master wouldn't be able to resist it. If he really wanted to fight with the spider mother, Yang Kai wouldn't need to fear her, but in this situation, the bone shield was undoubtedly more of a deterrent. The spider mother's pretty face finally changed, gnashing her teeth as she glared hatefully at Yang Kai, but after a long time, she suddenly smiled charmingly, her pair of snow-white jade peaks bouncing up and down, attracting Yang Kai's attention. You won't kill me, you still want to learn the method from me. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. But now we can talk about it. We need to think of a reliable method that both of us can accept and obtain the answer we want. I can't think of anything, the spider mother said with a look of disinterest, throwing this difficult problem back to Yang Kai. Yang Kai wore a sad expression as he fell into contemplation. After a long time, he seemed to have thought of something and said, how about this? You can send your soul into my knowledge sea and I'll show you the secrets of the beast transformation pond. That way, you won't be able to fool me. The spider mother's beautiful eyes also lit up, licking her red lips. Aren't you afraid I'll harm you? You don't look stupid. Then I'll send my divine sense into your knowledge sea, if you don't mind. Yang Kai smiled slightly. The spider mother shook her head. Everyone's knowledge sea was their biggest secret. Normally it was impossible for others to enter it freely. Yang Kai's proposal sounded extremely sincere, but the spider mother always felt that he was up to something. Then you can enter my knowledge sea and we can both reveal the secrets the other side wants to know. By communicating like this, both of us will be able to obtain the answer. Moreover, my strength is lower than yours, so you don't have to worry about encountering any danger in my knowledge sea. Yang Kai's expression became dignified. If you still don't agree to such a proposal, then I can only take a gamble. I'll kill you, capture your soul, and find what I want from it. Saying so, Yang Kai's eyes became cold, as if he really would attack the spider mother if she didn't agree. The spider mother's pretty face changed as she ground her teeth. Why are you being so impulsive? I didn't say I didn't agree. Little brother, after exchanging each other's secrets, can we have a little soul intercourse? The taste of your soul is very sweet. This spider mother likes it very much. Forget it. Yang Kai's face went black. I'm not interested in your lower body. The spider mother giggled. So you're interested in my upper body? Are you coming or not? Stop spouting nonsense. Yang Kai showed an impatient expression. I'm coming, release your knowledge sea's defenses, the spider mother shouted, her soul leaving her body and rushing towards Yang Kai's mind. Chapter 604. Seeing that the spider mother really had no fear in releasing her soul, young Kai's mouth couldn't help but curl into a strange grin. Solemnly shouting, "Spider mother, you'd better not try to play any tricks on my knowledge sea. Although my realm isn't as good as yours, my divine sense is much stronger than an average immortal ascension boundary master's. Don't ask for trouble." Listening to his warning, the spider mother's hesitation quickly disappeared and she sent him a message. "Don't worry, if you are willing, I still want to merge my souls with yours, but if you don't, I won't force you." Yang Kai nodded gently and released the defenses of his knowledge sea. In the next moment, the spider mother's soul entered Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Above the boundless ocean, the spider mother's soul avatar gradually appeared. Unlike what was seen from the outside at this moment, her appearance was truly that of a true soul avatar. Her upper body was still as enchanting as before, while her lower body was just as beautiful and enchanting. Her two slender legs were straight, and the lush green grass was exposed to the outside world. Her entire body was completely naked. She stood gracefully above Yang Kai's knowledge sea, looking around without a trace of nervousness. She was a seventh-order monster beast, equivalent to a transcendent realm master, while Yang Kai was just an immortal ascension boundary's sixth-stage cultivator. With the absolute gap between their realms, she didn't feel any fear. Yang Kai's soul avatar also quickly appeared in front of her. After glancing at her, Yang Kai frowned and snorted. "Is this the appearance you want to evolve into?" A burst of light flowed out from her body, revealing her ample bosom. "What do you think? Are you tempted?" "What a slut!" Yang Kai spat disdainfully. "Hee hee." The spider mother giggled lightly. "Then what about the beguiling demon queen with her poison widow physique?" "Good, enough nonsense. Hurry up and tell me the secrets of the beast transformation pond." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Indeed, I don't want to waste any more words with you." As he spoke, he laughed sinisterly. The spider mother's face gradually became dignified as she stared deeply at Yang Kai. Seeing his strange behavior, the spider mother quickly realized something. With a calm expression, she coldly said, "So this is also a trap." "That's right." At this point, there was no need for Yang Kai to pretend anymore. "Umph," the spider mother sneered, "your acting is quite convincing. After saying so much and doing so much, all you did was lure my soul into your knowledge sea. Now that you know, it's too late. With your current spiritual sense cultivation, what can you do to me? If I want to leave, I can leave at any time." "You're wrong. I've said it before. If I don't have a diamond, I won't take on a porcelain job. Since you're here for nothing, don't even think about leaving." "Insolent fool." The spider mother roared as her soul transformed into a streak of light and flew out of Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Just as she was about to move, the boundless ocean suddenly began to churn. The monstrous sea waters surged out like a milky way that covered the sky, completely cutting off her path of retreat. The spider mother's soul avatar tried to break through but was unable to break through the sea's defenses and was forced to appear again. Staring coldly at Yang Kai, she screamed, "How can your spiritual energy be so powerful?" This young man's spiritual energy wasn't any weaker than hers. In fact, it was even stronger. If not for this, she would have been able to escape. "Tell me how to detoxify the poison in Shanqing Luo's body and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, you'll be annihilated here," Yang Kai said fiercely. "Wishful thinking, watch me eat you first." The spider mother's expression was cold and fierce as she rushed towards Yang Kai like a madwoman, trying to fuse their souls and disturb his mind. A feeling of majesty suddenly spread out in her knowledge sea. Perceiving this aura, spider mother couldn't help but feel uneasy. She abruptly stopped and looked towards the source of this aura, only to see a single eye slowly opening in midair. This single eye had a trace of gold in its pupil, causing Spider Mother to have an impulse to prostrate herself in worship. Shio. A golden light suddenly shot out from the single eye and brushed past the edge of the Spider Mother's soul avatar. Silala. The Spider Mother's soul avatar seemed to be a snowflake exposed to the scorching sun and was instantly purified. A mournful scream came from the spider mother's mouth as her pair of beautiful eyes filled with disbelief and uneasiness. "What is this? What is this?" the spider mother asked sharply. "Restrain your things," Yang Kai said calmly. "If you are hit head-on by it, you will instantly die and all your thoughts and consciousness will disappear. What happened just now was just a warning. I don't have time to waste with you. Now tell me your secret, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite." The spider mother stared at Yang Kai before looking up at the open solitary golden eye, her pretty face filled with resentment. Gasping for breath, her snow-white peaks heaved up and down. Obviously she was extremely angry. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time. After 3 breaths, if I don't get an answer, you will die." Yang Kai's face was cold as he issued an ultimatum, raising his hand and counting, 1, 2, wait. The spider mother shouted, "I can tell you, but you have to promise me that after you know this secret, you will let me go." "I promise." Yang Kai nodded. The spider mother stared at him deeply for a long time before waving her hand and separating a mass of white light from her soul avatar and floating towards Yang Kai. This ball of white light was the divine sense energy that contained that secret. Separating this mass of energy from the spider mother meant that she would lose this part of her memory. This was also a kind of damage to her. Yang Kai smiled happily and reached out to summon her over, but before he had time to examine her carefully, the spider mother suddenly rushed towards Yang Kai like a madman. Her tender body tightly wrapped around him as she laughed wildly. "I'm going to swallow your soul avatar. Your spiritual energy is so strong, it's enough for me to enjoy for a while. Ha, we're so close now, do you still dare use that golden light?" She thought that as long as she did this, Yang Kai would not be able to do anything to her. At the same time, the evil spiritual energy rushed towards Yang Kai and surrounded his soul avatar, making him feel as if he had fallen into an abyss. Yang Kai looked at her coldly, his expression indifferent as he said, "Since it's mine, it naturally can't hurt me. You're too naive." The spider mother's smile froze on her face in an instant as she stared at Yang Kai with a trace of shame in her eyes. Shio. A strong golden light shrouded the spider mother and pierced through it. There was no sound as the spider mother's thoughts and consciousness were instantly shattered, leaving behind only a mass of pure energy. Courting death, Yang Kai shook his head. If it weren't for the spider mother wanting to deal with him at the last moment, Yang Kai really wouldn't have minded letting her live. After all, there wasn't much enmity between them. Examining the mass of energy separated from the spider mother with some concern, Yang Kai's expression became strange. The spider mother hadn't lied. This mass of energy was indeed the solution to the problem of Shanqing Luo's physique, but this method actually still required the spider mother's death. He had to obtain her blood and monster core and let Shanqing Luo consume it, fighting poison with poison to remove the poison in her body. It was true that one could be forgiven for their sins, but one could not live for their sins. Yang Kai shook his head. Not absorbing the pure energy left behind by the spider mother for the time being, Yang Kai quickly opened his eyes. The giant spiders surrounding Yang Kai seemed to have sensed the spider mother's death, and at the same time Yang Kai opened his eyes, he discovered that the giant spiders were fiercely attacking him. Coldly snorting, the yuan qi in Yang Kai's body fiercely erupted, sending out waves of unparalleled energy that instantly killed a large number of the giant spiders. A 6th-order giant spider was only equivalent to an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. This level of enemy was nothing in front of Yang Kai. After fighting for a while, the giant spiders suffered heavy casualties, and those who were still alive quickly retreated. Yang Kai didn't pursue them and instead directly jumped onto the spider statue and arrived in front of the dead spider mother. Reaching into her chest, Yang Kai took out a monster core that was glowing with 7-colored light. This monster core contained a huge amount of energy. When Yang Kai touched it, he even felt a slight numbness in his hand. Looking at it, his entire hand was quickly turning black. What a strong poison! Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, quickly throwing it into the black book space and circulating his secret art to expel the poison that had invaded his body. Taking another drop of the spider mother's blood, Yang Kai quickly left. 2 hours later, fragrant city. As soon as Yang Kai returned, he heard the sound of sobbing coming from Shan Qing Luo's room. His expression changing, Yang Kai quickly pushed open the door and entered. Inside the room, Bai Luo threw herself onto Shan Qing Luo's bed, weeping pitifully while Yun Li, Ruo Yu, and Ruo Qing also wept beside her. The entire room was like an oven, its temperature rising rapidly. This heat was being emitted from Shan Qing Luo's body. Her breathing was rapid, and her delicate body was as red as a soldering iron. Her entire consciousness was blurry. Seeing Yang Kai return, Yun Li was overjoyed and hurriedly called out, "Young Master Yang, you're back." Bai Luo froze for a moment before quickly turning her head, her eyes red and swollen as she stared at Yang Kai expectantly, her lips trembling slightly, seemingly wanting to say something but ultimately unable to do so. "What's the situation like?" Yang Kai asked anxiously. Bai Luo slowly shook her head before covering her face and crying again. The situation was obviously not optimistic. "Move aside." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled her aside, sitting her down beside Shan Qing Luo's bed, taking out the Spider Mother's monster core and blood, reaching out to open the beguiling Demon Queen's mouth and directly stuffing the monster core into it before pouring a large amount of blood into her mouth. "What did you feed Senior?" Bai Luo hurriedly asked. Yang Kai explained. Bai Luo was dumbfounded. "You killed the Spider Mother? And now we can only fight poison with poison." Yang Kai took a deep breath. "I hope it succeeds. Senior, if anything happens to you, you'll have to sacrifice yourself for her." Bai Luo looked towards Yang Kai aggrievedly. Yang Kai glanced over at her but was too lazy to respond, instead leaping onto Shan Qing Luo's bed and helping her up, placing his hand on her shoulder and circulating his Yuan Qi to help her dissolve the energy contained in the monster core and Spider Mother's blood. Chapter 605. Inside Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, Yang Kai closed his eyes and absorbed the remnant energy left behind by the Spider Mother to enhance his own strength and comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao. Suddenly smelling a delicate fragrance at the tip of his nose, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and found that Bai Luo, this little girl, was actually half kneeling in front of him, a strange light flashing across her pair of beautiful eyes as she curiously stared at him. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai asked somewhat vigilantly. This little girl had always been hostile towards him, but now she was suddenly looking at him with such a worshipful attitude. Yang Kai was somewhat uncomfortable. "I just realized you're quite amazing," Bai Luo chirped. "How did you kill the Spider Mother all by yourself?" "It was a 7th order monster beast. My master also said that even if she used all of her strength, she probably wouldn't be able to kill it. The Thunderbolt Beast King and the Spider Mother only had a cooperative relationship and had never been able to subdue it. Tell me, what kind of method did you use to even retrieve its monster core?" It seemed that after Yang Kai had rescued Shan Qing Luo, Bai Luo's ill feelings towards Yang Kai had suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai frowned but didn't answer, instead asking, "How is your master doing now?" "Everything is fine. Although the Poison Widow's physique is still there, the poison in her body seems to have been removed." Bai Luo smiled charmingly, causing Yang Kai's eyes to light up. Bai Luo was an enchanting woman. This was probably because she had spent so much time with Shan Qing Luo. Coupled with the fact that she also cultivated a bewitching secret art, it could be said that even if her charm wasn't comparable to Shan Qing Luo's, it was still not something an ordinary woman could possess. "Master is currently working hard to break through her bottleneck. I'm afraid that after she comes out of seclusion, her strength will have taken another step forward." "That's good," Yang Kai relaxed. "The matter between me and her can be considered resolved." Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai nodded. "Good, since she's in retreat, I won't wait for her. I have to hurry back to the central capital and see what's going on. When she comes out, help me tell her." "You can't go." Bai Luo suddenly rushed up and grabbed Yang Kai's arm. Yang Kai stared at her blankly. "Why would I stay? There's no need for me here." "In any case, you can't go, Master. When she comes out of seclusion, the first person she wants to see will definitely be you. If you leave, she'll be sad." "Can't you stop being so, Bai Luo?" Bai Luo's mind. Luo by Luo's Luo buys by Luo by Luo. What? Bai Luo's face blushed slightly as she suddenly stood up with a firm expression, her tender body trembling slightly as her clothes were torn to shreds, instantly revealing her perfect snow-white figure to Yang Kai's eyes. It was as if she was an exquisite piece of jade that glowed with a strange luster, causing his heart to skip a beat. Her snow-white elastic twin peaks proudly stood tall and straight, dazzling anyone who saw them. Her flat abdomen without the slightest trace of excess fat, her long slender legs that made one's imagination run wild. Even though they were pressed together shyly, they couldn't conceal the intoxicating fragrance that wafted from her body. She stood in front of Yang Kai like this, completely naked, her curves were enough to make any man's blood boil. She was as exquisite as a work of art, causing anyone who saw her to feel an impulse to ravage her. Bai Luo's pretty face was flushed red, her delicate neck glowing red as she gently bit her lip, not daring to look straight into Yang Kai's eyes. "Am I beautiful?" Bai Luo's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Yang Kai's expression shook as a trace of surprise flashed across his face, his somewhat impatient expression quickly being replaced by a burning light. However, after a moment his eyes regained their clarity and a strange smile appeared on his face. "Don't you like women? Isn't this situation a bit strange? Why are you acting all lovey-dovey towards me?" Bai Luo said somewhat awkwardly, "Oh, men are actually not bad, I like both men and women." Yang Kai's face went black. "Enough, enough." Bai Luo suddenly curled her lips. "Master said that in her current state she can't serve you, so she asked me to take her place. Firstly, it's to relieve your boredom, and secondly, it's to thank you for everything you've done for her. When Master comes out of seclusion, she'll personally do it." As she spoke, there was no longer any trace of bashfulness from before. Instead, she boldly pushed Kai Yang down and sat on top of him, giggling as she licked her red lips with her fingers, putting on an extremely lewd appearance. "How do you want to play? Today, I'll let you do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled Bai Luo off of him, grabbing the bedding on the bed and covering her with it before walking away without saying a word. Bai Luo was dumbfounded as she stared blankly at Yang Kai. Last time, when he was a guest at Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, she clearly didn't want to do such a thing, but he had still forced her to eat something. This time, when she took the initiative to seduce him, he actually remained indifferent? Was he even a man? "I'm not in the mood." Yang Kai shook his head gently. Su Yen had been taken to that strange territory by Meng Wuya, so he didn't know what the situation was like there. There were simply too many things he had to deal with, so Yang Kai really didn't have the mood to flirt with other women, especially Bai Luo. Her tastes were strange and couldn't be reasoned with, so if he really got entangled with her, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to get rid of her. "Dragon lady?" Yang Kai whispered again. Shan Qingluo's voice quickly sounded in his mind, "You little bastard, when did you become so serious?" Her divine sense had been paying close attention to the situation here, so how could Yang Kai not notice? "I've always been serious." Yang Kai snorted. Shan Qingluo giggled, obviously not trusting him. After a while, Shan Qingluo sighed faintly. "Are you going to leave?" Yang Kai nodded gently. "Let's go. After I come out of seclusion, I'll definitely find you." "I'm afraid you won't be able to find me. The place I want to go is not in this world." Shan Qingluo asked, "A higher world? You know about it?" Yang Kai was surprised. "I've heard Yang Bai mention it a bit, but I don't know much about it. However, you have my soul-chasing seal in your body, so even if you go to the ends of the world, I'll still be able to find you." Shan Qingluo smiled proudly. Yang Kai grinned, "If you can find me, come and look for me. I'll be going now, take care of yourself." Saying so, he glanced over at Bai Luo, who was lying on the bed, and flicked his finger, transforming it into a long whip and whipping it across her perky buttocks. Bai Luo let out a soft cry, her face suddenly flushing red with excitement. Yang Kai laughed heartily before leaping out the window and disappearing a moment later. Bai Luo slowly got up, wrapped herself in a bedsheet, and leaned against the window, staring in the direction Yang Kai disappeared, muttering to herself, "Master, is it really okay to just let him go like this? You took the initiative to seduce him, but he couldn't even stay for a moment, so there must be something more important in his heart. That little bastard, although he looks lustful, in fact, a woman's body is just a form of entertainment for him. A body alone won't be able to keep him. In his heart, I have a place, but my weight isn't that important. Once I have enough weight in his heart, he'll be willing to do anything for me." Love, it's really troublesome. Bai Luo snorted. "And he seems to have left something behind. It should be for you. Take a look for yourself," Shanqing Luo said before calming herself down and returning to her secluded retreat. Hearing this, Bai Luo was stunned for a moment before turning her head to look around and suddenly finding a bottle of water beside her bed. Picking it up, her heart filled with confusion. Central capital. Most of the central capital was still in ruins. Although the cultivator from all over the world had rushed here to help with the reconstruction because of the rich world energy aura, this work would still take at least a dozen years before the central capital could be restored to its former glory. The masters of the 8 great families were all involved in the reconstruction work. The 8 young patriarchs, under the cooperation of the older generation of masters, were in charge, and everything was in good order. Qiu Yimeng was also busy, her hair wrapped in a silk cloth, making her look like a beautiful village girl. "Patriarch, you don't need to do it yourself, just watch from the sidelines. If something bad happens to such delicate skin, what would we do?" An old woman from the Qiu family tried to persuade Qiu Yimeng, who was helping out. Qiu Yimeng smiled and shook her head. "It's fine, I'm bored anyway. If I don't do anything, I'll always have some strange ideas popping up in my head." "Is Patriarch thinking about that little brat from the Yang family again?" The old woman snorted and suddenly sighed. "Dying at such a young age, the heavens are truly jealous." "Grandma." Qiu Yimeng's face showed a trace of rebuke as she affirmed, "He's not dead." The old woman opened her mouth, wanting to persuade but not knowing what to say. More than half a year had passed and the whereabouts of that little brat from the Yang family were still unknown. If he was still alive, he should have appeared long ago. 90% of the people believed that he was dead. Only the young people from Yang Kai's house firmly believed that Yang Kai was still alive, but they didn't know where he had gone. It was good to be young, to be able to trust someone without any hesitation. The old woman sighed. Suddenly, a crisp eagle cry rang out from the sky, mixed with a hint of surprise. Hearing this eagle cry, Qiu Yimeng looked up and saw the golden feather eagle hovering in the sky suddenly fly out of the central capital, transforming into a golden light and disappearing. In order to find Yang Kai, naturally, the Yang family's golden feather eagle had also been used. However, even after half a year of searching, more than a dozen golden feather eagles had found nothing. Only the golden feather eagle of Yang Kai's house, which had been hovering over the central capital since Yang Kai's disappearance until today, did something else. What happened to that eagle? The old woman from the Qiu family was slightly surprised. Qiu Yimeng stood in place for a moment before her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and her expression became excited. "He's back! He's back!" Saying so, her tender body flickered and she chased after the golden feather eagle. "Is he really not dead?" The old woman was also shocked, releasing her divine sense but unable to detect any special aura. 30 kilometers away, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at the golden light flying towards him from the central capital, chuckled, and flew towards it. Chapter 606. A moment later, the figure of the golden feather eagle came into view. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and the golden feather eagle happily landed on his shoulder, stroking Yang Kai's hair affectionately. "Your sense of smell is quite keen." Yang Kai patted its head. He hadn't expected that when he returned to the central capital, the first one to greet him would be this eagle. Following behind the eagle was a beautiful figure. Qiu Yimeng pushed her speed to the limit and arrived in front of Yang Kai almost at the same time as the eagle. "Long time no see." Yang Kai greeted her with a smile. Qiu Yimeng's expression was one of excitement, fear, worry, all kinds of emotions. She stopped 10 meters in front of Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes glittering with tears as she stared at him foolishly. She didn't dare to approach, as if she was afraid this was just an illusion and that once she did, it would shatter. What's wrong? Yang Kai smiled. Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath and suddenly stepped towards him. When she got close, her pretty face flashed a fierce light as she grabbed Yang Kai's arm and bit down hard on it. She looked up at Yang Kai, her teary eyes filled with grievance, and gradually, her teeth no longer clenched so hard and she began sobbing. Kai Yang sighed. You're acting so sad and solemn right from the start. It's not like I bullied you. But I thought you were really dead these past 6 months. Where have you been? Qiu Yimeng finally couldn't bear it anymore and burst into tears, venting the worries that had accumulated in her heart over the past 6 months. Her tender body slowly crouched down, her shoulders trembling, a helpless and pitiful look on her face. Yang Kai's mood suddenly became a bit complicated. After waiting for a while, when she finished venting, he reached out and pulled her up. Qiu Yimeng wiped the corners of her eyes with her small hands, choking with sobs, her pretty face blushing slightly as she looked somewhat embarrassed. This is the first time I've seen you cry. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. You look like a completely different person. It's very interesting. Oomph. Qiu Yimeng glared fiercely at Yang Kai as she burst into laughter. Taking a deep breath and calming her mood, Qiu Yimeng regained her usual calm demeanor, but when she saw Yang Kai's teasing smile again, she couldn't help kicking Yang Kai, coldly snorting before turning around and walking towards the central capital. A happy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yang Kai scratched his head and thought to himself that no matter how outstanding and smart a woman was, there were times when she was vulnerable. It seemed that the movement of the golden feather eagle had alarmed the busy people in the central capital. Before Yang Kai could return to the central capital, a large group of people had already flown over. From a distance, Stars cried out in tears, Young Master Kai, you really didn't die. I already said that good people don't live long. A scourge lives for 1,000 years. Yang Kai's face went black. Behind Stars were Dong Qinghan and his sister, the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace, Luo Xiaoman from Purple Fern Valley, Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu from Reflecting Moon Sect, Zhua Fang from Pure Heart Palace, Chu Jingshan from Soaring Feather Pavilion, the Hu sisters from Blood Battle Gang, Fang Ziki from Storm Hall, Tao Yang from Treasure Instrument Sect. Almost all of the young leaders of the house had arrived, all of them wearing excited expressions as they greeted Yang Kai. With smiles, these people quickly flew over to Yang Kai, Stars even giving Yang Kai a big bear hug. Young Master Kai, you're finally back, we missed you so much. Stars breathed a heavy sigh of relief and said sincerely. Yang Kai's heart stirred slightly as he pushed Stars away and nodded, I missed you too. Come, let me give you a hug, I want to see how you've grown these past few days. Shameless. 10,000 Flower Palace's Han Shaoqi blushed and couldn't help cursing. Laughing loudly, Yang Kai glanced over at Luo Xiaoman and nodded wretchedly. Xiaoman's body has grown, your breasts have also become bigger. How could that be? Luo Xiaoman blushed, feeling wronged. Don't act like a rogue, let's go back first. Qiu Yimeng glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai, who had been missing for half a year, had suddenly returned to the central capital. The 13 blood warriors in the house, as well as the other young patriarchs and elders of the 8 great families, were all shocked and quickly rushed over to meet him. In the Yang family's main hall, 4th Master Yang and his wife both burst into tears, Dong Suju tightly grasping Yang Kai's hand, seemingly afraid he would suddenly disappear again. Inside the hall, hundreds of people from the 8 great families and Yang Kai's house had gathered. These people all stared curiously at Yang Kai, wanting to know where he had been for the past 6 months, why hadn't he appeared yet, and what had happened to him in the central capital half a year ago. Why had so many people disappeared, and why was it that only Yang Kai had appeared now? All kinds of doubts were swirling in everyone's hearts. 9th brother. Yang Zhao suddenly stood up. Since you've returned safely, the position of Yang family patriarch. Yang Kai raised his hand and interrupted his words, smiling. 2nd brother, my ambitions lie elsewhere. The position of patriarch of the Yang family is more suitable for you. Yang Zhao slowly shook his head. In the inheritance war, I suffered a crushing defeat. What qualifications do I have to be the patriarch of the Yang family? Yang Kai nodded. Second brother is too modest, your means and ability are obvious to all, the inheritance war doesn't prove anything. But, let me finish. Yang Zhao nodded slightly. After a while, I'll be leaving here, so it's impossible for me to stay and be the patriarch of the Yang family. Yang Kai said slowly. Dong Suju's tender body trembled, and she couldn't help grabbing Yang Kai's hand tightly, asking softly, "Where are you going?" Yang Kai pointed his finger to the sky, to a higher world. Inside the hall, everyone was at a loss. Let's put it this way, the world we know is not the only one. There are also some places we have never heard of, just like how we never knew before. The above immortal ascension boundary is called the Transcendent Realm. Many people suddenly showed a look of interest. Demon Lord Yang Bai led the ash-gray cloud Evil Land to invade the central capital. His purpose is the same as mine, to go to a higher world. What does this have to do with invading the central capital? Dong Qinghan was confused. Underneath the central capital, there is an earth vein, and inside that earth vein, there is a door. Through that door, one can reach a higher world. Yang Bai's real purpose is this. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Half a year ago, Yang Bai massacred and used the blood sacrifice method to open up the earth vein and find that door. The 8 old patriarchs went to stop him. Old Demon and I also chased after him. Treasurer Meng and his disciple, as well as senior sister Su, were also underground. After a fierce battle, Treasurer Meng killed Yang Bai, but before he died, Yang Bai tried to destroy that door in order to cause a change that would lead to him perishing together with us. Everyone couldn't help holding their breath as they listened attentively. What Yang Kai was saying now was exactly what they had been puzzling about for a long time. What exactly happened underground half a year ago? That door was destroyed, and at the critical moment, Treasurer Meng took his disciple and senior sister Su through that door and safely arrived at the higher world. Meng Wuya had sent him some information at the last moment before the void tunnel collapsed, and it was through this information that Yang Kai learned they had safely passed through the void tunnel. However, I was a step too late and was eventually transported to the endless sea by the force of the void, where I remained for half a year. Everyone suddenly understood what was going on, understanding what they had been unable to figure out. The battle underground half a year ago was actually so dangerous and mysterious. What happened to the 8 old patriarchs? Someone asked nervously. They should have fallen. Yang Kai's expression also became somewhat sad. Their movements were slower than mine. I was transported away by the collapse of the void while they were impacted by the eruption of the earth vein. They probably didn't survive and are now buried underground. This is a great loss to the 8 great families. Many people suddenly felt sad. It's good that you survived. Ling Tai Su nodded gently. We all thought that all of you had died. Now that we know some of you are still alive, it's not too bad news. Since Meng Wuya was safe, Ling Tai Su was also happy for him. The hall fell silent, and after a while, Chiu Yimeng asked, Yang Kai, you said you wanted to go to that world. Do you know what it's like? I know a little, but I'm not too sure. Yang Kai shook his head, a smile appearing on his face as he cast his eyes towards a remote corner of the hall, saying meaningfully, although I don't know, there are some people who do. Shui Ling, what do you think? In a remote corner, Shui Ling, with her light blue hair, seemed somewhat out of tune with the people around her, was leaning against a wall, idly munching on nuts. When she saw Yang Kai cast his gaze towards her, Shui Ling couldn't help curling her lips in disdain. If I'm not wrong, you should be from that world, right? The same as Treasurer Meng and the old demon. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned toward Shui Ling. What does that have to do with me? Why are you all looking at me like that? Shui Ling was somewhat unhappy. She was annoyed that during the battle half a year ago, she hadn't been by Meng Wuya's side. If she had, she would have been able to return safely and wouldn't have had to stay here any longer. I want to know what the other world is like. Yang Kai asked solemnly. What is it? Shui Ling frowned. If you want me to say it, I won't be able to explain it clearly. After hesitating for a moment, Shui Ling said, For example, don't you have some super families, first, second, and third class sex here? Yang Kai nodded, motioning for her to continue. Comparing the forces here to ours, the central capital's 8 great families can only be considered a second-class force at best. Everyone paled upon hearing this. Yang Kai thoughtfully asked, "Then what about your water spirit temple?" "It's barely considered a first-class force." Yang Kai took a deep breath and found that he had still somewhat underestimated the complexity of the other world. However, such a stark contrast made him yearn for the world of the upper echelons even more. Chapter 607. The current world energy in the central capital is barely passable, but over there is such rich world energy everywhere. The places where the great forces are entrenched have world energy that is more than 10 times richer than the central capital. There are also many blessed lands and holy lands. The central capital simply can't compare to those places. Shui Ling said casually, but this made everyone realize just how terrifying that world was. At the same time, everyone's eyes became slightly red. The current rich world energy aura of the central capital was a cultivation paradise they had long yearned for. However, Shui Ling had said that over there was no place worse than the central capital at this moment, perhaps even better, so how could they not yearn for such a place? With abundant world energy, it meant that a cultivator would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort and rapidly improve their strength and cultivation. This kind of geographical advantage had always been the goal of many cultivators. Yang Kai nodded slightly, finally understanding why Shui Ling wasn't much older than him, but her cultivation had already reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage half a year ago. Now, she had already reached the peak Immortal Ascension Boundary, only one step away from breaking through to the Transcendent Realm. This kind of cultivation at such a young age was truly terrifying. You now know that the above Immortal Ascension Boundary is called the Transcendent Realm, but do you know what is above the Transcendent Realm? Shui Ling smiled lightly. I'd like to hear the details. Yang Zhao's eyes lit up as he humbly explained. Transcendence and Saint Realm. Above the Transcendent Realm is the Saint Realm. Shui Ling didn't keep them in suspense and directly explained. Over there, a force with a Saint Realm Master is considered a top force. My water spirit temple only has one, so it can barely be considered a first-class force. Correspondingly, the grade of secret treasures and precious treasures is capped at profound grade here, but we have higher spirit grade and saint grade secret treasures and medicinal pills. Spirit grade and saint grade? Everyone was shocked. Shui Ling frowned. I don't know what's going on here, but there seems to be some kind of restriction that not only restricts the development of your cultivator, but also restricts the grade of artifacts and pills you can refine. Shui Ling was quite easy to talk to and didn't conceal anything about the situation of that world. Within the hall, everyone was asking questions at the same time. The more they knew, the more terrified they were of the higher-level world because everything there had already exceeded the scope of their understanding. After a long conversation, time passed by without anyone feeling bored, as if all of them had transformed into young scholars with a strong thirst for knowledge, absorbing unknown experiences and knowledge from Shui Ling. As the evening approached, everyone's mouths and tongues were dry, and Shui Ling's face was filled with impatience. She could handle 1 or 2 people's questions, but with over 100 people in the hall, each one asking a question was enough to make her feel like she was about to collapse. All right. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai stopped everyone from asking any more questions. Stop asking. The more you ask, the more hesitant you will be. Even so, you still want to go there? Ling Tai Su looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes. Yang Kai nodded heavily. We must go. Su Yan was still there, and so was Xian Ning Chang. No matter what, he had to find them. I support you. Ling Tai Su smiled. Men should be like this. They shouldn't be restricted to a small place. Many thanks, Grand Master. Since Ling Tai Su had already expressed his stance, 4th Master Yang and his wife naturally couldn't say anything more. Although they were somewhat reluctant, this was Yang Kai's pursuit, so how could they stop him? I'll go explore the path first, perhaps later everyone will be able to go there. Yang Kai smiled lightly. I had Shui Ling tell you all this because I want you to know the gap between you and the outside world. After I leave, you can't relax. Maybe one day I will come back and bring you back. When that time comes, your strength won't be enough. Naturally. Hua Star's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. If we didn't know about this, then it would be fine, but now that we know, of course we can't relax. We all have the same head and 2 arms, so why should the people on the other side be stronger than us? Everyone nodded in agreement, their fighting spirit soaring. Soon, Yang Kai was the only one left in the hall. Looking at her curiously, Yang Kai didn't know why this woman had deliberately stayed behind to wait for him. When are you leaving? Shui Ling asked eagerly. What does that have to do with you? Yang Kai was stunned. Of course it has something to do with me. That otherworldly demon of yours said that one day, you will bring me back. Otherwise, why would I stay here and help you? Yang Kai was startled for a moment before suddenly smiling. Don't tell me you don't know the way back? Shui Ling smiled awkwardly and nodded gently. Yang Kai laughed. No wonder, I was wondering why you suddenly became so kind, so it was because of this. Do you know the way? Yang Kai didn't comment. In any case, I don't care, I'm following you. Follow me, it just so happens I'm lacking a guide. Yang Kai didn't refuse. Then when do we leave? Shui Ling asked excitedly. Although Yang Kai hadn't said anything, from his confident demeanor, it was obvious he knew the way back. It'll take some time, I have some things to deal with first. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, at most a month. Shui Ling nodded happily. Leaving the Yang family, Yang Kai walked all the way back to his mansion. Ling Tai Su had just told him that since Meng Wuya disappeared, no one had been able to activate the Heavenly Palace. Although it had always maintained a protective barrier around the mansion, with the exception of Ling Tai Su, no one else could enter or exit. As such, the entire mansion was now empty. The Heavenly Palace was a very powerful artifact, and since Yang Kai had decided to find Su Yen and the others, naturally he wanted to take this artifact away and return it to Meng Wuya. Arriving outside the mansion, Yang Kai happily walked inside. Just as he had guessed, the Heavenly Palace took the initiative to open a passage for him to pass through safely. This should be something set up by Meng Wuya. Only Yang Kai and Ling Tai Su could freely enter and exit the Heavenly Palace. Everyone else could only leave but not enter. If they wanted to enter from the outside, they would need to obtain Meng Wuya's permission. Inside the quiet mansion, Yang Kai spread his divine sense out and penetrated every corner of the mansion, carefully investigating the mysteries of the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace was only a small palm-sized palace, but after being filled with Yuan Qi, it could open a barrier around it. Now, Yang Kai wanted to find it. However, this wasn't an easy task. After searching for a long time, Yang Kai still couldn't find a clue. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. Although he wanted to take the Heavenly Palace back to Meng Wuya, he wouldn't force him. It could only be said that Treasurer Meng had been too careless and had accidentally lost this artifact. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai took out a fiery red jade core from the black book space and stared at it, a slight hesitation appearing on his face. This jade core wasn't too big, only about the size of a fist, and its shape was a bit strange. It seemed to be humanoid, and one could clearly see its facial features and limbs. This jade core was taken from the Yang crystal jade bed he had obtained from Lu Si. When Yang Kai was a guest in the Lu family, in exchange for a letter to Xiao Fu Sheng, he had obtained the Yang crystal jade bed he used to meditate. After absorbing the energy contained in the Yang crystal jade bed, all that was left was this jade core. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had said that this jade core had already given birth to a true spirit, and if it was given a few hundred years, it may break through the jade core and become a true life form. The true spirit in the jade was a legendary existence. Every true spirit would possess unparalleled combat strength after maturing. It was an existence that even transcendence would retreat from. Tang Yuxian had warned Yang Kai not to have any ideas about the jade true spirit, because it was extremely dangerous. But now, after Yang Kai learned about the vastness of the outside world from Shui Ling, he couldn't help but think about the jade true spirit. Although his immortal ascension boundary 6th stage cultivation wasn't low, It wasn't high either. There were many transcendents and even saints in the outside world. If he wanted to survive in this strange place, Yang Kai needed to have the strength to protect himself. Yang Kai didn't have any delusions about breaking through to the transcendent realm through this jade true spirit. That was simply too unrealistic. At the very least, before he left, he needed to become stronger so that he could face unknown dangers more calmly. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Kai's expressions suddenly became firm. Time and tide waited for no man. He needed to become strong as soon as possible in order to embark on the road to that foreign territory. Looking at the jade core in his hand, Yang Kai decided to take a gamble. With the protection of the heavenly palace, even if he failed, Yang Kai could still escape. Holding the jade core with both hands, Yang Kai began circulating his true Yang secret art and began absorbing the Yang Qi on the surface of the jade core. A steady stream of energy poured into Yang Kai's body. Even if it was just a small piece of jade core, the amount of energy stored inside was incredible. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he carefully sensed the Yang Qi flowing into his meridians, quickly saturating them. Asterisk drip, asterisk a drop of Yang liquid formed and fell into the dantian to store. Asterisk drip, drip, asterisk drop after drop, the sound from the depths of Yang Kai's soul rang out one after another. Yang Kai gladly endured this hardship, but his complexion also changed slightly. The amount of energy inside the jade core had somewhat exceeded his expectations. After absorbing for half a day, more than 200 drops of Yang liquid had been added to the dantian, and only then did the surface of the small piece of jade core disappear. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt a burning sensation on his hand, and at the same time, a terrifying and destructive aura suddenly descended. Yang Kai's complexion changed as he quickly looked at the jade core in his hand, only to see that the jade core had already turned into a liquid and was flowing out through the gaps between his fingers. Asterisk Yang Kai's hands were badly mangled. This kind of intense heat was something even he could not bear. Not daring to hesitate, he quickly retreated. Asterisk when the liquid fell to the ground, a large ball of fire suddenly burst out, and an oppressive heat spread out in all directions, affecting Yang Kai's vision in an instant. After stabilizing his mind, Yang Kai's expression became dignified. In the place where he was originally meditating, there was now an orange human-shaped flame burning fiercely. Chapter 608. The incorporeal flame was burning fiercely. It had a ferocious and terrifying face, and its 4 limbs were complete. It was composed of pure flame essence. The intense heat swept through Yang Kai's mansion. Large swathes of houses were instantly reduced to ashes. The air was distorted. Yang Kai's expression was particularly dignified because he felt a destructive and brutal aura from the incorporeal flame. The jade true spirit already had some signs of life, but because Yang Kai had stripped it out of its jade core before it was fully developed, it only had the most primitive ability. That was to burn everything and come back with a big battle. A fire dragon-like attack rushed out of the jade true spirit's body. Its target was Yang Kai, who was standing at the side. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and its power was unimaginable. Yang Kai hurriedly dodged, but he was still grazed by the scorching heat on his arm. The skin on his arm was like the ground that had been dry for a long time, and cracks quickly appeared on it. Yang Kai could not help but groan in pain. When he looked at the jade true spirit again, his expression became more and more uncertain. He cultivated the true Yang tactics, and the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body was the purest Yang energy. Ordinary high temperatures could not do anything to him, but the temperature of the jade true spirit was something even he could not withstand. This kind of heat had already surpassed one's limit and was sublimated to another level. Without waiting for him to recover, the jade true spirit launched another attack. In the entire Yang Kai's mansion, only Yang Kai's aura was alive. The burning heat made the jade true spirit set Yang Kai as the target of destruction. Flames turned into fire dragons and rushed out of the jade true spirit's body. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Yang Kai and rushed towards him with lightning speed. Yang Kai's pupils suddenly widened. Because he was surrounded from all sides, he had no hope of escaping. The yang inflammation wings, which had not been used for a long time, spread open on his back. The fiery red wings supported Yang Kai to rush out of the flames at a speed that was difficult for any human to achieve. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a loud explosion rang out, and the entire mansion of Yang Kai was burned to the ground in an instant. All the houses were gone, and the ground was scorched. Within the range of the Sky Palace, countless red flames leaped and chased after Yang Kai. Sensing the movement here, the central capital's cultivator quickly rushed over. After seeing the situation in Yao Palace, Stars was dumbfounded. What's going on? Young Master Kai hasn't been back for half a year, so why is he making such a big fuss as soon as he comes back? Although they were protected by the isolation of the Sky Palace, preventing them from feeling any heat, the destructive aura emitted by the Jade True Spirit caused them to tremble all over. What is he doing? Qiu Yimeng asked anxiously, her beautiful eyes staring anxiously towards the interior. Although she couldn't see the situation inside, she could faintly sense that Yang Kai was moving around. The red flame-like world isolated them from any kind of investigation. After a while, the chaotic scene gradually became clear. Yang Kai floated quietly mid-air, his expression dignified as he stared down below. Below him, there was a giant flame that was twisting and burning, emitting a roar from its mouth. Heavens! Hua Xingchen was dumbfounded as he stared blankly at the pair of giant bird-like wings behind Yang Kai's back. Everyone was stunned. No one knew that Yang Kai actually had such a trump card. Since the beginning of the Inheritance War, he had never used the Yang inflammation wings. So beautiful! Luo Xiaoman couldn't help muttering to herself, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes as she stared at the figure behind Yang Kai. Is that the Jade True Spirit? Tang Yuxian's beautiful face paled as she exclaimed. Tu Feng's expression was also extremely ugly as he stared at the giant flame. The two of them glanced at each other and suddenly understood what Yang Kai was dealing with. What is the Jade True Spirit? Qiu Yimeng asked eagerly. Tang Yuxian quickly told Qiu Yimeng about what happened in the Lu family. Listening to her, the Qiu family first young lady also recalled. At that time, when Yang Kai brought back Lu Si's Yang Crystal Jade Bed, Qiu Yimeng had also seen it with her own eyes, but she didn't know that Yang Kai had obtained such a dangerous treasure from the Yang Crystal Jade Bed. That's not something ordinary people can deal with. Tu Feng frowned. Even though he had now broken through to the transcendent realm, the Jade True Spirit still gave him a great deal of pressure despite being separated by the Sky Palace. If he really rushed in, Tu Feng estimated that he would be burned to death by this flame. The little lord seems to want to absorb the power of the Jade True Spirit to enhance his strength. Tang Yuxian bit her red lips, but that's too reckless. She blamed herself for not telling Yang Kai clearly at that time, causing Yang Kai to mistakenly think that with his current strength he had a chance of subduing the power of the Jade True Spirit. Can we help? Qiu Yimeng asked anxiously. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian slowly shook their heads. That kind of temperature is not something we can withstand. The little lord is safe inside because he cultivates the same secret art as the Jade True Spirit. Moreover, they couldn't enter the Sky Palace. Qiu Yimeng had completely forgotten this point due to her concern for the little lord. Hua Xing suddenly smiled and shook his head, his eyes flashing a profound light as he said meaningfully, after being with young Lord Kai for so long, how could you not understand his character? If he isn't sure about something, how could he possibly be so bold? Since he dares to do it, he must have a certain degree of certainty. All we need to do is watch. Hearing what he said, everyone's eyes couldn't help lighting up. That's right, Yang Kai had never been so reckless. He had always planned carefully before acting, and the facts often proved that his decisions were always correct. Worrying about him now was useless. It was better to believe that he had his own reasons for doing so. Qiu Yimeng was still a little uneasy. If he doesn't succeed, young Lord Kai will still escape. Didn't you see that he deliberately chose this location inside the Sky Palace? It must be to avoid causing too much damage to the central capital. Hua Xing said confidently. His analysis was clear and logical, making it impossible for anyone to refute him. Inside the Sky Palace, Yang Kai stared at the flames below and constantly used his divine sense to convey to it that it would submit to him. If he wanted to absorb the power of the Jade True Spirit, he would have to make it compromise. However, its brutal and destructive nature made the Jade True Spirit more and more irritable when faced with Yang Kai's appeasement and command. Clusters of scorching flames were born, covering every corner of the Sky Palace and blooming in the sky. Yang Kai coldly snorted and flapped his young inflammation wings, flying in and out of the flames and quickly arriving at a certain part of the mansion. This place was once Su Yan's location. However, after being destroyed by the Jade True Spirit, this place had been reduced to flat ground. Arriving here, Yang Kai came to a stop and stomped his foot, creating a large hole in the ground. He quickly flew inside and returned a moment later, holding a huge ice bed in his hands. Around this ice bed, traces of ice chi were visible to the naked eye. Su Yan's 10,000-year ice bed. Su Yan had always used this ice bed to cultivate, and after being taken to a foreign territory by Treasurer Meng, this ice bed had been left behind in the basement. Ice and fire had always been mutually antagonistic. Yang Kai had long intended to use this ice bed to deal with the high temperature of the Jade True Spirit. As if sensing the existence of its nemesis, the Jade True Spirit, which had remained indifferent until now, suddenly raised its head and stared at the ice bed with its ferocious eyes. A violent wave of heat surged forward, causing the ice bed to exude a frigid chill. As the heat and cold intertwined, a white mist erupted. Yang Kai remained unscathed. In this collision of ice and fire, he was nothing more than a spectator. With a loud roar, the flames of the Sky Palace were quickly taken back into the Jade True Spirit's body. In the next moment, it seemed to have transformed into a ferocious beast that had been trapped for 1,000 years, roaring furiously as it rushed towards Yang Kai, its facial features twisted and terrifying. Yang Kai took a deep breath as he stared at the Jade True Spirit rushing towards him. Not only did he not avoid it, but instead raised the ice bed to meet it head-on. Become the demon race. A dreamy murmur rang out, and a feeling of heaven collapsing and earth shattering entered everyone's heart. A rich demonic chi swept through the entire Sky Palace, filling the air with ice and fire at the same time, playing the order of destruction. Outside the Sky Palace, everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes, unable to see anything. All they could see were 3 different faces: crimson flames, lustrous white ice, and pitch-black demonic chi. The 3 faces merged together, causing the world inside the Sky Palace to become dazzling. It was obvious that the red flames had gained the absolute upper hand in an instant, suppressing the white and black lights to the point where they almost disappeared. Everyone couldn't help but clench their fists, secretly worried for Yang Kai. At the same time, they couldn't help but admire him. Putting themselves in his shoes, if they were faced with such a situation, they would probably run away immediately without any effort. However, Yang Kai persisted, and even though the black demonic chi was faintly discernible, it still did not dissipate. Gradually, the red light of the flames was no longer so strong, seemingly having been greatly reduced, and the white ice and black demonic chi gradually revealed themselves. A burst of cheers broke out, and everyone was overjoyed. The white and black lights became more and more intense, and with the combination of the two, they were gradually able to compete with the red flames. At this moment, the situation was deadlocked, and there was no longer any change. Time flew by. The sun rose and the moon disappeared. One day after another passed. The situation inside the Sky Palace was still very anxious, and the aura of destruction had spread throughout the entire central capital, making it difficult to sleep or eat at night. However, the people in Yang Kai's house had been standing outside, observing, waiting for the moment when Yang Kai could safely come out. At a certain point, the white ice suddenly weakened a lot, and no one knew what had happened. At the same time, the red light of the flames also weakened a lot, and the black demonic chi became even more intense. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, knowing that at this moment, Yang Kai had completely grasped the initiative, and everyone was secretly looking forward to it, wondering what kind of changes would happen to Yang Kai when he came out of seclusion. Chapter 609. As the days passed, the strength of the three colors inside the Sky Palace began to clearly change with each passing moment. The dark demonic chi aura grew stronger and stronger, and the fiery red and white light gradually disappeared. Almost a month later, with a loud bang, the entire Sky Palace was flooded with black light, and the fiery red and white lights were annihilated in an instant. Immediately, the dark demonic chi rushed towards a certain source, as if a vortex had appeared and swallowed it all up. Gradually, Yang Kai's figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and the destructive aura that had been suppressing the central capital for an entire month finally dissipated. Qua. The Sky Palace that supported and enveloped Yang Kai's mansion also ran out of energy at this moment and collapsed. The grade of the Sky Palace was unknown, but since Meng Wuya left, it had been able to protect Yang Kai's mansion. Even after pouring in a large amount of energy into it, it had still been able to support itself until now, showing just how powerful it was. The small palace floated down from the sky and Yang Kai stretched out his hand and collected it. This was Meng Wuya's artifact. Yang Kai tried to sense it but found that he couldn't communicate with it, so he could only give up and put it into the black book space. Standing quietly in place and feeling the changes in his body, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile. Everyone in the mansion came forward, all of them looking towards Yang Kai with joy. "Young Lord Kai, it looks like you've gained a lot." Huastars laughed. Yang Kai gently nodded, "A little." The 13 blood warriors, on the other hand, wore puzzled expressions because they discovered that Yang Kai had spent an entire month absorbing the power of the Jade True Spirit, and although he had succeeded, his cultivation hadn't changed at all, still remaining at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage. This discovery made them somewhat confused. If his cultivation hadn't changed, then where had the power of the Jade True Spirit been absorbed by Yang Kai? That destructive and violent true yang energy should have allowed his cultivation to rise by at least 2 or 3 minor realms. However, Yang Kai didn't say so clearly, so they didn't ask. Sometimes, an increase in strength wasn't as simple as an increase in cultivation. Faintly, the 13 blood warriors couldn't help feeling a sense of oppression when facing Yang Kai at this moment. It was as if as long as Yang Kai wanted to, he could take their lives at any time and place. All of them shook their heads in confusion. After absorbing the power of the Jade True Spirit, the Sky Palace was also taken back, and Yang Kai's departure, all of his wishes. The only thing that made him feel regretful was that in the battle against the Jade True Spirit, Su Yan's ice jade bed had completely melted away. Ice jade ice, yang Kai. Yang Kai's Yang Kai Yang, and Yang. Shui Ling excitedly followed him, never leaving his side. With young Lord Kai leaving, I'm afraid that alien territory won't have any peace. Huoxing sighed softly, seemingly having a premonition. As they flew through the air, Shui Ling was particularly excited. It had been almost 2 years since she had accidentally fallen into this world and was unable to find her way back. Now that she finally had hope of returning home, she was naturally happy, chattering happily the entire time about the situation in this alien world. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to her and just listened attentively, trying to grasp as much information as possible. Shui Ling didn't become annoyed and instead continued to talk, occasionally resting for a while before continuing. The speed of the two's journey wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. Along the way, Yang Kai experienced a variety of different cultures, relaxing his mind and filling his heart with anticipation for the future. 10 days later, Shui Ling still hadn't found her way home and finally couldn't help asking, "Where is this place?" "Heaven Wolf." "Heaven Wolf." Shui Ling pursed her lips. After living here for 2 years, she had naturally heard of the Tianlang dynasty. It was a country next to the Great Han dynasty, where the people were tough and the land was barren. It was completely different from the Great Han dynasty. "No wonder these women are so shameless," Shui Ling muttered softly. Her pair of beautiful eyes staring towards a group of women who were walking past. All of these women were wearing extremely revealing clothing, with only a single piece of cloth covering their upper bodies, revealing their deep cleavage, flat bellies, delicate navels, and delicate shoulders, all of which were exposed to the outside world. Their lower bodies were only covered in a pair of shorts, exposing their slender legs. When these women walked past, they even had charming smiles on their faces, constantly flirting with Yang Kai. Why did we come here? Aren't we looking for the way to Tong Xian Realm? Shui Ling was puzzled. Tong Xian Realm was the name of this foreign territory. It was a land rich in world energy, filled with countless sects and masters. We're looking for a place to enter, Yang Kai explained casually before raising his hand and calling out, "Ladies, please wait a moment." The women heard this and stopped, one of them, who seemed to be the oldest, giggling as she glanced over at Yang Kai and asked, "Little brother, what do you want?" She wore an interesting expression on her face, seemingly examining Yang Kai's physique. Yang Kai didn't mind, from that Heaven Wolf Kingdom girl. He had already experienced the unrestrained nature of the Heaven Wolf Kingdom's women and knew that this was how they were. "I want to ask for directions. How do I get to Sun Luo Temple?" Yang Kai asked bluntly, not hiding anything. As soon as the statement came out, the faces of the women all changed, the older one even looking at Yang Kai warily, quickly asking, "You want to go to Sun Luo Temple?" Pausing for a moment, she asked, "Why do you want to go to Sun Luo Temple?" Yang Kai frowned, faintly realizing something, but still said to Yen Yu, "I need to find someone. I left some things with her." "Who are you looking for? What is it?" the young girl continued to ask. Yang Kai smiled. He was not familiar with this place and it was not easy for him to meet this group of young girls, so naturally he wanted to ask them for directions, but he hadn't expected that they would be so vigilant, as if he wanted to go to Sun Luo Temple to do something bad. He didn't want to pay attention to Heaven Wolf Kingdom's matters, nor did he want to pay attention to Sun Luo Temple's matters. Looking for Heaven Wolf Kingdom's ZMO was simply to retrieve the soul thread he had planted in her mind. After all, the old demon had said that leaving this thing in someone else's mind was dangerous to him, and once that person died, Yang Kai would also be harmed. After retrieving the soul thread, Yang Kai wanted ZMO to lead the way to one of Heaven Wolf Kingdom's restricted areas. This young girl's reaction was too intense, causing Yang Kai to become a little impatient. His expression suddenly changed, becoming ferocious and terrifying, revealing a mouthful of white fangs as he sneered, "There's no need to ask so many questions, just tell me the answer." Seeing his sudden change in attitude, the young girls couldn't help but take a step back and gather their strength, glaring at Yang Kai with ill intent, preparing to attack. Yang Kai lightly snorted, and a huge pressure descended from the sky, causing the young girls to suddenly feel as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs, incomparably heavy, their pretty faces flushed red as they began to pant for breath. The older girl's face was even paler, only now realizing the horror of Yang Kai, her small hands quietly making a gesture, as if she was about to scatter something. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stretched out his hand and a huge suction force emerged from his palm. Shio shio shio. A few small things were sucked up by Yang Kai from the ground. Soul-controlling insects? Yang Kai's expression became playful as he looked at the wriggling little insects in his palm, feeling a sense of familiarity. Back in that isolated world, the several cultivators of the Tianlang dynasty had used soul-controlling insects to control hundreds of monster beasts and the Great Han cultivator. ZMO also wanted to use this trick to deal with Yang Kai, but it had been easily resolved by him. Just now, the young girl had quietly scattered a few soul-controlling insects on the ground. Obviously, she wanted to imitate ZMO's method of controlling Yang Kai. But how could such a method succeed in front of Yang Kai? As soon as this sentence was shouted, the young girl's beautiful faces all paled, the older girl even crying out, "How do you know?" "Of course I know," Yang Kai smiled proudly. "Impossible, from the way you're dressed, you look like a cultivator from the Great Han dynasty. Soul-controlling insects are a secret of our Baijiao family. It's impossible for you to have seen them before." "Your Baijiao family's secret?" Yang Kai frowned, his white fangs becoming more and more terrifying. "What is your relationship with ZMO?" The young girl's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise as she exclaimed, "You know my senior sister?" "Senior sister?" Yang Kai was stunned. He had only asked casually. He never thought that this group of young girls would actually be related to ZMO. After all, ZMO had told him that they were just a branch of the Sun Luo Temple, Their main purpose was to study and control insects. Just now, when he saw this young girl also use soul-controlling insects, Yang Kai felt that she should be related to ZMO, senior sister. Yang Kai's expression was a little strange. This was really a coincidence. That's right, ZMO is our senior sister. How do you know her? The young girl asked. Knowing her is knowing her, Yang Kai frowned. Since you are ZMO's junior sisters, I'll return these soul-controlling insects to you. Saying so, he tossed the insects back to the young girl. The young girl reached out and caught them, looking at Yang Kai from head to toe, her pretty face filled with confusion. Although she was still somewhat vigilant, she was more afraid than ever. Take me to see your senior sister, I have a matter to discuss with her. Yang Kai faintly said. The several young girls stared at him, hesitating for a long time before the eldest young girl gently nodded. Under the eaves, they had no choice but to lower their heads. They led the way in front, Yang Kai and ZMO following behind. From time to time, the several young girls would look back and whisper to each other, obviously not understanding how their senior sister knew the great Han Dynasty's cultivator. Moreover, looking at his appearance, it seemed that he and their senior sister had some kind of entanglement. Is he here to seek revenge? The several young girls secretly guessed in their hearts and couldn't help being frightened. This young man seemed to be about the same age as them, but his cultivation was not something they could see through. It was really quite unfathomable. If he really was here to seek revenge, the young girls wouldn't be afraid. After all, Sanluo Temple had many powerful masters, so if he were to recklessly approach them, he would only be throwing himself into a trap. Thinking so, the several young girls calmed down, walking forward while casually asking Yang Kai questions, trying to get some information from him. Chapter 610. Facing the questioning of these young girls, Yang Kai maintained a cold expression and maintained his silence, pretending to be a powerful master. Xue Ling, on the other hand, was always curious about everything and soon became one with these girls, chattering non-stop. However, when they asked about Yang Kai, Xue Ling cleverly kept her mouth shut. Along the way, the young girls were disappointed to find that they hadn't been able to obtain any useful information. They still didn't know the purpose of this young man and woman going to Sanluo Temple, or what relationship they had with senior sister ZMO. After half an hour, Yang Kai's expression suddenly froze as he stared in a certain direction, a faint smile appearing on his face. He felt a sense of familiarity. It was the aura of his own soul. ZMO should be in that direction. The young girls were still walking slowly, not knowing what they were planning. Yang Kai was too lazy to entertain them, his figure leaping forward and rushing towards the source of the sensation. Hey! The young girls from Sanluo Temple were shocked and quickly called out, but Yang Kai had already disappeared. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai was floating in the air above a forest, looking down with a frown on his face, a strange expression on his face. Below him, the mountain range rose and fell, but there was no trace of any superforce. Instead, about 30 kilometers away, Yang Kai saw a series of magnificent buildings. Even from 30 kilometers away, Yang Kai could still sense the auras of many masters. That should be the Tianlang dynasty's Sanluo Temple. But why would ZMO be here? As far as the eye could see, there was no one here, so there should be another world inside the mountain range, Yang Kai thought to himself. Releasing his aura slightly, soon a tender voice called out from the mountain range, "What do you want? We've already left Sanluo Temple. Do you still want to kill us all? We're all from the same sect, after all." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he sneered, "You woman! Why are you so angry? If you don't ask what's right and wrong, what are you questioning?" "You are." The woman's voice trembled slightly, as if she was trying to recall the identity of the man. After a while, she exclaimed, "Bastard Yang Kai? You don't need to call me a bastard." Yang Kai's face darkened. Hee hee. A string of bell-like laughter came from the belly of the mountain. Not long after, a huge rock suddenly moved to the side. A hole was revealed. A delicate figure flashed out of the cave. It was none other than ZMO. As always, she was dressed in a bold and unrestrained manner. Her beautiful skin was exposed to the air, arousing the imagination of those who saw her. Her face was filled with joy as she stared at Yang Kai floating in the air, seemingly having never imagined that after so many years, she would actually be able to see him again. She lightly curled her lips and said, "You bastard! What are you doing here in Heavenly Wolf Country instead of throwing your weight around in the Great Han Empire?" "I missed you, so I came to find you." Yang Kai smiled. ZMO rolled her eyes at him. "I'm not a little girl who can be easily coaxed by you." Glancing over at Shui Ling, who was standing beside Yang Kai, she couldn't help but exclaim, "You actually have another beautiful woman by your side, you pervert." "Sure enough, you can't be happy without a beautiful woman." "Hey, don't talk nonsense, I have nothing to do with him," Shui Ling angrily retorted. "It doesn't matter, in any case, you've been around him for a long time, sooner or later you'll become his woman. If you want to keep your purity, you should stay as far away from him as possible." ZMO smiled tenderly. "I haven't seen you for a few years, you don't need to slander me like this. I haven't done anything bad to you." Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. ZMO pursed her red lips and snorted, "Haven't you done anything? Back then you touched and kissed me. If it weren't for an accident, I'm afraid you would have already forced yourself on me." As she spoke, a pitiful expression appeared on ZMO's face as she wept, as if she had suffered a great grievance. Shui Ling stared at Yang Kai, her face filled with vigilance, grinding her teeth as she said, "So you're this kind of person? She's slandering me and you believe her?" Yang Kai angrily asked. "Senior sister, senior sister." At this moment, the girls who had been shaken off by Yang Kai finally caught up and flew over to ZMO's side, pointing at Yang Kai and saying, "This person said he was looking for you." I know, don't be nervous, he's not an enemy." ZMO smiled and explained, "Although he's a bastard, he did save my life." The girls nodded, feeling relieved. "A guest from afar, is this how you treat me?" Yang Kai sighed softly, "Women really are heartless." "Don't be so sarcastic." ZMO snorted, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Come in and we'll talk." "Senior sister?" The girls were shocked. "It doesn't matter, I'll report to Master later." ZMO comforted. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Although there were many doubts in his heart, he knew it was best not to ask. The more he asked, the more trouble it would cause. Together with Shui Ling, the two of them flew down and entered the cave. ZMO made a few hand seals and the large stone at the entrance of the cave once again sealed off the entrance. Within the walls of the cave, there were some sparkling lights flickering every few steps. It was quite bright. ZMO led the way forward, her face filled with joy, her steps light and graceful, as if she hadn't been so relaxed in a long time. Leading Yang Kai to a spacious stone room inside the cave, ZMO arranged for him and Shui Ling to rest and asked the girls to bring them some fresh fruits. "There's nothing much to receive here, just make do with it." ZMO grinned. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he didn't mind, picking up a red fruit, wiping it on his clothes before tossing it to Shui Ling. Shui Ling caught it and unwillingly took a bite. "Wait here, I'll go talk to Master. After all, no outsiders are allowed to enter this place." ZMO smiled. "It's only out of respect for you that I acted first. It seems my face isn't small." Yang Kai grinned. After ZMO left, the girls sat down in a row, all of them curiously staring at Yang Kai, their beautiful eyes filled with expectation and curiosity. Yang Kai didn't know what they were looking forward to, but he didn't ask, simply waiting quietly. Quietly spreading out his divine sense. After a while, Yang Kai's expression became strange. He found that there were about 100 people living in this cave, with one transcendent realm master, most likely ZMO's master. As for the other immortal ascension boundary masters, there weren't many, only a dozen or so, most of them being Yuan Qi boundary and separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Inferring from their vital signs, there should be at least 8 of them, all of them young people. It seems ZMO's situation isn't very good. Yang Kai thought to himself. 30 kilometers away was the Tianlang dynasty's only super force, Sinluo Temple. ZMO and the others were also part of Sinluo Temple, so it was reasonable for them to live 30 kilometers away. However, they had chosen to live in this mountain cave. Moreover, when Yang Kai had just arrived here, ZMO had also said something thought-provoking. It seems that this is another sect's internal dispute. Yang Kai secretly shook his head. About half an hour later, ZMO returned, her expression somewhat distressed. Master said you can stay here for a while, but you must leave immediately. Right now we're in troubled times, so it's not convenient for us to receive outsiders. I didn't want to stay here either. Yang Kai nodded. What did you come here for? ZMO sat down and asked. To give you back your freedom. Yang Kai explained. ZMO's expression shook. Immediately understanding what he was referring to, she shook her head. It doesn't matter, I don't care. I care. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, walking over to ZMO's side and saying, Relax, don't worry. I'm going to start. ZMO stared at him blankly for a moment before closing her eyes and relaxing her knowledge-seized defenses. The next moment, she felt a huge and destructive divine sense pour into her knowledge sea. The strength of this divine sense caused ZMO's heart to tremble. Her beautiful face paled. Moreover, this divine sense seemed to contain a power capable of incinerating anything it touched, as if her knowledge sea would instantly evaporate under this intense heat. For a moment, her heart was on edge. The divine sense then left her knowledge sea. Yang Kai smiled. ZMO opened her eyes and obviously felt that the thing that had been restraining her had disappeared, causing her body to feel light, but also a sense of loss. Looking at Yang Kai suspiciously, ZMO frowned. What's your cultivation now? Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th Stage. Exclamations rang out as the several Sanluo temple girls covered their mouths and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. None of them had expected that the person they had tried to deal with before would have such powerful strength. Their eldest senior sister was the one with the best aptitude in this branch, but even now, she was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 2nd Stage cultivator. Compared to this young man, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. It seems that after that, you've had a lot of adventures. ZMO said enviously. It's just luck. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Let's not talk about that. I came here this time to first give you back your freedom, and second, to ask you for a favor. What kind of favor? I need to go to your Sanluo Temple's forbidden area, the Abandoned Earth. ZMO's expression changed slightly. The Abandoned Earth was a place where there was no life, where not even a blade of grass grew. It contained all kinds of dangers and all kinds of mysterious energies. No one knew what kind of changes had occurred in that place. All that was known was that no one who had ever entered had ever come out alive. Some transcendent realm masters had tried to investigate the mysteries of the Abandoned Earth's deepest depths but had failed. The Abandoned Earth's reputation and danger level in the Tianlang dynasty was equivalent to Netherworld Mountain status in the heart of the Great Han dynasty's cultivator. Both of them were forbidden grounds within forbidden grounds. Ordinary people wouldn't go to those places. The last time Yang Kai and ZMO had gone to Netherworld Mountain for life experience, they had only been able to explore its outermost periphery, so they hadn't been able to see the full horror of Netherworld Mountain. So when she heard that Yang Kai wanted to go to the Abandoned Earth, ZMO couldn't help feeling a little scared. What are you going to do there? If I want to go, naturally I have my own reasons, but I don't know where it is, so I want you to lead the way. Don't worry, as long as you can lead me to that place, there's no need for you to go too deep, so you won't be in any danger. You really don't want to live anymore. ZMO stared at Yang Kai as if she was looking at a madman. Shui Ling on the other hand was quite excited, faintly understanding that the way home was hidden in the Abandoned Earth. Chapter 611. So when she heard Yang Kai make such a request, Shui Ling couldn't help feeling a little excited. ZMO couldn't help gritting her teeth. I knew you bastard wouldn't be so kind as to give me back my freedom. It seems you have another purpose. Yang Kai just laughed. ZMO glared at him, her expression becoming dignified. The Abandoned Earth has not been peaceful these days. Why do you say that? Yang Kai asked curiously. For a long time now, the masters of Tianlang dynasty have believed that the abandoned earth hides some kind of shocking secret and often send people to investigate. Some time ago, many of the great forces here joined forces and entered the abandoned earth. If you were to enter at this time, once you are discovered, it will definitely cause some trouble. With your current cultivation, I'm afraid your chances of survival are slim. You don't need to worry about that, since I dared to enter. Naturally, I'm not afraid of those people. Zemo snorted. Your tone is still so arrogant. Hesitating for a moment, Zemo nodded. You wait here, I'll go back and report to Master. If Master allows me to go out, I'll take you there. If not, I'll show you the way and you can find it yourself. It shouldn't be too difficult to find. Yang Kai nodded gently. Zemo once again disappeared into the depths of the mountain. The girl still curiously stared at Yang Kai and Xue Ling, Xue Ling nibbling on a fruit while Yang Kai calmly waited, not paying any attention to them. After a while, Zemo walked back with a smile on her face. Master said, since you saved my life, this time I must help you. Come with me. Yang Kai smiled lightly, stood up, and together with Xue Ling, followed Zemo out. Walking along the mountain corridor for a long time, the trio once again arrived in front of the boulder. Zemo moved it aside and the three of them exited the mountain. As soon as he appeared, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stared off in a certain direction with some impatience. Zemo's brow also furrowed as she stared in that direction. That direction. A group of people quickly appeared, led by a young man who wore a playful expression on his face as he stared towards them. This young man was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage cultivator. Obviously his aptitude was quite good. As for the people around him, most of them were Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivators. There weren't many of them, only about a dozen or so. This group of people stepped forward and blocked the trio's path, all of them sneering. After seeing Xue Ling and Yang Kai's attire, the group of people couldn't help frowning, especially towards Xue Ling's light blue hair. The young man showed a considerable interest, constantly sweeping his eyes over Xue Ling, from time to time a faint lustful light flashing across the depths of his eyes. Xue Ling's beauty was also quite outstanding. Coupled with her hairs, she naturally became the focus of attention. Yang is Yangka, as to Yang to me, Tuz's, Yang's twos. The young man called Xing Bao chuckled and said calmly, Junior Martial Sister Z's words are quite interesting. To test, to ask to me to teat I. Teat, as I testy. To tease to her. The group of people behind him all wore mocking expressions, clearly taking pleasure in Zi Ling's misfortune. Zemo's tender body trembled slightly. Coldly snorting, she said, My Imperial Insect faction has only temporarily left Sinluo Temple, we haven't left the sect. Does young Lady Z not know that the Temple Master has already ordered your Imperial Insect faction to be expelled from Sinluo Temple? Otherwise, why would your old Ghost Master bring you here to live? Since you're no longer a disciple of my Sinluo Temple, you can't continue to stay here. You'd best scram. If you dare to stay here, I'll make sure you suffer the consequences. Zemo's face went pale. Do you really have to be so heartless? If I don't need you, what do I need you for? Yang Kai coldly snorted, suddenly laughing, but it's not like there's no room for negotiation. As long as you can persuade your old Ghost Master to submit to my father, you can still return to Sinluo Temple. Wishful thinking. Zemo sneered disdainfully. You want my master to submit to your father? In your dreams. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, stubbornly obstinate. You will all pay the price. Saying so, he waved his hand and shouted, Grab the cultivator of these two big men and let young Lady Z see what the consequences of offending us are. With this order, the people behind him quickly moved, each of them grinning as they rushed towards Yang Kai and Xue Ling. Because of some special reasons, Yang Kai was not willing to take action against Zemo's people, but since Yang Kai and Xue Ling were dressed like the cultivator, he naturally had no scruples. Yang Kai helplessly shook his head. He had long noticed that something was not quite right with Sinluo Temple, but he hadn't asked Zemo what had happened because he was afraid of being dragged into this mess and wasting his time, but now he had run into trouble before he left. Shui Ling turned her head and glanced at him, seemingly waiting for instructions. Yang Kai simply looked up at the sky with an indifferent expression. Shui Ling snorted and waved her hand, summoning a series of water bubbles in front of the people who were rushing over. These bubbles were only the size of a palm, but when those people's bodies came into contact with these bubbles, they suddenly swelled up and cracked open. Caught off guard, those people were directly wrapped within them. The aggressive cultivator was like a cat that had fallen into water, constantly struggling and wriggling, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break free of the water bubble and were all suspended in midair. Shui Ling waved her hand again and Yang Kai was also wrapped in a water bubble. More than a dozen people, more than a dozen water bubbles, suspended in midair, no matter how hard they tried or how much yuan qi they released, they couldn't break through the thin film of water. All of them were in a panic, their faces filled with horror. ZMO was dumbfounded as she watched this scene unfold, never having expected that this young woman with such extraordinary hair would actually possess such powerful strength. Moreover, her methods were so mysterious. "Slut, let me out." Xing Bao flailed in the air, as if he had lost his balance, his head facing down as he shouted towards Shui Ling, "If you dare hurt me, you're dead." Ridiculous. Shui Ling's face was filled with disgust, but in the end, this was someone else's territory, so Shui Ling didn't want to go too far, she just wanted to teach them a lesson. However, not only did Yang Kai not appreciate her kindness, he instead became more and more arrogant. Seeing that Shui Ling wasn't going to kill him, his demeanor suddenly calmed down and he shouted, "I'll remember you, you damn little girl. Just wait until I get out of here. I'll definitely have my father catch you and teach you a lesson. My father is the temple master of Sun Luo Temple. Just wait for me to ravage you, ha." Yang Kai was surprised, looking at Yang Kai like he was looking at a fool, quietly asking ZMO, "What's wrong with this guy? Is there something wrong with his head?" ZMO didn't respond and simply stared at Shui Ling. Shui Ling finally lost her temper and gloomily glared at Yang Kai, clenching her fists and causing the dozen water bubbles to suddenly shrink. "Don't!" ZMO was shocked and hurriedly shouted. Asterisk pung 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 ping. Asterisk the sound of water bubbles bursting rang out one after another as blood bloomed like a blooming rose. Not even bones remained, all of them turned into minced meat and blood. ZMO's tender body trembled. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai snapped back to his senses and angrily shouted at Shui Ling. He hadn't expected Shui Ling to suddenly take action. Shui Ling felt wronged. "They spoke rudely, so I just killed them." Yang Kai rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. "What's wrong?" Shui Ling looked at Yang Kai in confusion. "What's the big deal about killing a few people? You've killed so many people. Why are you still afraid of dying?" "Dying isn't a big deal, but this is someone else's territory." Yang Kai sighed. "It's troublesome." "Yes, it's troublesome." ZMO stared at Yang Kai, speechless, thinking to herself that she really couldn't have anything to do with this man. This bastard had just arrived in Tianlang dynasty and had already caused so much trouble for them. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "The dead can't be brought back to life, my condolences." A figure suddenly appeared in midair, his eyes staring coldly at the scene below before turning towards Yang Kai. "Little friend, can this old master use these words to appease the anger of Sun Luo Temple's sect master?" "Probably not," Yang Kai chuckled. "Master!" ZMO shouted. "I'm sorry, I didn't arrive in time." The old man in midair raised his hand and shook his head. "It's not your fault, they were the ones who killed these people." As he spoke, a dignified aura filled with thick murderous intent spread out. Yang Kai took a step forward and looked at the old man without fear. "What does Senior want to do?" "This old master wants to capture you and send you to Sun Luo Temple for the sect master to deal with, lest my imperial insect faction be implicated." The old man replied in a deep voice. "Master!" ZMO exclaimed, but just as she opened her mouth, the old man waved his hand and sent out a burst of energy, imprisoning ZMO in place, apparently not wanting her to interrupt. ZMO became anxious, constantly glancing towards Yang Kai, indicating that he should quickly escape. Her master was a transcendent realm master, Yang Kai, an immortal ascension boundary 6th stage cultivator, couldn't possibly resist. After listening to the old man's words, Yang Kai nodded gently. It's only natural that Senior would want to do this, but if Senior feels it is necessary, please don't hesitate. Yang Kai's expression was calm, as if he didn't know how to write the word death. The old man stared at Yang Kai deeply, not understanding why he was so calm and confident, but after a while he suddenly laughed. Interesting, interesting, are all the cultivators in the great Han dynasty so arrogant? Not all of them, Yang Kai frowned. This old man suddenly restraining his murderous intent was somewhat puzzling. The old man nodded. Good, since you killed them, this old master should have captured you, but this old master suddenly didn't want to do so. Little friend being so arrogant, you should have some tricks up your sleeve. This old master wants to see how you plan to escape the pursuit of Sun Luo Temple's sect master. Saying so, he released Zimo's shackles and called out, Zmo, take them to the abandoned earth, make sure they never come to my Sun Luo Temple again. Finished speaking, the old man's figure flickered and disappeared. Regaining her freedom, Zmo was overjoyed. Thank you, master. Chapter 612. Zmo hurriedly led Yang Kai and Shui Ling out of the jungle and towards the abandoned earth, seemingly afraid that her master would change his mind again. Half a day later, Zmo's speed gradually slowed down and she gently gasped for breath, her face filled with helplessness as she looked towards Yang Kai and Shui Ling. You two? Your master is quite interesting, Yang Kai chuckled. Master is not someone who cannot distinguish right from wrong. He is also very grateful to you for killing those people, so he let you go. Grateful? Yang Kai shook his head. I don't see it, but he has his own considerations for letting us go. What considerations? Zmo asked curiously. Yang Kai smiled lightly, reaching out and cutting the back of his hand. A small wound quickly appeared and blood gushed out. Yang Kai quickly pinched out a small object from the wound. A tracking insect? Zmo's complexion changed greatly as she stared at Yang Kai, suddenly realizing something. Did Master plant this on you? What do you think? Yang Kai asked, a playful expression on his face. Zmo suddenly felt embarrassed. Only her master could plant a tracking insect on Yang Kai, and this insect's grade was not low. It was obvious at a glance that it had been raised by her master. Don't worry, your master did this because he didn't want to kill us. After all, we were venting for your Imperial Insect faction and I also saved your life. Secondly, he wanted to leave behind some clues to appease the anger of Sun Luo Temple's sect master. Yang Kai analyzed, seemingly seeing through Zmo's master's thoughts and saying so, he put the tracking insect back into his body. Zmo was dumbfounded. Why did you put it back? If I had killed it, how would your master explain it to Sun Luo Temple's sect master? Yang Kai smiled. If I'm not mistaken, this insect can locate my position, right? And tracking insects are a pair of male and female. The one planted on you is the female, so with the help of the male, it can find you. Zmo nodded gently. That male insect should be in the hands of Sun Luo Temple's sect master right now. With just a few words, Yang Kai had clearly analyzed the current situation, causing Zmo to show a look of admiration. Aren't you afraid? Zmo stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai shook his head. If he dares come, I'll make sure he doesn't return. Yang's arrogance. Let's not talk about this. What's the situation of your Sun Luo Temple? Yang Kai finally couldn't help but ask. Previously, he had pretended not to ask because he didn't want to get into trouble. Now that he was already involved, he naturally had to find out more. Sect faction is Luo Temple's factions faction, but the sect factions faction, and is Luo's and that is Luo sect's faction. Every 10 years, the 5 branches would each send out a person to fight for the position of the next hall master. The current hall master was Xing Bao's father, Xing Zong. Luo sect's sect master is a powerful figure, but his desire for power is too great. Seeing that his term is about to end, he resorted to some underhanded means to win over the support of the other 4 factions. My master was unwilling to compromise and wanted to follow the sect's ancestral teachings. However, Due to Xingzong's suppression, our Imperial Insect faction was forced out of Sunluo Temple a year ago and forced to live in that remote mountain forest. Yang Kai nodded lightly, now understanding the situation of Sunluo Temple. The Imperial Insect faction only had 100 people, and although they had a transcendent realm master, facing the suppression of Sunluo Temple's sect master, they were forced to leave the sect. Although we temporarily left Sunluo Temple, far away from the whirlpool of right and wrong, we still couldn't find peace. Xing Bao would bring people to cause trouble every few days, putting pressure on us, wanting us to compromise and surrender to his father, but Master never relented. No wonder when I first arrived, you said those words to me. Yang Kai understood. Zmo smiled faintly. I didn't know it was you. I thought after not seeing you for so many years, you must have died somewhere. Pausing for a moment, she sighed. The situation is as it is. Yang Kai remained silent, not saying much. If Zmo was the cultivator of the great Han dynasty, he could have sent her an invitation to go to the central capital. However, she was a member of the Tianlang dynasty, so Yang Kai was not in a position to say such things. Even if Zmo was willing to go to the central capital, her master would not. From his master's uncompromising attitude towards Xingzong, it was clear that he was a stubborn person. Such a person generally would not be willing to leave their homeland, the land that raised them. Yang Kai was not willing to intervene in other people's sect matters. However, if someone provoked him, Yang Kai would not be lenient. At the same time, in the jungle about 30 kilometers away from Sunluo Temple, a burly man in his 40s or 50s with a dignified expression suddenly flew over. His eyes trembling as he stared down at the bloody mess below, the burly man's aura became chaotic, and his violent yuan qi burst out fiercely as he roared, Lu Yun, get out here. Temple Master, Lu Yun has been waiting for a long time. Zmo's master suddenly appeared and greeted him. Who killed Xing Bao? Xingzong shouted angrily, his aura fluctuating wildly, obviously on the verge of erupting. He glared at Lu Yun with an unkind expression, as if saying that if he was not satisfied, he would kill him. The cultivator of the great Han dynasty. The cultivator of the great Han dynasty? Xingzong was furious. How could the cultivator of the great Han dynasty appear here? Are you colluding with someone to harm my child? Temple Master must be joking. If I wanted to, Xing Bao would have died countless times already. It is only out of respect for Temple Master's face that this old master tolerates his impudence. Lu Yun coldly snorted, not showing the slightest fear towards Xingzong. Xingzong's anger subsided slightly, but he still refused to give up and shouted, What happened? Lu Yun briefly explained what had happened before. This old master did not expect that those two would kill him so suddenly. It was already too late to stop them. Then where are they now? Xingzong asked. Have they been captured by you and are waiting for me to deal with them? Lu Yun slowly shook his head. They escaped. Xingzong's eyes narrowed and his aura became dangerous again. With you here, how could they escape? Weren't you the one who allowed them to leave? You can say that, after all, I have no grievances with them, so there was no need for me to act against them. Lu Yun calmly nodded. Xingzong's anger finally erupted and he released an oppressive aura, coldly declaring, If you don't give me an explanation for what happened today, I will destroy your Imperial Insect faction. Lu Yun sneered. This old master just thought that such a big matter like the death of one's son should be resolved by Temple Master himself, so this old master did not overstep his authority. Saying so, he took out a small insect and asked, Temple Master should recognize what this insect is, right? A tracing insect? Xingzong's eyes lit up. Lu Yun gently nodded. It is indeed a tracing insect. This old master has a male one. The female one has already been planted in the body of the one who killed the Death Protector. Relying on this male one, Temple Master should be able to easily find them. Give it to me. Xingzong quickly reached out. Lu Yun slowly shook his head. It's not impossible for you to have the male one, but this old master has conditions. You dare talk to me about conditions? Xingzong laughed angrily. You think without a tracing insect, I won't be able to find that person? Ridiculous, as long as he is still in Tianlang, I can find him in less than a day. If Temple Master knew where they went, you wouldn't think so, Lu Yun also sneered. Xing Zong frowned and quickly asked, where did they go? The abandoned earth. Xing Zong's expression froze for a moment before taking a deep breath and saying, what conditions do you have? Tell me. In the abandoned earth, even Xing Zong couldn't guarantee that he would be able to find 1 or 2 people. The world energy there was simply too chaotic and dangerous. Without a clear direction, it was very likely that one would get lost in there and never come out again. The Imperial Insect faction has returned to Sunluo Temple. Every 10 years, the Temple Master will be replaced. If Temple Master does not agree, this old master will destroy this male insect right now. You dare! Xing Zong flew into a rage and roared. Lu Yun sneered, the yuan qi in his hand fluctuating between his fingers, not showing any signs of impatience, as if Xing Zong was already in his grasp. After a while, Xing Zong nodded heavily, I promise you, as long as I can avenge my son, I will do anything you want. I hope Temple Master will not go back on his word. Lu Yun frowned, although he didn't trust Xing Zong, there was no other choice at this moment, so he casually tossed the male insect over. Xing Zong caught it, coldly snorted, and flew off in the direction of the abandoned earth. 2 days later, on the outskirts of the abandoned earth, Yang Kai's group of 3 stopped. Looking at the lifeless and bleak scene in front of them, as if even the earth itself couldn't survive, Yang Kai and Shui Ling couldn't help marveling. The aura exuding from this land was simply too strange. No wonder it had become a forbidden zone for Tianlang dynasty. It's here, ZMO said with some panic on her face, unwilling to go any further. Thank you. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Over the past 2 days, ZMO had told Yang Kai a lot of information about the abandoned earth, allowing him to prepare himself. Do you really want to go in? ZMO looked at Yang Kai hesitantly, not knowing what he wanted to do with the abandoned earth. Of course we want to go in. Then I'll wait for you to come out. ZMO sighed, no longer trying to dissuade him. No need. Yang Kai shook his head. Once we go, I'm afraid we won't see each other again in the future, so you can return to Sunluo Temple on your own. ZMO was stunned. Go back and tell your master, the next time he dares to scheme against me, even if he is your master, I'll kill him. Yang Kai grinned wickedly, letting out a laugh as he led Shui Ling into the abandoned earth. ZMO was stunned for a moment before calling out, Yang Kai, be careful, don't die. Yang Kai didn't look back, simply raising his hand and waving. Soon, he and Shui Ling's figures disappeared from ZMO's sight. For some reason, ZMO couldn't help feeling a sense of loss. In fact, her friendship with Yang Kai wasn't very deep. After spending some time together in that isolated world, Yang Kai's various performances had impressed her greatly, but this time, Yang Kai had given her an even greater shock. Unknowingly, this bastard had actually reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage. Perhaps because she had never seen such an outstanding man before, Yang Kai's departure made her feel some regret. Chapter 613. Not even a blade of grass grew here, and there was no sign of life. It was like an endless desolation. Strong winds blew, and sand flew everywhere, making it impossible to see anything within 100 meters. This was the abandoned earth. Stepping into it, Yang Kai couldn't help but secretly become vigilant. According to ZMO, the abandoned earth's energy was strange, and there was no telling when it would suddenly erupt. If one wasn't careful here, they would end up being crushed to pieces. Moreover, under the influence of the harsh environment, if one didn't have a good sense of direction, it was very likely they would get lost. Every year, a large number of cultivator attempts to find opportunities here would go missing, their bodies never found. As for how the abandoned earth was formed, ZMO didn't know much about it, only that it suddenly became like this more than 200 years ago. Originally, the territory of the abandoned earth wasn't such a desolate place. Although it wasn't very rich, at least there were flowers, grass, birds, and trees, as well as traces of human activity. However, more than 200 years ago, the abandoned earth, which caused the entire Tianlang dynasty to tremble in fear, suddenly appeared. Zemo didn't know the origin of the abandoned Earth, but Yang Kai did. The Tianlang dynasty's Forbidden Zone was actually formed because of Meng Wuya. Before Treasurer Meng left for Tong Xian Realm through the Void Corridor, he had sent a message to Yang Kai. He had told him the way to get to Tong Xian Realm, and it was because of Meng Wuya's guidance that Yang Kai came here. If it weren't for Meng Wuya, Yang Kai wouldn't have known that there was a hidden Void Corridor in the abandoned Earth. As long as one could find it, they would be able to reach another world. When Meng Wuya came from Tong Xian Realm, he had arrived at the abandoned Earth. In order to protect the Void Corridor, he had used some means to create this Forbidden Zone. As time passed, this Forbidden Zone became more and more dangerous, beyond the scope of Meng Wuya's control, and gradually developed to its current scale. 200 years ago, Meng Wuya came to this world through the Void Corridor. How old was Treasurer Meng? Yang Kai recalled the message he had sent him with a strange expression on his face. Treasurer Meng was really mysterious. Yang Kai had thought that he understood him well enough, but now it seemed that his understanding of him was still quite shallow. Yang Kai even believed that the Third Order Transcendent Realm wasn't Meng Wuya's true cultivation. This old man. Yang Kai shook his head. Shui Ling followed closely behind Yang Kai. Although she had already reached the peak immortal ascension boundary, in this place, she still felt a sense of insecurity and didn't dare stray too far from Yang Kai for fear of being separated from him. After walking for a short distance though, Yang Kai suddenly came to a halt and perked his ears, his expression quickly changing as he grabbed Shui Ling and rushed forward. After only a few dozen meters, the two of them suddenly felt a gust of wind behind them. Shui Ling turned her head to look and couldn't help her beautiful face going pale. Behind them, she could vaguely see a series of tornadoes rising up into the sky, sweeping up wind blades that cut through the earth and leaving behind deep ravines. From these wind blades, one could sense a terrifying energy fluctuation. "Stay close," Yang Kai quickly said. "The energy here is very chaotic. If we're not careful, we may die." Shui Ling's face was pale as she nodded heavily, asking in confusion, "This place is so dangerous, and there are no precious treasures, so why did that girl surnamed Z say that there are still many masters from Tianlang dynasty who come here to seek opportunities? Because this chaotic energy is actually a manifestation of martial skills," Yang Kai casually explained. A manifestation of martial skills? Shui Ling was stunned. Yes, many years ago, in order to protect a secret, someone released a large amount of high-grade martial skills in this area. The destructive power of these martial skills was preserved for a long time by him using a special method. Although as time passed, these martial skills have already dissipated, and the energy has also become extremely chaotic. Within those energies, there is the concept and mysteries of a top expert. If one is able to clearly understand the concept and mysteries contained within these energies, then it is possible to learn a martial skill. Do you think those experts would not be tempted? Who could be so powerful? Shui Ling's brow furrowed. To be able to preserve the destructive power of these martial skills for so long, is that possible? Why is it impossible? You've seen that person before, Yang Kai smiled. Who? Shui Ling was even more confused. Yang Kai didn't answer, so Shui Ling asked a few more questions before curling her lips. Sure enough, it was all a lie. You've always been in the Great Han Dynasty, how could you possibly know the secrets of this place? Even that Ziling doesn't know these things. However, other than this explanation, Shui Ling couldn't think of any benefits that would attract so many masters from the Tianlang dynasty to risk their lives and come here in search of opportunities. As Yang Kai walked forward, the two of them would encounter a violent energy attack almost every 2 hours. There were all kinds of different attributes, and these chaotic energy attacks came in all kinds of strange ways, making them impossible to guard against. Fortunately, Yang Kai's vigilance was quite outstanding and he was always able to detect some abnormalities at the most critical moments, leading Shui Ling to avoid the danger zones. After walking like this for 2 to 3 days, Shui Ling's face was covered in dirt and she looked like a dirty little beggar. Her light blue hair was no longer soft and elegant and was instead draped over her shoulders in an unkempt manner. On top of that, the deeper they went, the more dangers they encountered and the more chaotic the energy fluctuations became. Shui Ling was extremely helpless, and although she didn't know where Yang Kai's goal was, she could only obediently follow behind him, neither anxious nor impatient. She knew that Yang Kai would definitely lead her back home. At the same time, in another part of the abandoned Earth, more than a dozen immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were chasing after a bright ball of light. This ball of light was filled with arcs of lightning, wreaking havoc in the abandoned Earth. These dozen or so immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were all shouting loudly, and under the direction of their leader, they spread out in a pincer formation, attempting to intercept this ball of light and pry into its mysteries. After a series of efforts, just as they were about to succeed, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them, a violent and dangerous aura radiating from this figure landing in front of them. The earth shook violently. "Who goes there?" The leader roared. "Xing Zong." The man reported his name, his voice low and deep, as if he was suppressing the anger in his heart. Anyone could tell that he was somewhat unhappy. "Xing Zong." The leader's expression changed greatly when he heard this name and quickly stepped forward, but after seeing the face of this man, his expression immediately became respectful, cupping his fists and saying, "Sure enough, it is Sin Luo Temple's Hall Master Xing." Sin Luo Temple was the only superforce in Tianlang Dynasty, so the status of Sin Luo Temple's Hall Master was incomparable. Although these people were all well-known figures in Tianlang Dynasty, in front of Xing Zong, they couldn't help lowering their posture and quickly stepped forward to greet him. Xing Zong nodded lightly. The leader of this group smiled and asked suspiciously, "Could it be that Hall Master Xing has also come to the abandoned Earth to seek opportunities?" Xing Zong coldly snorted, "I don't have time for that." "Then why has Hall Master Xing come here?" The leader asked curiously. The abandoned Earth wasn't a good place, so if he wasn't here for opportunities, why would he come here? "My son was killed by 2 great Han's cultivator. Since you're here, have you seen those 2? Xing Zong asked sternly. The leader's face went pale when he heard this. The young Hall Master was killed by a great Han's cultivator? The other masters also suddenly became indignant. Although Sin Luo Temple's reputation wasn't very good in Tianlang Dynasty, the fact that their Hall Master's son was killed by 2 great Han's cultivator raised the issue to a whole new level. No matter where a cultivator was, when faced with an enemy from another place, they would feel a sense of solidarity. "I haven't seen them, but since they dared to enter this place, they must have some ability," the leader muttered. "How could a person without ability dare enter the abandoned Earth to seek death?" "Hall Master Xing, do you need our help?" Xing Zong pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well, I can track them down. All of you come with me. If those 2 try to escape, help me stop them." "It's an honor to serve Hall Master Xing," the leader shouted, no longer caring about the light orb and quickly calling out to the others to follow Xing Zong. Selling a favor to Xing Zong at this time would always be beneficial in the future. After flying for a short distance, they encountered another group of Tianlang Dynasty cultivators. This group was relatively small, only 4 or 5 of them, but after hearing Xing Zong's words, they immediately expressed their willingness to help. Gathering together, a transcendent and more than 20 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters quickly approached Yang Kai and Shui Ling. With the tracking insect leading the way, Xing Zong didn't have to worry about not being able to find Yang Kai. The male and female characteristics of the male tracking insect allowed it to accurately find the female no matter how harsh the environment was. Yang Kai and Shui Ling continued to walk towards the depths of the abandoned Earth, their speed not too fast nor too slow, seemingly unaware of the approaching danger behind them. After an unknown amount of time, a deep darkness suddenly appeared in front of them. Yang Kai gently breathed a sigh of relief as a look of joy appeared on his face. Treasurer Meng's final message had been too hasty, and although it had provided some guidance, Yang Kai had still been worried about getting lost in the abandoned Earth. Now that he saw this deep darkness, he finally relaxed. "We've arrived." Inside this darkness, there was a void corridor. After passing through this void corridor, one would arrive at Tong Xian realm. Yang Kai, I have a bad feeling about this. Shui Ling's tender body trembled as she stared forward. She didn't know why, but a strong sense of impending doom washed over her, as if as long as she dared to set foot in this place, she would die without a burial. It's not good, Yang Kai nodded lightly, but there was a hidden meaning behind his words, suddenly turning around and squinting his eyes to look behind him. In front of him, a group of looming figures could be seen. The two sides were only about 1,000 meters apart, but these people were clearly standing still, as if they didn't dare to approach this place. Shui Ling exclaimed, not having expected to encounter such a group of people at this critical juncture, and judging from their auras, it was clear they didn't have good intentions. Chapter 614. Catching a cold and feeling weak all over. 1,000 meters away from Yang Kai and Shui Ling, the 20 or so immortal Ascension Boundary Masters and Xing Zong all stopped and stared forward with solemn expressions, a deep sense of dread flashing across their eyes. Hall Master Xing, that is the abandoned Earth's absolute death zone, are we really going to enter? The burly man from before asked in horror. The so-called absolute death zone was a place where once one approached, no matter who they were, they would not leave alive. Even Transcendent Realm Masters were no exception. In the past, a Tianlang Dynasty Transcendent Realm Master had attempted to uncover the hidden mysteries of the abandoned Earth and had fallen near this place. When this news spread, the entire Tianlang Dynasty was shaken. Since then, this 1,000-meter area had become known as the Absolute Death Zone. Anyone who came to the abandoned Earth in search of opportunities would avoid this zone. None of them had expected that the two burly cultivators they were chasing would actually end up here, making them feel a little embarrassed. Xing Zong was also somewhat hesitant, learning from the mistakes of others. He had no choice but to be careful. After a while, his expression suddenly became firm. What are you afraid of? Since they are safe and sound, the rumors are not true. If you do not have the courage, just watch from the outside. These two trivial Great Han Dynasty cultivators, I can easily deal with them. The reason why Xing Zong had brought these 20 or so people with him was because he was worried that something unexpected might happen. Although he was a transcendent and dealing with two cultivators from the Great Han Dynasty wouldn't be a problem for him, in the abandoned Earth, nothing could be measured by common sense. Saying so, Xing Zong stepped forward, his face filled with anger and hatred. The 20 or so people hesitated for a moment before quickly following. The 1,000-meter distance between them was quickly closed. When Xing Zong arrived within 5 meters of Yang Kai and saw his and Shui Ling's faces, he couldn't help feeling a bit startled. He hadn't expected that the two burly cultivators he was chasing would actually be so young. Sen Luo Temple's temple master? Yang Kai tilted his head, an expression of not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth as he asked casually. Xing Zong coldly snorted, the muscles on his face twitching as his eyes turned red. Since you can recognize my identity, you should be the one who killed my child, right? Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. It wasn't me, she was the one who killed him. Saying so, he stretched out his hand and pointed towards Shui Ling. Shui Ling straightened her back, not showing the slightest trace of cowardice, hiding behind Yang Kai's back like a fox pretending to be a tiger. She didn't know why Yang Kai wasn't afraid when facing a transcendent realm master, but it was because of this calmness. Shui Ling realized that Yang Kai had some backing him. Xing Zong's eyes narrowed as he stared at Shui Ling's face. Transcendent realm master, no matter which one of you is the culprit, you will pay the price today. Yang Kai looked at him calmly and chuckled meaningfully. I wonder what price Punishment Hall Master wants us to pay? A life. A life. Ling. S's bloods Earth's heavens. Can't we discuss this properly? Yang Kai frowned. To be honest, although I don't find your son pleasing to the eye, I don't have any intention of killing him, but this female companion of mine has a violent temper. Your son tried to flirt with her and was killed by her in a single blow. He only has himself to blame. Bastard! Xing Zong roared, interrupting Yang Kai's explanation. Just because he tried to flirt with her, you want my son to pay the price with his life. If I didn't kill him, his fate wouldn't have been as simple as being flirted with. What kind of character your son is, you should be clear about it, Shui Ling snorted. Xing Zong took a deep breath as he swept his eyes over Shui Ling. From her dusty face, he could see a hint of delicate beauty, so he immediately understood that Xing Bao's flirting with her was not without reason. So, it was my son who was in the wrong first. Yes, Shui Ling nodded. Good, then I'll give you a choice, choose how you want to die. The group of masters behind Xing Zong suddenly burst into laughter, staring towards Yang Kai and Shui Ling with ridicule, secretly shaking their heads, thinking that the cultivator of these two burly men really had eyes but couldn't see. Of all the people he could have killed, he actually chose to kill Hall Master Xing's son. Serves him right? Then there's nothing to discuss. Yang Kai shook his head bitterly. I came to Tianlang Dynasty only because I was passing by. In fact, I don't want to have any conflict with you Tianlang Dynasty's people, nor do I want to kill anyone. You still want to kill? Hearing this, Xing Zong stared at Yang Kai like he was a fool, coldly snorting, you won't have that chance. After today, you'll be nothing but a corpse, you'll never be able to kill anyone again. Yang Kai grinned. Suddenly, a huge bone shield appeared in front of him. This bone shield was the size of several houses and had a strange shape with sharp spikes protruding from its edges. From the beast's mouth, a shocking amount of energy fluctuations pulsed. Rest in peace. Yang Kai waved his hand towards the Tianlang Dynasty's group through the bone shield. Xing Zong and the 20 or so immortal Ascension Boundary Masters suddenly felt a sense of unease. As soon as this thought appeared in their minds, the beast's mouth suddenly erupted with an earth-shattering power. A beam of energy visible to the naked eye shot out from the beast's mouth, containing a massive amount of void power, and shot out 1,000 meters, creating a vacuum in the surrounding area. Within this distance of 10,000 feet, everything was shattered in an instant, cut into countless pieces of fine powder by the power of the void. The Tianlang Dynasty's group of immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't even have time to react before they were turned into dust. Only Xing Zong was able to resist for a moment, but in the end, he was unable to withstand the endless shockwaves and died with a pitiful scream. Shui Ling was dumbfounded. Although she knew that Yang Kai was so calm because he had something to rely on, she hadn't expected it to be so cruel. Before she could recover, all her enemies had died, including the Transcendent Realm Masters. Shui Ling had never thought that even Transcendent Realm Masters could be so fragile. A mass of spiritual energy was pulled into Yang Kai's knowledge sea by the attractive force and silently flew into his mind. The huge bone shield in his hand, after this eruption, quickly shrank back to its original size. Countless cracks quickly appeared on the bone shield, causing Yang Kai to frown and quickly put it away. Last time, under the central capital, when he had used the bone shield to resist the energy from the void corridor, it had suffered some damage, so this time, the damage to the bone shield was even more serious. If he didn't find an artifact refining Grandmaster to repair it, it was likely he wouldn't be able to use it again. Suddenly, the chaotic energy around them began to undergo some subtle changes, as if the blow just now had triggered some kind of change, causing Yang Kai and Shui Ling to feel a sense of unease. Looking back, Yang Kai and Shui Ling's expressions changed drastically. What they saw was that in the direction of the void corridor, there were signs that the energy was about to erupt. Follow closely, Yang Kai didn't dare to hesitate and quickly rushed over, with Shui Ling hurriedly following. While rushing towards the void corridor, Yang Kai constantly released his Yuan Qi, allowing his Yuan Qi to attack the surrounding environment in a special way and rhythm. This was the method Meng Wuya had passed to Yang Kai at the last moment. Only by using this method could they break through this final line of defense and reach the location of the void corridor. If they didn't know this method and rashly rushed in, they would only be killed by the mysterious martial skills. Sure enough, this method was effective. Although the chaotic energy was still raging under Yang Kai's control, wherever he passed, there was no danger at all. Crossing a sea of fire, breaking through ice, crossing an electric net, experiencing all kinds of dangers, Yang Kai and Shui Ling finally arrived in front of the void corridor. Reaching out and pushing forward, Yang Kai poured his Yuan Qi into it. that deep darkness suddenly opened up, and a heart-palpitating feeling of emptiness spread out. The way home. Shui Ling's eyes lit up, her excitement reaching its peak. Let's go! Yang Kai stretched out his hand, grabbed her, and threw her into the void corridor. The next moment he also jumped in. Surrounded by darkness, the void corridor was wrapped in chaos, as if the heavens and earth had never been separated. An unbearable sense of weightlessness spread out, causing even the normally calm Yang Kai to feel his heart palpitate. A small hand reached out from the darkness and tightly grasped Yang Kai's hand. It was Shui Ling. She was also nervous and afraid, unconsciously trying to find some support from Yang Kai. Yang Kai gently squeezed her hand, comforting her. The feeling of passing through the void corridor this time was different from before. In the past, they had only been transported within the Great Han Dynasty's territory, so the distance wasn't too far, but this time they were transported to a foreign territory. Falling, 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 as if there was no end in sight. Not knowing how much time had passed, Kai Yang suddenly felt the darkness in front of him disappear and was replaced by a clear blue sky. His mouth and nose were filled with the clear fragrance of earth. Asterisk pa pa. Asterisk the two of them tumbled to the ground one after another, the mud covering Yang Kai and Shui Ling's faces. The two of them hurriedly stood up and looked around. Beneath his feet was a muddy swamp. There were some small trees scattered around, and occasionally, some strange beasts shuttled back and forth in the swamp. There was no danger here, but Yang Kai's expression was a bit strange. Because the world energy in this place was extremely rich, even surpassing that of the central capital after the great changes. Here, the hundreds of millions of pores all over one's body opened up, and the true Yang secret art buzzed as it madly absorbed the surrounding world energy. Ha! Shui Ling froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. I'm back, I'm finally back. Is this Tong Xian realm? Yang Kai looked at her and asked. Shui Ling nodded excitedly, the mud on her hair scattering everywhere, making her look dirty, but she didn't seem to care, instead rushing over and giving Yang Kai a hug, sobbing, thank you for bringing me back. Yang Kai's mood fluctuated as he looked up at the blue sky, a smile appearing on his face. Tong Xian realm, he had finally arrived. Su Yen and his little senior sister should also be looking at this sky, and they should also be setting foot on this land. There was also Treasurer Meng and the old demon. Now that they were under the same sky, there was finally a time to find them. Yang Kai took a deep breath and quickly calmed his excitement. Chapter 6:15. Inside the swamp, Shui Ling didn't care about her sloppy appearance at the moment and instead danced around excitedly. Seemingly infected by her joy, even Yang Kai's mood gradually brightened. As soon as his mood relaxed, Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong, because his body felt lighter than ever, as if the shackles that had been binding him had suddenly disappeared. Circulating his true Yang secret art even faster, Yang Kai's aura fluctuated as his meridians and physique began to rejoice. Shui Ling. Yang Kai frowned and called out. What's wrong? Shui Ling stopped dancing and looked at him curiously. I'm about to break through. Shui Ling couldn't help covering her mouth in shock. Right now? Yang Kai nodded and sat down cross-legged. Shui Ling thought about it for a moment before clapping her hands. There is a layer of shackles that has been restricting the development of your cultivator, but after coming to Tong Xian realm, this shackle disappeared. It was probably because of this that you were able to break through, but here, suddenly, the two of them had just arrived, and they didn't even know where this place was. They didn't even know if there were any dangerous people or powerful demonic beasts around. If they were to be disturbed during the breakthrough process, it wouldn't be a joke. Can you hold it back? Shui Ling suggested. Yang Kai struggled to open his eyes, rolled his eyes, and closed them again, calming himself down. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Shui Ling smiled bitterly. Breaking through was something that could only be encountered by chance. It wasn't something that could be held back. In desperation, Shui Ling could only release her divine sense and explore the surrounding area to see if there were any potential dangers. After a brief investigation, She found no abnormalities within a 10-kilometer radius, allowing Shui Ling to relax and wait quietly. While Yang Kai was breaking through, she also wanted to observe the situation around her to determine where the two of them were. More than a dozen kilometers away from where Yang Kai and Shui Ling were standing, a small group of people was quietly lurking behind a patch of grass. There weren't many of them, only 7 or 8 of them, and all of them were immortal Wander State cultivators. The leader of the group was a beautiful woman, dressed like a young married woman. She looked like a ripe peach, with full breasts, a voluptuous figure, bright eyes, and white teeth. She wore a light blue dress with a slit under her skirt, revealing her slender white thighs. This shape was convenient for her to move around, but when she moved, the beauty between her legs could be faintly seen. This seductive spring scenery made the group of men accompanying her a little thirsty. The men who were lying in ambush behind her all stared at her exposed snow-white skin, as well as her perky round buttocks. This seductive shape and posture made their blood boil, making them unable to restrain their inner desires. However, due to this woman's status, many men only dared to look at her secretly, not daring to have any improper thoughts. The woman dressed like a young married woman seemed to enjoy the gazes directed at her from behind. Not only did she not show the slightest trace of nervousness, but instead wore a calm smile. "Your breathing is too heavy, all of you should restrain yourselves, otherwise that guy will run away and you'll be held responsible." Suddenly, the woman gave a light warning. The men behind her all nodded awkwardly, no longer daring to peek at her beautiful figure. "Do you know what our goal is this time?" the young woman asked softly. Everyone nodded. "It's good that you know." The young married woman expressed her satisfaction and nodded. "The scarlet blood orchid is a world spirit treasure and has its own consciousness. Don't underestimate it." According to the information I've obtained, this scarlet blood orchid has already sprouted 7 leaves, which is a world spirit treasure that is at least 1,000 years old. As long as we can obtain it, the benefits will naturally not be small. One of the big men with a full beard chuckled. "Young lady, if we succeed, what kind of reward will we get?" 20 crystal stones per person, the young married woman replied. Upon hearing this, everyone's breathing became heavy, as if 20 crystal stones was a huge fortune for them. In an instant, everyone's fighting spirit soared, no longer paying any attention to the beautiful young married woman, instead all of them holding their breaths, waiting for the appearance of the scarlet blood orchid. "Soon," the young married woman muttered. The young woman murmured, "Every month, it will come out and absorb some sunlight. Today is the day it appears. You won't have to wait long before you get what you want." "Don't worry, young lady, the barriers and traps we've set are more than enough to capture it. As long as it dares to appear, it won't be able to escape," the big bearded man said confidently. "That would be for the best. Langya Blessed Land's young master is injured and urgently needs this scarlet blood orchid to heal. You should also understand that if our bold independent union can establish a good relationship with Langya Blessed Land, it will bring us many benefits." The young married woman took a deep breath, her breasts bursting out of her clothes, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone nodded solemnly. Although bold independent union's strength was quite good, it lacked masters, so it wasn't valued by any of the other great forces. On the other hand, Langya Blessed Land was a famous great force, so if they could establish a good relationship with Langya Blessed Land, it would be quite beneficial to the development of bold independent union. "It's coming out." At that moment, someone called out softly from the side. Everyone's eyes lit up and they all turned their gazes towards the source of this voice. What they saw was a faint red glow emerging from the muddy water of a nearby swamp. As time passed and everyone waited anxiously, this red glow grew brighter and clearer. Gradually, a strange orchid with 7 red leaves, a blood-red body, and well-defined meridians emerged from the swamp. Everyone's breathing suddenly quickened as they stared at the scarlet blood orchid that was over 1,000 years old. Everyone's heartbeat thumped loudly in their chests, but they were all forcefully suppressing it. After a while, the scarlet blood orchid gradually revealed its full appearance. Although it was a plant, it was a world spirit treasure and had its own consciousness and thoughts, so it was able to perceive danger and instinctively make actions to avoid it. "Young lady," The big bearded man couldn't hold back his excitement and called out softly. Wait. The young woman quickly said, "It's quite a crafty hedgehog, this time it's only showing itself to test the waters." Sure enough, as soon as the young woman's voice fell, the scarlet blood orchid suddenly sank back into the swamp and disappeared. As time passed, the scarlet blood orchid still didn't show any signs of reappearing, causing everyone to become suspicious, wondering if their whereabouts had been exposed, causing it to become vigilant. Only the young woman had a confident expression on her face. After about half an hour or so, the swamp once again lit up with a bright red light, and a moment later, the scarlet blood orchid finally appeared for the second time. This time, it had escaped from the swamp and arrived at a nearby grassy area. Taking root there, its 7 leaves all spread open and absorbing the light of the sun. "Begin!" the young woman shouted. Now was the best time to begin, as the scarlet blood orchid would be most relaxed. As soon as the bearded man heard the order, his hands moved quickly, and mysterious energy shot out, activating the traps and restrictions they had set up before. But before these traps and barriers could play a role, a strong energy fluctuation suddenly appeared more than a dozen kilometers away, causing everyone's complexion to change greatly. The young woman didn't hesitate, her tender body turning into a stream of light as she quickly flew out, her target being the scarlet blood orchid. But it was too late. By the time she noticed this energy fluctuation, the scarlet blood orchid had already disappeared back into the swamp, causing the young woman's pretty face to distort as she stood there in a daze, her anger reaching its peak. A group of people slowly walked up, each of them showing a look of disappointment. 20 crystal stones had just passed by them, so no one was in a good mood. How could there still be people here? The young woman was enraged. She turned her head and looked at the bearded man. "Didn't you say that everyone within a 50-kilometer radius had been dispersed?" In order to successfully obtain the scarlet blood orchid this time, their bold independent union had begun preparing a month ago, designating this 50-kilometer radius area as a forbidden zone, not allowing anyone to set foot in. Before taking action, this group of people had also checked their surroundings and found no outsiders, but now, this energy fluctuation was clearly the result of someone breaking through. The big bearded man opened his mouth, his face flushed red as he submissively said, "We dispersed everyone within a 50-kilometer radius." "Then what's the situation now?" The young woman shouted, "We already promised Langya Blessed Land that we would deliver the scarlet blood orchid to them half a month later. What do you want us to deliver now?" The big bearded man was speechless, so Mingru said, "Let's try again, try again." The young woman sneered. "The scarlet blood orchid has already escaped into the swamp. After being frightened this time, it won't appear for at least half a year. So how do you plan on trying again? Are you going to go down and look for it?" Everyone was scolded harshly, but none of them dared to refute, all of their expressions becoming extremely ugly. The young woman took a deep breath. It seemed that she was truly angered. Seeing victory in sight, a sudden change like this, allowing the fruit of victory to slip through her fingers, the young woman naturally flew into a rage. Standing in place, the young woman thought for a moment before turning around and walking in the direction of the energy fluctuation, sneering, "Follow me, I want to see who ruined my good fortune. If I find him, I'll kill him." The big bearded man quickly expressed his anger. The young woman glared at him fiercely, causing him to immediately shut up. More than a dozen kilometers away, Yang Kai gently clenched his fists, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. He had reached the immortal ascension boundary 7th stage, and after arriving in this world and not being able to unlock his knowledge seized spiritual energy, he had instantly broken through and absorbed all of the spiritual energy he had absorbed, obtaining many benefits. "Congratulations." Shui Ling walked over from a short distance away and offered her congratulations. Chapter 616. Yang Kai shook his head lightly. Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage. In the Great Han Dynasty, such a cultivation was probably not bad, but after coming to Tong Xian Realm and learning about the mysteries of the Transcendent Realm, Yang Kai didn't dare think so. In front of a Transcendent, such a cultivation was still somewhat weak. Yang Kai needed to improve his strength as soon as possible in order to survive in this vast world and find Su Yen and his little senior sister. Without strength, no matter where he went, it would not be safe. Have you found out where this place is? Yang Kai asked. While he was breaking through, Shui Ling had also been investigating the surrounding terrain, wanting to determine where they were now. Hearing this, Shui Ling shook her head sadly. Although this swamp is somewhat special, there are many swamps in Tongxian realm. I don't know where exactly we are for the time being, but we should be in human territory. Human territory? Hearing her say this, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little confused. Oh, I forgot to tell you, in Tongxian realm, there is not only the human race, but also the demon race and the monster race. These two races are both extremely powerful races and stand on equal footing with our human race. The human territory is called the human territory. In addition, the demon race resides in the demon land, the monster race resides in the monster race, and in the middle there is a neutral zone. In addition to these three races, there are many other strange races. You will slowly learn more about them in the future. Shui Ling explained casually, not wanting to go into too much detail. After all, this was just common sense. As long as Yang Kai continued to live here, he would gradually figure it out. Yang Kai was stunned. Shui Ling smiled and explained, "Don't you have a seventh-order monster beast, the Spider Mother? If it can take human form, it will be a part of the monster race, but that requires the power of the beast transformation pond, which is the monster race's supreme treasure. Don't make a fuss, you will see many things here that you would never have thought possible before." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "It's me who is making a fuss." Suddenly remembering something, he quickly asked, "Demon General Meng Guo, have you heard of him?" Hearing this, Shui Ling's expression changed greatly. "You know him? Is there really such a person?" Yang Kai was surprised. He had just asked casually, but looking at Shui Ling's reaction, this person should be a very powerful character. When Yang Kai had gone to the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's Evil Cavern for life experience, a strange change had occurred inside the Evil Cavern. The four masters under the profound Im Ghost King's command, Qi Mei, Wang, and Qi, had entered the Evil Cavern to investigate the truth, but a powerful existence had emerged from the evil spirit spring, instantly killing two of them and severely injuring the other two. In the end, Yang Kai had used the demon sealing chain to destroy that powerful existence. Before he died, he had said that he was a strand of the demon General Mungo's divine clone. He had also warned Yang Kai to be careful because he had remembered Yang Kai's aura. Yang Kai had never been able to figure out what the demon general's identity was, but now that he heard Shui Ling mention the demon race, he suddenly remembered. He's not a human, he's a master from the demon race. Shui Ling stared at Yang Kai, a look of horror appearing on her face, smiling bitterly. "You're really strange, you've obviously been in that world all this time, so how did you come to know the demon General Mungo?" Yang Kai briefly explained what had happened inside the evil cavern. Shui Ling's face went pale as she directed a sympathetic look towards Yang Kai. "You actually injured a strand of his divine clone. If you ever hear his name in the future, avoid him at all costs." This master from the demon race is not someone you can afford to provoke. "How powerful is he?" Yang Kai asked. "According to what you said, his divine clone has the cultivation of a transcendent realm master, while his true body is a peak saint realm master. I don't know exactly how strong he is, but many masters in the human territory fear him." Yang Kai took a deep breath, never having expected that the one he had offended in the past would actually be such a master. Gently nodding, "I understand." As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became cold and he quickly stood up and glanced to the side. Shui Ling also frowned and followed his gaze. In that direction, the auras of some immortal ascension boundary cultivators were rapidly approaching, and although they were doing their best to conceal themselves, they couldn't escape Yang Kai's perception. Moreover, from the direction they were moving, it was obvious they were targeting the two of them. "Looks like we'll have a chance to figure out where we are." Yang Kai winked at Shui Ling. Shui Ling smiled knowingly, her expression calm. She found that following Yang Kai, her courage seemed to have grown a lot. In this situation, if it had been before, she would have definitely left this place quickly to avoid getting into trouble. A moment later, the figures of 7 or 8 people appeared in front of Yang Kai. The one leading them was a woman with a mature figure, full and slender, wearing a light blue slit robe that accentuated her wonderful figure. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as a playful expression appeared on his face. After arriving in Tongxian realm, the first thing he saw was actually a beautiful woman. This was quite a pleasant surprise. The gloomy expression on her face made her seem somewhat unhappy. The 6 or 7 people behind her also wore menacing expressions, but after seeing Yang Kai and Shui Ling, they immediately released their anger. The bad attitude of this group of people made Yang Kai somewhat puzzled, wondering just how he had offended them. However, with great skill and courage, Yang Kai simply stood there quietly. The woman leading the group quickly arrived a few dozen meters in front of him and coldly glared at him and Shui Ling, her face filled with annoyance. "Who are you and why are you here?" Not allowing any explanation, she coldly asked. "We're just passing through." Yang Kai replied casually, "We accidentally strayed into this swamp and lost our way. May I ask where we are?" "You're asking me where we are?" The woman became even angrier. "You dare ask me where we are? And because we really can't find our way out." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. When he and Shui Ling came from the Tianlang dynasty, they had suffered a lot in the abandoned earth, and when they fell into this swamp, they had also rolled around in the mud, so now they both looked extremely sloppy and travel-worn, as if they had lost their way. "If it's convenient, can you tell us where we are?" Yang Kai smiled pleasantly and continued to ask, flashing his white teeth, looking completely harmless to humans and animals. "Convenient? Why wouldn't it be convenient?" Sneering, she waved her hand and said, "Ji Hong, capture these 2. If we can't obtain the scarlet blood orchid, we'll take them back." "Yes, young lady." The big bearded man heard this and immediately led the others to take action. Wait. Yang Kai raised his hand. Although he could see the hostility of this group of people, after all, he had only just come out, so Yang Kai didn't want to easily provoke trouble. This group of people all had immortal ascension boundary cultivations, and acting together, it seemed like they were all from the same force. It wouldn't be difficult to kill them, but if he got into trouble because of this, the gains would not be worth the losses. What's more, those few words had left Kai Yang extremely confused. Being targeted like this for no reason, Yang Kai felt wronged. "What's scarlet blood orchid?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. "A world spirit treasure?" Shui Ling was quite knowledgeable and immediately pointed out the mystery. "That's right, it's a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. Furthermore, it's a 1,000-year-old 7-leaved scarlet blood orchid. What does it have to do with us?" "We didn't see this world spirit treasure," Yang Kai defended himself, thinking that these people wouldn't think he had snatched their treasure, right? "I didn't say you saw it." "Ha." Yang Kai chuckled, suddenly feeling that it wasn't right to capture these 2 people without any explanation, so he patiently asked, "Let me ask you, just now you 2 broke through your bottleneck and broke through, right? And what's wrong?" Kai Yang was a little impatient. She looked beautiful, but her words were all over the place, without any focus, making him more and more confused. The commotion caused by his breakthrough had been too obvious, so Yang Kai didn't try to hide it, naturally admitting to it. "That's right, because of the commotion caused by your breakthrough, the scarlet blood orchid was scared away, wasting our efforts over the past month. Tell me, isn't that your fault?" Yang Kai was stunned, exchanging a glance with Shui Ling, both of them somewhat helpless. Connecting the dots, Yang Kai quickly realized what was going on. He had seen world spirit treasures before. The yin-yang monster ginseng and the 9 yin yuan condensing dew were all world spirit treasures with their own consciousness, capable of avoiding danger, seeking fortune and avoiding disaster. If the commotion caused by his breakthrough had indeed alarmed the scarlet blood orchid, it was possible. Originally, Yang Kai was quite annoyed, but after understanding the situation, he suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. "I'm sorry, we didn't know you were interested in that world spirit treasure. If we had known, ahem," Yang Kai said helplessly. Even if they had known, breaking through wasn't something he could suppress. Although it was an unintentional mistake, he was still responsible for it. It could only be said that these people's luck was really bad. Apologizing is useless. sneering, "That scarlet blood orchid is of great use to us. It's not something that can be solved with just a few words." "Then what do you want?" The apologetic look on Yang Kai's face quickly disappeared, replaced by a somewhat cynical one as he sneered at them. If this group of people had been polite, Yang Kai might have been willing to compensate them for their losses, but their aggressive attitude made Yang Kai feel very disgusted, so there was no need for him to show weakness. If they really wanted to fight, Yang Kai was confident he could kill these people within 10 breaths. It was just a matter of whether they were tactful or not. Yang Kai's sudden change in attitude caused Shui Ling's expression to become cold. "What's wrong? In my Bold Independent Union's territory, you want to start a fight?" "Bold Independent Union?" Shui Ling suddenly laughed. "So you're from Bold Independent Union, so this place should be Western Jersey Swamp." Nodding, Yang Kai stared suspiciously at Shui Ling. "Your eyesight seems to be quite good. Who are you?" Shui Ling smiled. "I'm from Water Spirit Temple." Hearing this, all the other 6 or 7 people's expressions changed as they stared at Shui Ling in shock. Yang Kai carefully observed the situation and secretly felt that Water Spirit Temple's influence here wasn't as weak as he thought. Chapter 617. Shui Ling had revealed a lot of information to Yang Kai before and even bluntly admitted that if one were to compare the forces of the Great Han Dynasty, Water Spirit Temple could barely be considered a first-class force because it had a Saint Realm Master. Her modesty had caused Yang Kai to mistakenly think that Water Spirit Temple wasn't anything special. But now, seeing the expressions of these people from Bold Independent Union change, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the force Shui Ling came from wasn't too bad after all. At the very least, when the leader of this group heard the words Water Spirit Temple, his expression became dignified, the hostility in their eyes diminishing significantly, replaced by a trace of dread. Glancing over at Shui Ling hesitantly, the leader of this group stepped back a few steps and began whispering to each other. Not knowing what they were talking about, Yang Kai didn't intend to pry into their conversation and simply waited quietly. Shui Ling's expression relaxed. She hadn't figured out where she was before, so she didn't dare reveal her identity, but after hearing these people say she was from Bold Independent Union, she no longer had any scruples. Because Water Spirit Temple wasn't too far from Bold Independent Union, a round trip would only take half a month. On top of that, the two sides would occasionally trade with one another, so they could be considered friends. The people from Bold Independent Union whispered to each other while glancing over at Yang Kai and Shui Ling, seemingly trying to determine the authenticity of Shui Ling's words. After a while, one of them let out a sigh of relief and called out to Shui Ling, "Girl, you say you're from Water Spirit Temple. Do you have any proof?" "I do," Shui Ling smiled, taking out a blue jade token and tossing it over to Yang Kai. Catching it, Shui Ling examined it carefully, her expression becoming more and more dignified as she nodded. "This jade token does contain a trace of water attribute, so it should have been carved by a water attribute master. Unfortunately, we have never seen such a jade token, so we can't be certain you are a disciple of Water Spirit Temple." Saying so, she tossed the jade token back, the hostility on her face converging greatly, but she was still somewhat vigilant. After pondering for a moment, she said, "How about this, if it's convenient, can you two come to my Bold Independent Union for a few days? If we can find out that this young lady is indeed a disciple of the Water God Temple, then today's matter will be treated as if it never happened." If not, She used both the carrot and the stick in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. It also displayed her meticulous thinking and ability to adapt on the spot. "Good," Shui Ling giggled, not refusing. In any case, her identity wasn't fake. As long as these people from Bold Independent Union inquired about it, they would definitely understand. "Yang Kai, what do you think?" Shui Ling also consulted Yang Kai's opinion. After all, Yang Kai's personality was one that was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Now that the two of them were obviously under house arrest, if they provoked Yang Kai into a fit of rage, they might end up fighting. Yang Kai shrugged. "It doesn't matter. I don't know where to go anyway." Shui Ling couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Gungwen nodded. "Please." Saying so, She led the way while Yang Kai and Shui Ling followed behind. The other 6 or 7 immortal ascension boundary masters followed behind Yang Kai and Shui Ling, forming a circle around them. This action was enough to show just how cautious they were. Walking through the swamp, they were intentionally or unintentionally asking Shui Ling for information. Shui Ling wasn't afraid and naturally didn't try to hide anything. The more they talked, the more they felt that Shui Ling wasn't lying. By the way, what was that scarlet blood orchid you mentioned? Shui Ling asked casually. Smiling bitterly, Shui Ling didn't try to hide anything and immediately explained what had just happened. After listening, Shui Ling turned her head and stuck out her tongue at Yang Kai. Yang Kai wore an innocent expression, not knowing that the others were at a critical juncture. Once it escapes, it won't appear for at least half a year. It's very likely that it will leave this swamp, making it difficult to find it again, Gungwen sighed. Is the scarlet blood orchid very important to you? It's not very important to us, but it is essential to the young master of Langya Blessed Land. We promised to hand over the scarlet blood orchid to Langya Blessed Land after half a month, but now that we've lost a world spirit treasure, we don't know how to explain it. Langya Blessed Land's young master, Mu Hui? Is he injured? Shui Ling was surprised. Does young lady know young master Mu? And I do. Shui Ling nodded. Her eyes flashed and she suddenly smiled, her attitude becoming much more amiable. It seems that young lady really is from Water Spirit Temple. Of course, our Water Spirit Temple has a good relationship with Langya Blessed Land. Since Mu Hui needs it, I can help you. HM? Pausing, Shui Ling stared at her curiously. That scarlet blood orchid disappeared into the swamp, right? Take me to where it disappeared, I'll see if I can find it again. The group from Bold Independent Union stared blankly at Shui Ling for a moment before shaking their heads and smiling wryly. Young lady, we appreciate your kindness, but the bottom of this swamp is muddy water several thousand meters deep. Even a water attribute master wouldn't be able to find it. I know that all of you from Water Spirit Temple specialize in water attribute secret arts and martial skills, but I'm not only proficient in water attribute secret arts. Shui Ling smiled confidently. Shui Ling possessed the water spirit body, a special physique that allowed her to display 10 to 20% of her full strength wherever there was water. After hesitating for a moment, Shui Ling nodded and turned in a different direction. Then come with me. With things having gotten to this point, she decided to let Shui Ling give it a try. Even if she didn't succeed, it didn't matter. If she succeeded, then Bold Independent Union would be able to give Langya Blessed Land an explanation half a month later. A short time later, the group arrived at the place where the scarlet blood orchid had escaped. In this swamp, Yang Kai felt some barriers and traps and immediately understood that these people weren't lying. They really had been trying to capture the scarlet blood orchid but had failed at the last moment. It's here. Yang Kai pointed to the swamp in front of him and said. Yang Kai released his divine sense slightly and probed the ground nearby but didn't find much. I'll go down and take a look, Shui Ling said, her figure flickering as she dove into the swamp and disappeared. The group from Bold Independent Union glanced over at Yang Kai but didn't pay him any attention, simply waiting anxiously. After about a stick of incense worth of time, the swamp in front of them suddenly began to bubble, causing everyone's spirits to rise as they secretly looked forward to it. Qua. Shui Ling rushed out of the swamp, her clothes not wet, but her face was pale and her lips were blue. She was constantly shivering from the cold, clearly having been frozen to the point where she couldn't breathe. The group from Bold Independent Union quickly turned to look at her. Shui Ling simply shook her head. These people immediately showed a look of disappointment. What's wrong with you? Yang Kai couldn't help sighing in amazement. He found that Shui Ling looked as if she had just stepped out of an iceberg, her body so cold that it was almost impossible for her to bear. There were even faint traces of frost chi visible to the naked eye from her tender body. I'll tell you later. Shui Ling quickly circulated her secret art to dispel the chill in her body. After a while, Shui Ling finally calmed down and took a deep breath before standing up and saying, although I wasn't able to bring it back, I found it. You found it? Shui Ling's eyes lit up in surprise. But by myself, I couldn't do anything to it. Why? She asked anxiously. Because there's a layer of ice flame star sand underneath it. Ice flame star sand? The group from Bold Independent Union exclaimed, each of them showing a look of greed on their faces. What's that? Yang Kai immediately understood that this ice flame star sand was a very precious treasure. It's a spirit-grade top-rank artifact refining material with an extremely low temperature. Many Transcendent Realm Masters dream of obtaining it, even Saint Realm Masters need it when refining artifacts, Shui Ling explained lightly. The expressions of the people from Bold Independent Union became excited. So it's ice flame star sand. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Although I know that a place with world spirit treasures is bound to have some kind of treasure, I didn't expect it to be this. It should be this ice flame star sand that facilitated the birth of the scarlet blood orchid, Shui Ling smiled. But the ice below is very thick, I can't break it. I'll help you. A chubby man from Bold Independent Union immediately stepped forward and walked over to Shui Ling, waving his hand and summoning a ball of hot flame, proudly declaring, I cultivate the fire attribute, it just so happens to be the nemesis of ice. Shui Ling shook her head, you can't, your strength is too low. I'm an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage master. The chubby man was not convinced. Shui Ling still shook her head, I already have helpers, there's no need for you. Yang Kai, come down with me, I'm afraid only you can break this ice. The chubby man glanced over at Yang Kai and suddenly became angry. If I can't, how can an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator like him? If I say he can, naturally he can. Do you still want the scarlet blood orchid? I'm helping you now for free. The chubby man immediately shut up. Quickly smiling, he said, don't be angry, we'll do as you say. Although the ice flame star sand was precious, what Bold Independent Union needed the most right now was the scarlet blood orchid. Naturally, they didn't want to provoke Shui Ling. Shui Ling nodded and pulled Yang Kai back into the swamp. After they disappeared, the bearded man from Bold Independent Union, Ji Hong, suddenly recovered and slapped his thigh. Damn, young lady, those two shouldn't have taken advantage of this opportunity to escape, right? Hearing this, her beautiful face couldn't help going pale, suddenly feeling that this was a possibility. There was no reason for others to help her for no reason. Faced with the temptation of a world spirit treasure and a spirit-grade top-rank material, they really might not be able to return after taking those two treasures. That's unlikely. Ji Hong was also dumbfounded. Then why did she only ask that man to help her? She was clearly taking advantage of this opportunity to meet up with him so she could leave after obtaining those treasures. These words were quite reasonable, causing the people from Bold Independent Union to be filled with righteous indignation, each of them cursing loudly. Ji Hong's expression became uglier and uglier, wanting to chase after them to see what was going on, but without a water attribute master, it was quite dangerous to move around in the depths of the swamp. Ji Hong spread out his divine sense but was unable to detect any aura. His heart instantly turned cold. Chapter 6:18. His cold was getting worse, and his daughter had also caught a cold, causing him to feel depressed. Under the swamp, the sky was dark and there was no light at all. Yang Kai followed Shui Ling all the way down. Wrapped in the bubble created by Shui Ling, Yang Kai didn't feel bored and his breathing was smooth. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai was able to clearly see his surroundings. As they fell, it seemed that his words weren't necessary. The bottom of this swamp was indeed several thousand meters deep. Only someone like Shui Ling, who possessed the water spirit body, could move freely in this place. If it were anyone else, even if they were proficient in water attribute strength, they would likely be unable to move freely. As they fell, Yang Kai gradually began to feel a slight chill, one that became more and more intense as time passed. After a long time, Shui Ling was unable to bear the cold and her teeth began to chatter. Yang Kai quickly released his Yuan Qi and the water bubble immediately produced a very comfortable temperature, dispelling all the cold. Bringing you down here was the right decision, Shui Ling giggled. Shui Ling giggled. Yang Kai's control over his own strength had already reached a transcendent level. Just now, if he had brought that young man from Bold Independent Union here, Shui Ling even suspected that the fire attribute energy he released would have conflicted with her water bubble. Yang Kai was different. He could disperse the cold without damaging the water bubble she created. Gradually, a ray of light appeared from below, and looking down, it seemed like there was a white flame burning in the air. However, it was a bit far away and there was a thick layer of ice in the middle, making it difficult for Yang Kai to see what it was. Those flickering flames are the ice flame star sand. The scarlet blood orchid is inside that sand, Shui Ling explained. Shui Ling explained, the ice at the bottom is about a few dozen meters thick. Can you break it open quietly? Yang Kai nodded gently. I'll try. Saying so, he jumped out of the water bubble. Suddenly, Kai Yang felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his body. He couldn't help but stiffen, and his bones began to creak. Without the protection of Shui Ling's water bubble, Yang Kai felt the pressure of the water around him. If you really can't, don't force yourself, Shui Ling said. Yang Kai responded and waited for a while. After he got used to the huge water pressure, he started to move. A scorching hot true yang yuan qi burst out from the center of his palm. Like an indestructible sharp blade, it melted a large hole in the ice in front of him, enough for a person to pass through. The yuan qi fiercely spewed out, and Yang Kai's movements were like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. This ordinary layer of ice simply could not withstand the burning of the true yang yuan qi. Shui Ling wrapped herself in the bubble and followed behind Yang Kai, quickly diving down. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yang Kai broke through the ice layer that was dozens of feet high. The two of them quickly arrived in front of the jumping and burning ice flame star sand. You collect the star sand, I'll go deal with that scarlet blood orchid. Shui Ling was very excited and immediately rushed towards the scarlet blood orchid. From the water below, a mysterious force quickly appeared and bound the surrounding space, trapping the scarlet blood orchid in a small area. Yang Kai glanced over but didn't pay much attention to it, simply collecting the jumping flames into his black book space. These lumps of jumping and burning flame-like things were actually grains of star sand, but they looked different from ordinary sand. They were very beautiful, and they were bone-piercingly cold to the touch. They were full of spiritual energy. Yang Kai also knew he had picked up a treasure. Coming across such an opportunity as soon as he arrived in Tongxian realm was a good sign. There weren't many star sand grains, only about 100 of them. When Yang Kai finished collecting them, Shui Ling also rushed over with a happy expression, holding a 7-leaf world spirit plant in her hand and beckoning to Yang Kai. She could control the power of the water flow, so under the water, the scarlet blood orchid couldn't escape from her grasp. Yang Kai smiled lightly and jumped into her water bubble. Let's go up, that group of people should be anxious, Shui Ling smiled, guessing the thoughts of the group from Bold Independent Union. Above the swamp, the group from Bold Independent Union wore ugly expressions as they waited quietly. The big bearded man suddenly cursed, "It's been almost an hour yet those two still haven't come up, they must have run away. Don't let me see them again. If I see them, I'll tear them into 10,000 pieces." Shui Ling shouted, "Don't speak nonsense. That girl should really be a disciple of Water Spirit Temple, and her status isn't low either." "Young lady, how do you know?" "She's a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, having such a cultivation at such a young age. How could she not have some status in Water Spirit Temple? A person with such an identity shouldn't lie to us." As she spoke, her voice lowered, as if she was trying to comfort herself and convince herself to trust Shui Ling. Even if she has some status, so what? The scarlet blood orchid and ice flame star sand are both extraordinary treasures. It's hard to say they won't be tempted by them. If that's the case, then we can only admit defeat. Yu sighed. We can only blame ourselves for not having the ability to take these two treasures for ourselves. Ta! Sighs rang out. In this world, those with ability could obtain good things, while those without ability could only look on enviously. This kind of situation was not uncommon. Often, some treasures would be discovered by others and obtained by the strong, while the weak could only look on with envy. Hey, there's movement. Suddenly, the bearded man exclaimed, his eyes flashing as he stared down at the swamp below. From down below, the aura of energy was rapidly rising. The group from Bold Independent Union immediately relaxed, feeling as if a big stone had been lifted from their hearts. A moment later, a bubble wrapped around Yang Kai and Shui Ling emerged. Landing on the ground, Shui Ling hurriedly asked, "You should have brought special containers to store world spirit treasures, right?" "Yes, we did." Nodding quickly, Yang Kai opened a small bag at his waist and took out a jade basin carved from white jade, engraved with a number of spirit array patterns. Yang Kai secretly observed and found that this was actually a universe bag. Shui Ling nodded lightly, "You're well prepared." Saying so, she handed the scarlet blood orchid over. Hesitating for a moment, Shui Ling happily reached out and accepted it. "Thank you." His attitude was sincere, without the slightest trace of falsehood. Placing the scarlet blood orchid into the jade basin, Shui Ling formed a few seals and the spirit array on the jade basin quickly activated, imprisoning this world spirit treasure inside. "What about the ice flame star sand?" The bearded man glanced around and couldn't help asking. "Jihong." Yang Kai's expression became cold as he shouted. "Haha, I was just asking." Ji Hong scratched his head awkwardly before turning to Yang Kai and smiling. "Brother, don't mind me, I'm a very curious person. It doesn't matter if you don't say anything, I know you must have obtained it." Yang Kai smiled lightly, suddenly realizing that this big man was actually quite interesting. Although he said he was just asking, he was actually trying to find out the whereabouts of the ice flame star sand. "And we've obtained it," Yang Kai nodded. "Good luck, brother, I'm so envious." Ji Hong smacked his lips, not bothering to hide his thoughts. Helplessly shaking his head, Ji Hong turned to Shui Ling and said, "Young lady, you've helped us so much this time, Bold Independent Union is extremely grateful. And, according to the rules of the Union, each of us can receive 20 crystal stones as a reward. As the team leader, I can receive 50, so I'll give you 80% of the reward as a token of my gratitude. How about it?" There were a total of 8 people, 7 of them receiving 20 crystal stones, 50 crystal stones, a total of 190 crystal stones. 80% would be 152 crystal stones. This kind of generosity immediately caused her team members to feel quite distressed. However, thinking about it carefully, if it weren't for Shui Ling and Yang Kai, they wouldn't have received even that 20% and would have even been punished, so their mood was much better. Shui Ling smiled and pointed to Yang Kai. "Give it to him, I don't need these crystal stones." Yang Kai's expression changed, but he didn't ask any more questions. Although he didn't know what crystal stones were or how much value they represented, looking at the expressions of these people, he realized that crystal stones should be quite valuable. "Very well." Ji Hong smiled. "In addition, if the two of you are willing to sell the ice flame star sand, we can discuss it in detail. I guarantee you will be satisfied with the price." "Hee hee." Shui Ling giggled. "We don't intend to sell this spirit-grade top-rank artifact refining material, we'll keep it for our own use." "So that's how it is." A little disappointed, Ji Hong didn't insist, instead saying, "Let's not talk about this for now, the two of you should think about it carefully. Once you've made up your mind, feel free to tell me. This place is only 3 days away from our Bold Independent Union's headquarters, Bold Independent City. Would the two of you be willing to return with us so we can properly entertain you?" After this incident, there was no longer any hostility between them. Instead, there was now some intent to make friends. Shui Ling glanced over at Yang Kai, to which Yang Kai gently nodded, indicating that he would accept. Shui Ling then nodded. "Good, I was just about to find a place to rest." "Please." Saying so, Shui Ling glanced over at Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to re-examine him. The exchange of glances between Shui Ling and Yang Kai just now had not escaped Shui Ling's notice. She couldn't help feeling a little puzzled. Shui Ling seemed to have a very high status in Water Spirit Temple, so why did she seem to follow this young man's lead? Why did she always ask for his opinion on everything? What kind of background did this young man have that even a high-ranking disciple of Water Spirit Temple would care so much about him? Puzzled, Shui Ling couldn't help feeling a little interested in Yang Kai. Along the way, the atmosphere was harmonious. Shui Ling intended to inquire about Yang Kai's identity, so naturally she asked him a few questions, but Yang Kai's answers were watertight, leaving Shui Ling at a loss for what to do. After a brief conversation, Yang Kai and Shui Ling learned that this young woman was called Yun Xian and was the captain of one of Bold Independent Union's teams. The 6 or 7 people before them were members of this team. Bold Independent Union was somewhat different from other great forces in that it was formed by a number of teams. Its main purpose was to sell various cultivation materials and finished products. These teams were constantly on the move all year round, searching for a variety of business opportunities and materials for Bold Independent Union, bringing them profits while Bold Independent Union provided these cultivators with a comfortable and safe cultivation environment. Chapter 619. As a result, Bold Independent Union was very prestigious among the cultivators who did not belong to any sect. Many people hoped to join Bold Independent Union in order to seek some benefits. It was also for this reason that although Bold Independent Union had a large number of disciples, it didn't have many true masters. Compared to other great forces, it was always a bit weak. When Yun Xian heard that Shui Ling was a disciple of Water Spirit Temple, her expression became dignified because of this concern. She didn't dare offend Water Spirit Temple easily. However, now that the Scarlet Blood Orchid had been obtained by this group of people and could successfully complete their mission, it didn't matter whether Shui Ling was a disciple of Water Spirit Temple or not. 2 days later, the group left the swamp. Another day later, a huge city located in the middle of the wilderness entered Yang Kai's eyes. This was Bold Independent City, the headquarters of Bold Independent Union. These 3 days of walking allowed Yang Kai to truly appreciate the richness of Tong Xian Realm's world energy aura. From the conversations of these people, he also learned about the richness of this land. There were many things here that he wouldn't have dared to dream of in his original world, as well as many famous masters. Yang Kai's horizons had been broadened greatly, and even his state of mind seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. At the gate of Bold Independent City, there were a few people dressed as guards who were inspecting the passers-by. They just watched vigilantly without any intention of stopping them. Under the leadership of Yun Xian, the group easily entered the city. The bustling atmosphere was overwhelming. Countless cultivators were passing by, like a school of carps crossing the river, flowing in an endless stream. Yun Xian smiled and explained, "Because our Bold Independent Union mainly deals in materials for cultivation, our headquarters is very lively. Many people like to come here to buy some alchemy and artifact refining materials. In this world, besides the Merchant Union's headquarters, our Bold Independent City's goods flow the most frequently. However, the Merchant Union does business with 3 parties, This is something we can't compare to." 3 parties? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. That's right. The Merchant Union's shopping center is located in the neutral territory. Their business deals with both the demon race and the monster race, didn't you know? Yun Xian's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared at Yang Kai in confusion. "I don't go out much, so I don't know much about the outside world," Yang Kai answered casually, looking calm. Yun Xian simply nodded and didn't ask any more questions, lest she upset Yang Kai. After being together for 3 days, she could see that Yang Kai was relatively taciturn, showing a strong curiosity and interest in things that were common to them. This was clearly a sign of inexperience. However, his mind was very heavy and he wasn't shallow, so if there was something he didn't understand, he wouldn't ask too many questions and would simply observe with his own eyes. This made Yun Xian a little confused, wondering whether this young man was just a fledgling or a seasoned veteran. All in all, whenever Yun Xian faced him, she felt an inexplicable sense of pressure. "If it's convenient for the 2 of you, please come to our team's house. We've purchased a house in the city and the environment is quite good." Yun Xian extended an invitation. "Good." Shui Ling readily agreed. She couldn't wait to find a place to wash her body. During this time, she had been in such a hurry that she was covered in dirt. "Ji Hong, take them there," Yun Xian ordered. The big bearded man nodded, Leave it to me. Please go ahead first, we still have to go to the union to hand over our tasks, we'll return once we're done. Yang Kai nodded and followed behind the big bearded man with Shui Ling, heading towards a certain direction in the city. After walking for a short time, the pair arrived in front of a large house. Ji Hong enthusiastically led the two of them inside before calling for a servant to prepare a bath for Yang Kai and Shui Ling, arranging for them to rest and bathe in, showing great enthusiasm. The environment of the house was quite sloppy, and although it was located in the downtown area, it was protected by a barrier so there wasn't much noise. Since he was already here, Kai Young didn't feel the slightest discomfort. When it was time for dinner, a servant came to inform them that dinner had been prepared. Yang Kai went out and was surprised to find that Shui Ling had returned to her usual appearance and was waiting for him outside. The two of them smiled at each other and left together. At the banquet, Yun Xian's team was very hospitable and came forward to offer a toast. Shui Ling said she didn't want to drink while Yang Kai didn't refuse, enjoying the wine and delicacies of this foreign territory. Yun Xian handed Yang Kai the 152 crystal stones she had previously agreed upon and smiled. Use them sparingly, don't go out and indulge yourself in wine and debauchery. There are too many temptations in bold independent city that you can't resist, especially for a little brat like you, hee. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes sparkled, probably because she had drunk a bit of wine. Her tone had become much more presumptuous, her cheeks flushed red and her breath sweet, making her look extremely attractive. When the bearded man and the others saw Yun Xian's appearance, they all abandoned Yang Kai and began trying to get her drunk with ulterior motives. Yun Xian didn't refuse either of them, causing Yang Kai to be dumbfounded. After half the night had passed, Yang Kai and Shui Ling left one after another. The people from bold independent union still persisted, but only Ji Hong was left. Everyone else had been cleanly defeated by Yun Xian. Returning to his room, Yang Kai took out the crystal stones from the black book space and carefully examined them, his eyes lighting up. He found that these crystal stones contained a huge amount of pure energy that could be absorbed by any cultivator to supplement their yuan qi. Although he had quietly asked Shui Ling about the mysteries of these crystal stones before, Yang Kai hadn't realized how precious they were until now. If they had these things, the cultivator in the other world could also rapidly improve their cultivation, but unfortunately, they didn't have such convenient conditions. Crystal stones were a hard currency in Tongxian realm. They could be used for cultivation, alchemy, artifact refining, and were the standard for measuring the value of goods. Yang Kai couldn't help marveling, never having imagined that such a thing existed in this world. Since arriving in Tongxian realm, it was as if he had stepped into a completely new world. Everything felt so strange and novel to him. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai released his divine sense slightly and after confirming the identity of the visitor, he waved his hand and opened the door, allowing Shui Ling to walk in under the moonlight. What's wrong? Yang Kai asked. Nothing, I just couldn't sleep so I came to talk to you. Shui Ling sat down on a chair and poured herself a cup of tea. I saw you go out during the day, was it to report to your family that you were safe? You noticed? Shui Ling looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai smiled lightly. And it was to report to my family. Bold Independent Union has a branch of our water spirit temple, so I went to report to them. After all, I've been missing for more than 2 years. In about half a month, someone will come to pick me up. Who are you in Water Spirit Temple? It seems your status isn't low. My father is Water Spirit Temple's temple master. Yang Kai raised his brow. So you're Water Spirit Temple's little princess. Shui Ling spat disdainfully. So what if I'm the little princess? When I was in your house, you could bully me however you wanted. Yang Kai smiled. You wouldn't want to take revenge now, would you? I'm not that bored, Shui Ling disdained. Shui Ling simply disdained these words. Yang Kai bringing her back was already enough for her to be grateful, so how could she still think about revenge? But speaking of which, I have a request I hope you'll listen to. Shui Ling's expression suddenly became serious. Oh, can you join our Water Spirit Temple? Shui Ling went straight to the point. Yang Kai looked at her strangely and frowned. Why do you want me to join? Because I've seen many miracles in you, and I believe that with your ability, you will definitely achieve great things in Tongxian realm in the future, so I hope you can join our water spirit temple. As long as you agree, I can provide you with the best cultivation environment and help you quickly improve your strength. Right, the main reason you came here is to find those friends of yours, right? With my water spirit temple's help, it will be much more convenient. Your conditions are quite generous. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a playful smile. You are worthy of such conditions, and I have the ability to fulfill them. I believe, Yang Kai nodded, Shui Ling was the little princess of Water Spirit Temple, so she did have this ability. Then do you agree or not? Shui Ling asked expectantly. Yang Kai shook his head and said seriously, thank you for thinking so highly of me, but you've lived in the central capital for so long, you should understand what kind of person I am. Of course I understand, I won't restrict you in any way. As long as you join Water Spirit Temple, everything else is up to you. Joining Water Spirit Temple is the biggest restriction, Yang Kai smiled. Sure enough. Shui Ling sighed faintly. Although she knew that there was an 80% chance that her proposal would be impossible to achieve, she still couldn't help but try to persuade him, hoping that after drinking so much wine this evening, Yang Kai would suddenly agree. Now it seemed that he was more sober than ever. Forget it, I won't force you, but if one day you are willing to come to Water Spirit Temple, you must let me know. Yang Kai didn't comment. The night passed silently, and the next day, Yun Xian came over and offered to take Yang Kai and Shui Ling to see the sights of bold independent city. Yang Kai just happened to want to experience the customs of this foreign territory, so naturally he didn't refuse. Looking at her nonchalant expression, Yang Kai suddenly had a striking understanding of this woman's forthright drinking capacity. According to the servants in the house, all of the men in Yun Xian's group had been knocked out last night, and Yun Xian had drunk a few jars of wine by herself before giving up. This kind of drinking capacity surprised Yang Kai, and he couldn't help giving her a sidelong glance. Bold independent city wasn't small, and although it wasn't as large as the central capital in terms of area, it was still a behemoth compared to the cities of that world. From time to time, some strange monster beasts would fly through the sky, each of these monster beasts carrying a cultivator on their back. In addition to using these monster beasts as mounts, there were also some artifacts specifically used to carry people in flight, each of them in a different shape, but all of them were beautifully decorated, swaggering through the streets. Yun Xian had said that those who dared to fly over bold independent city were all people of a certain status, while people like them could only obediently walk below. Chapter 620. Today I need to rest. Differences in social class and status existed in every place. Bold independent city was indeed lively and prosperous. Yang Kai observed as he walked, noticing the cultivation levels and numbers of cultivator passing by, a slight shock in his heart. It seemed that in Tongxian realm, immortal ascension boundary cultivators were a very common group. 60% of the cultivators he encountered in bold independent city were immortal ascension boundary cultivators, and occasionally he would encounter a few transcendent realm masters. In the other world, immortal ascension boundary was already considered a high-level cultivator. In some places, even Yuan Qi boundary cultivators could dominate, but here, immortal ascension boundary cultivators were nothing. Following Yun Xian into a large hall, Yang Kai found that there were many cultivator entering and exiting this hall. Most of the people who entered had nervous and expectant expressions, while those who left were either happy or annoyed. This made Yang Kai very confused, wondering what this place was all about. Inside the hall, there were many rooms, and outside each of these rooms, there were many cultivator waiting in line. Yun Xian led Yang Kai and Shui Ling to one of the innermost rooms of the building. Inside this room, the floor was covered with a thick soft blanket and the surrounding walls were carved with many lifelike patterns. In the middle of the room was an incense burner lit with precious incense, giving the room a warm feeling. A fat old man sat in an armchair with an arrogant expression on his face, staring coldly at a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator in front of him. his expressions somewhat impatient. When Yang Kai followed Yun Xian to the door, he happened to hear the old man faintly say to the cultivator, "Without the blue sky poison feather, this old master can't repair this artifact for you. What's more, you're not a disciple of my bold independent union, so the reward should be increased by 20%. Not only do you not have the materials, but you also don't have enough reward, so how can this old master help? Who do you think this old master is?" Saying so, the old man gently waved his hand. "Go, find the materials, collect the reward, then come find this old master, or you can go find another artifact refiner. The reward they ask won't be as high as this old master's." "Master?" The cultivator still wanted to beg, but the old man glared at him. He immediately swallowed the rest of his words. With a dejected expression, he shook his head helplessly and turned to leave. After passing through the door, Yang Kai let out a heavy sigh. Looking at the artifact in his hand and thinking about what the old man had said, he suddenly understood where he was. The old man sitting inside also noticed Yun Xian outside at this moment and couldn't help smiling as he beckoned to her. "Miss Yun, come in." Yun Xian smiled and walked in. "Grandmaster Ma." The old man smiled wholeheartedly, without the slightest trace of impatience and arrogance he had when facing the cultivator, instead becoming extremely amiable. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering what kind of charm Yun Xian had that could make this old man's attitude change so much. Even if she was a member of Bold Independent Union, she probably wouldn't act like this. Moreover, the way this old man looked at her was quite kind, like an elder looking at a junior, without the slightest obscenity. "Did you break some kind of artifact?" Grandmaster Ma smiled bitterly and shook his head, reaching out his hand. "Take it out and let me see." Yun Xian stuck out her tongue playfully, and with a wave of her hand, a flash of light appeared in her palm. Yang Kai looked closely and found that it was a spear-shaped artifact with arcs of lightning flashing across its surface. The grade of this artifact was obviously not low. However, there were some cracks on this spear at the moment, and the body of the spear was also speckled, as if it had been corroded by something. The battle you encountered was not simple. Grandmaster Ma's face sank as he stared at Yun Xian thoughtfully, sighing, "You're just a little girl. Why do you have to work so hard?" Yun Xian giggled. "I was careless and ended up like this." "You? This old master doesn't know what to say about you." "Then please don't scold me," Yun Xian said coquettishly, taking out some materials and crystal stones and handing them to Grandmaster Ma. "These are the materials and compensation for repairing this artifact." "There's no need for compensation," Grandmaster Ma shook his head. "I'm just an ordinary disciple of the Union. How could I break the rules of the Union? If I say there's no need, then there's no need. This old master still has the right to do so. What's wrong? Are you looking down on me?" Grandmaster Ma pretended to be annoyed as he put on a serious face. Yun Xian stuck out her tongue and helplessly took back the crystal stones. "Come back in 3 days to collect them. This time this old master will refine them to a level where they can't be damaged," Grandmaster Ma said confidently. "Many thanks, Grandmaster Ma." Yun Xian was extremely happy. "Can this Grandmaster repair artifacts?" Yang Kai, who had been observing from the side, finally asked at this moment. The clothes Grandmaster Ma was wearing were quite tasteful, and there was a special symbol engraved on his chest. Although Yang Kai didn't know what this symbol represented, he guessed it was the symbol of an artifact refiner. It was the same as the symbol on an alchemist's chest. Grandmaster Ma heard this and glanced over at Yang Kai, laughing involuntarily. "This old master is in this line of work. Naturally I can repair artifacts. Are you a new member of Yun Xian's team?" Yang Kai shook his head. Yun Xian also said, "Grandmaster, this is one of my friend. He's not a member of my team." Grandmaster Ma smiled. "Your friend is a bit ignorant. After entering the Union's artifact hall, he doesn't even know what this place is. He just came out of this remote place not long ago, so he's a bit ignorant," Yun Xian said while quietly glancing over at Yang Kai, explaining to him, "This is the artifact hall of our Bold Independent Union. There are many skilled artifact refiners here, and Grandmaster Ma is the most skilled of them all. No matter what kind of artifact falls into his hands, he can refine and repair it." Saying so, she suddenly realized something. Do you have an artifact that needs to be repaired? Yang Kai nodded and took out the bone shield. This bone shield had been damaged since it had blocked a lot of damage for Yang Kai back in the central capital, and then after the explosion in the abandoned Earth, it had been damaged even more severely. Yang Kai had been looking for an opportunity to repair it, but he hadn't expected Yun Xian to bring him to this place. It really was a case of someone delivering a pillow to him when he was feeling sleepy, saving him the trouble of looking for one himself. Grandmaster Ma reached out and took the bone shield, gently stroking it while releasing his yuan qi to feel its internal structure. Suddenly, his face went black as he shouted in annoyance, "Which bastard refined this artifact?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know. Incompetent, too incompetent. Although the materials used in this artifact aren't expensive, it shouldn't have been refined into such a low-grade artifact." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Mysterious grade low rank, in the other world, was already a grade that would make anyone jealous, but after being evaluated by Grandmaster Ma, it was completely worthless. This technique is also extremely clumsy. The artifact refiner who refined this artifact should be dragged out and killed, Grandmaster Ma said with an annoyed look. Yun Xian whispered, "Grandmaster Ma has very strict requirements for artifact refining." Yang Kai nodded gently. He could also see that this Grandmaster Ma was obsessed with the art of artifact refining. Not only was he strict with himself, but he was also quite strict with other artifact refiners. Grandmaster Ma looked up at Yang Kai again and said suspiciously, "Yun Xian said you came from a remote place, and it seems you are right. Only a remote corner would use this outdated method to refine artifacts. This method has thousands of years of history and has long since been phased out." "Can Grandmaster Ma repair this artifact?" Yang Kai asked. "As long as you have the materials, I can repair it." Grandmaster Ma smiled confidently. "What materials do you have?" Yang Kai thought for a moment and remembered that he only had the ice flame star sand he had obtained a few days ago, quickly taking it out and asking, "Will this do?" "Spirit grade top rank ice flame star sand?" Grandmaster Ma's expression suddenly became excited as he stared at the ice blue flame dancing on Yang Kai's hand. After this grain of star sand was taken out, the temperature in the room suddenly dropped, and both Yun Xian and Shui Ling couldn't help shivering. Perceiving their abnormalities, Yang Kai quickly circulated his yuan qi to wrap the ice flame star sand in order to prevent its chill from leaking out. Grandmaster Ma's eyes lit up as he secretly nodded, thinking that this little brat's yuan qi was quite pure and his control of yuan qi was quite good. Although his knowledge wasn't deep, he still had some means. "The ice flame star sand can indeed be used to repair this artifact of yours." Grandmaster Ma restrained his excited expression and nodded lightly. Although spirit-grade top-rank materials were very precious, as a top artifact refiner in Artifact Hall, he had seen countless precious materials, so naturally he wouldn't lose his composure. "But it's a bit overkill. This is a spirit-grade top-rank material while this artifact of yours is only mysterious-grade low-rank. You should be able to see the difference between the two, but using this ice flame star sand on this bone shield." Grandmaster Ma's mouth twitched slightly. "What a waste. As long as it can repair the bone shield," Yang Kai insisted. "Do you really want to do this?" Yang Kai nodded. Grandmaster Ma frowned but no longer tried to persuade him. In any case, the artifact and materials belonged to Yang Kai, so he could use them however he wanted. Letting out a sigh of relief, Grandmaster Ma said, "Good, since you say so, this old master will do it, but if you want to repair this artifact, the ice flame star sand alone won't be enough, you also need another material." "What kind of material?" Yang Kai asked. "Profound mist iron or sky cicada jade, either of these materials will do. If you find the former, I can help you refine this bone shield into a mysterious grade mid-rank artifact. If you find the latter, I can refine it into a mysterious grade top rank or even a spirit grade artifact. It all depends on your own ability," Grandmaster Ma said proudly. "Profound mist iron, sky cicada jade?" Yang Kai was stunned. "One is a mysterious grade material while the other is a spirit grade material," Shui Ling explained softly. Where can I find these two materials? You'll have to find a way yourself, Grandmaster Ma snorted lightly. It seemed that Yang Kai's wasteful use of heaven's treasures had made him a little unhappy. However, as long as you have enough crystal stones, you can buy anything in bold independent city. Profound mist iron and sky cicada jade aren't rare treasures, so you should be able to find them in stock. If that's the case, then how many crystal stones would these two materials cost? Yang Kai asked Shui Ling. Shui Ling smiled lightly. With your current wealth, you probably can't afford them. Chapter 621. Yang Kai scratched his head awkwardly. He had thought that 150 crystal stones was already a decent amount of wealth, but when it came time to use it, he found that it was still far too little. Don't look at me like that, I don't have any crystal stones on me, Shui Ling helplessly said. She had lived in the central capital for more than 2 years and had long since consumed all the crystal stones she had brought with her. Yun Xian, who had been listening from the side, grit her teeth and said, I have a piece of sky cicada jade here. Yang Kai stared at her blankly. In any case, I don't have much use for it, so I'll just give it to you. Saying so, Yun Xian reached into the universe bag at her waist and took out a piece of pure white jade the size of a fist. Yang Kai frowned, hesitated for a moment, then reached out and took it. I'll just lend it to you. No need, Yun Xian smiled lightly. Grandmaster Ma looked at Yang Kai and then at Yun Xian, not quite understanding why Yun Xian seemed to treat this young man so well, even generously giving away such a precious material like the sky cicada jade. Was there any value in investing in a young man who came from a remote corner? Grandmaster Ma pondered. Handing over the sky cicada jade and the ice flame star sand to Grandmaster Ma, Grandmaster Ma took them and lightly coughed. You're not a disciple of my bold independent union, so it stands to reason that the cost of refining and repairing an artifact is increased by 20%. Saying so, he glanced over at Yun Xian and smiled. But out of respect for Yun Xian, this old master will accept 100 crystal stones from you. You should have enough crystal stones, right? This young man was obviously very poor, so Grandmaster Ma didn't dare ask for too much, lest Yun Xian lose face. Yang Kai nodded, took out 100 crystal stones, and handed them over. Grandmaster Ma showed a satisfied expression and said, Come back in 10 days and I'll give you a brand new artifact. I promise you it won't disappoint you. Then we'll take our leave first. Yun Xian nodded lightly before leading Yang Kai and Shui Ling back the way they had come. After leaving the artifact hall, Yang Kai asked, That piece of sky cicada jade, how many crystal stones is it worth? Yun Xian smiled but didn't say anything while Shui Ling quietly gestured to him. Yang Kai's face darkened. Yang Kai didn't have many valuable things on him that he could give to Yun Xian as compensation. He wasn't prepared to reveal the myriad drug liquid and had even handed over the ice flame star sand to Grandmaster Ma. Originally, he had wanted to share some with Shui Ling, but now he could only give up. In any case, Shui Ling was the little princess of Water Spirit Temple, so she probably wouldn't care about these gains and losses. I will pay you back. Yang Kai reiterated he didn't like owing people favors, especially those he wasn't familiar with. Yun Xian showing such goodwill was obviously because of Shui Ling. Yang Kai was well aware of his own shortcomings. Yun Xian wouldn't give him such a precious material just to establish a friendship with him. I already said there's no need. Yun Xian grinned and shook her head. Good, if there's nothing else, let's go back. I still want to buy something, Yang Kai said. Oh, what do you want to buy? I'll show you the way. Yun Xian looked at him with interest. Buy some medicinal herbs. Why do you want to buy medicinal herbs? Yun Xian asked, her beautiful eyes suddenly lighting up. Are you an alchemist? Yang Kai shook his head. I'm just interested in alchemy and want to study it. Really? Shui Ling was also dumbfounded. The time she had spent with Yang Kai wasn't short, but she had never seen him perform alchemy. She knew that Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang had a very close relationship. Xia Ningchang had profound attainments in alchemy, but for someone who had never been exposed to alchemy before to say such words at this moment, Shui Ling couldn't quite understand. I'm just playing around, Yang Kai smiled. In any case, There was nothing to do right now, and Grandmaster Ma had also said that he wouldn't be able to pick up the bone shield until 10 days later, so young Kai naturally wanted to use this time to do some serious business. Alchemy was something he had always wanted to do but had never had the time to do. Before reaching the immortal ascension boundary, one couldn't perform alchemy. This was the teachings of Medicine King's Valley's hidden cloud peaks, Xiao Fu Sheng. Yang Kai had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary long ago and met this condition. In the past, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about the pills he used to cultivate. With his little senior sister here, he could refine any kind of pill he wanted. But now he had come to Tong Xian realm alone, and Treasurer Meng and the others were nowhere to be found, so Yang Kai had to make plans for his future. Having a skill was always better than having no skill at all. I don't understand you, Shui Ling shook her head. Then come with me, I'll take you to buy the herbs you need. What kind of herbs do you want? The lower the grade, the better, Yang Kai said seriously. Yun Xian was stunned. The lower the better? Have you never performed alchemy before? Only some apprentices who had just entered the alchemic Dao would choose to practice with low-grade herbs. He's never done alchemy before. Shui Ling smiled. So you're really just playing around. Yun Xian laughed and didn't try to stop him, leading Yang Kai and Shui Ling towards a certain direction in the city. The further they walked, the more remote the city became. The grade of the things they saw along the way also became lower and lower. Even the level of the cultivator entering and exiting this place wasn't as high-end as it had been before. Yang Kai knew that this place should be the lowest level cultivator and material trading area in Bold Independent City. A short time later, the group of 3 arrived at a medicine shop filled with a variety of low-grade materials. Many alchemist and artifact refiner apprentices were here looking for materials to practice their craft. The grade of materials was low and the price was cheap, but because the quantity was so high, business here was booming. Under Yun Xian's guidance, Yang Kai spent 50 crystal stones to purchase a large number of low-grade herbs before leaving with satisfaction. After returning to Yun Xian's team house, Yang Kai closed the door to his room, arranged a barrier around it, and began his alchemy journey in high spirits. The essence and mysteries of alchemy were something he was well versed in. Over the years, the information he had gleaned from the true alchemic way had allowed him to grasp more alchemy knowledge than even Xia Ningchang. The structure of various spirit arrays, the selection of herbs, the control of flames, the experience of various alchemy grandmasters, and so on were all things that no one could compare to. What Yang Kai lacked was practical experience. Moreover, the attributes of his Yuan Qi and divine sense were also quite suitable for alchemy. The burning hot true Yang Yuan Qi made it easier for the medicinal efficacies of herbs to be condensed. It could be said that in terms of alchemy, Yang Kai possessed a unique set of conditions that many people couldn't compare to. Although he couldn't compare to Xia Ningchang's sacred spirit medicine body, compared to other alchemists, his conditions were much better. Pouring out all the low-grade materials he had purchased from the Black Book space, Yang Kai took out the small incense burner. This incense burner was a treasure that had appeared on the 3rd page of the Black Book when it was unsealed, but since peeking into the mysteries of the true alchemic way, Yang Kai knew that it wasn't just an ordinary incense burner. It was also a pill furnace that could be used for alchemy. This incense burner and the true alchemic way should have existed side by side, complementing each other. But for some reason, the true alchemic way had been hidden in the Pill Saint's portrait in Medicine King's Valley. If it weren't for an accident, Yang Kai might have missed the mysteries of the true alchemic way. The original owner of the Black Book seemed to have intended to prevent Yang Kai from embarking on the alchemic way and had no intention of passing down the true alchemic way. However, it turned out that his plan had failed. Reaching out and stroking the small incense burner, Yang Kai poured his Yuan Qi into it and let the Yuan Qi flow through the incense burner according to a certain route. Soon, the incense burner flashed with a bright light, and with the appearance of this light, the small incense burner suddenly expanded to the size of a water tank. Yang Kai withdrew his hand and nodded with satisfaction. The size of a pill furnace, to some extent, directly reflected the skill of an alchemist. The larger the pill furnace required, the lower the level of the alchemist. This was because when performing alchemy, An alchemist needed to use yuan qi to inscribe different spirit arrays inside the pill furnace, allowing the spirit arrays to play a role and fuse the medicinal efficacies, allowing the medicinal herbs to clash inside the pill furnace and finally condense the pill. A skilled alchemist, no matter how small the pill furnace, would be able to accurately inscribe the spirit arrays without any deviation, allowing them to control the temperature of the flames. A pill furnace the size of a water tank was suitable for Yang Kai to practice with. With such a large pill furnace, the margin for error was slightly higher, so it didn't matter if he poured more yuan qi into it. Recalling the configuration of a pill, Yang Kai found the corresponding medicinal herbs from the pile of low-level materials, placed them aside, and then constantly formed seals with his hands, pouring yuan qi into the pill furnace. Soon, a simple spirit array took shape inside the pill furnace. Because he wanted to practice, Yang Kai chose a spirit array that increased the success rate of alchemy. This spirit array was a basic spirit array, so it wasn't too complicated. Yang Kai had the ability to control the formation and stability of this spirit array. After inspecting the spirit array inside the pill furnace, Yang Kai was extremely satisfied. Placing the selected low-level materials into the pill furnace in an orderly manner, Yang Kai poured yuan qi into it, using the hot true yang yuan qi to condense the medicinal efficacies. During this process, the precious insights and experiences of the alchemy grandmasters in the true alchemic way slowly emerged in Yang Kai's mind, allowing him to compare them with the situation in front of him. These alchemy grandmasters also knew nothing about the Tao of alchemy, and they knew nothing about the mysteries of alchemy. But through their own efforts and talent, step by step, they had reached a height that was respected by others. Yang Kai was very careful with his control, because the amount of yuan qi he poured was directly related to the condensation of the medicinal efficacies. If he poured too much, it may burn the herbs. If he poured too little, the medicinal efficacies would not be fully developed, and the pill would not be able to form. Alchemy was an extremely delicate work, and it had very strict requirements for the control of one's own yuan qi. Under the influence of Yang Kai's yuan qi, the herbs melted and fused together, producing a delightful change. However, just as Yang Kai thought that he was about to succeed this time, a black smoke suddenly emerged from the pill furnace, and a burnt smell quickly filled the room. Yang Kai stopped pouring yuan qi and frowned. He knew that this time's alchemy was a complete failure. There seemed to be some problems with the amount of yuan qi he poured in. He had used a little too much strength, resulting in all the herbs being burned. Taking out the burned waste from the pill furnace, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to continue. Instead, he calmed down and recalled what he had felt just now, verifying it with the correct method. Chapter 622. After a long time, Yang Kai began his second attempt. Because of his previous failure, the spirit array inside the pill furnace had been completely burned away, so this time he had to start all over again. Meticulously, Yang Kai used his yuan qi to carve the required spirit array inside the pill furnace. But this attempt was even worse than the previous one. Because of this oversight, there was a slight deviation in the true essence when inscribing the spirit array. The moment the lines were formed, the spirit array suddenly exploded. Inside the pill furnace, chaotic energy fluctuations quickly burst out, like a wild horse that was difficult to tame. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. Only now did he understand that understanding alchemy was one thing, but actually refining it was another. Looking at it this way, his little senior sister's talent was truly enviable. With the sacred spirit medicine body, she could refine pills as she pleased, and any herbs that reached her hands would obediently fuse to the degree she wanted. After failing 3 times in a row, the spirit array finally stabilized inside the pill furnace. This was because during the process of carving the spirit array, one needed to be completely focused and could not relax in the slightest. Moreover, the entire spirit array had to be completed in one go, so if there were any mistakes or discrepancies during the process, the spirit array would collapse. This kind of thing consumed a lot of energy and yuan qi. Only when everything was completed accurately could the spirit array take shape and play its role. It was easy to say, but when it came to actually doing it, one would find that there were many difficulties, making one feel like they were going crazy. Fortunately, Yang Kai's temperament could be considered firm, so he would not be discouraged by 1 or 2 failures. Every time he failed, it would only increase his experience of success. After the spirit array stabilized, Yang Kai once again placed the herbs into the pill furnace in an orderly manner. The yuan qi in his hand quickly melted the herbs into a liquid and fused them together. Various medicinal efficacies appeared, condensing into a clump, conflicting with each other, resulting in subtle changes. This time, he was more careful with his control, but he still failed. When he wanted to get rid of the impurities in the herbs and purify the liquid, an explosion suddenly came from the pill furnace, and a burnt smell filled the air once again. Sitting in the room, Yang Kai quietly pondered, slowly recovering his spirit. After adjusting his breathing, when his essence, energy, and spirit were restored to their peak, he began to work again. Failure after failure would make anyone feel a deep sense of powerlessness, but Yang Kai's expression was calm and unruffled. He poured out the discarded materials from the pill furnace again and again, repeating the various actions before his failure. Because he knew that every time he failed, he would make some progress. Practice makes perfect. This was not just empty talk. Wanting to refine a good medicinal pill was not something that could be done overnight. He had only just begun. More and more discarded materials were piled up in the room, and the smell of burnt flesh filled the air. Yang Kai's spirit never relaxed. Time slowly passed. No one knew how much time had passed. 80% of the low-grade materials that he had spent 50 crystal stones on had already been consumed, but Yang Kai still hadn't been able to refine a single pill. However, it was as if he had become the demon race. His expression was still so meticulous and focused. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai didn't know how many times he had tried. However, this time was different from the past. He had a feeling of confidence. He had a premonition that he would definitely succeed this time. The carving of the spirit array was already very familiar. Yang Kai only needed 10 breaths of time to firmly carve the spirit array into the pill furnace. Stalk after stalk of low-grade herbs were thrown into the pill furnace. Under the effect of Yang Kai's yuan qi, they melted and converged into a medicinal liquid. The yuan qi shuttled back and forth in the medicinal liquid, burning the impurities in the medicinal liquid and driving out unnecessary components. There was not the slightest mistake in the entire process. Yang Kai was like a skilled veteran, gradually forming the medicinal pill. Soon, a faint fragrance filled the air from the pill furnace. Yang Kai's spirit was shaken. He didn't dare to be careless. He controlled the intensity of the yuan qi's output and controlled the temperature of the pill. After a long time, when the medicinal liquid had been condensed to its limit, Yang Kai suddenly withdrew all of his yuan qi. The spirit array in the pill furnace also fiercely contracted at this moment. Like a large net, it tied up all of the medicinal liquid and condensed it into a round, rolling pill. Asterisk ding dong. Asterisk a crisp sound came from within the pill furnace. Yang Kai was sweating profusely, but he couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. He quickly took the pill out of the pill furnace. An attractive fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. This small pill contained almost all of Yang Kai's painstaking efforts. It was only the size of a thumbnail, but it contained almost all of the medicinal efficacies of the herbs he had used. After carefully examining the pill, Kai Yang discovered that the first pill he had ever refined in his life was actually only a common-grade pill. The materials he used were all earth-grade materials because in Tongxian realm, common-grade herbs were basically unplucked. They were like wildflowers on the roadside, completely worthless. Earth-grade materials were somewhat useful. Using earth-grade materials to refine a common-grade pill. This result was not up to standard, but Yang Kai was satisfied because this was the first pill he had ever refined himself. Holding this pill, Yang Kai fell into deep thought, recalling the feeling he had during the refining process. He thought to himself that if he could condense the medicinal efficacies a bit more, drive out the impurities a bit more, and control the heat better, the quality of the pill would definitely rise again. Moreover, after this success, he also deeply realized the breadth and profoundness of alchemy and gained a certain understanding of the various mysteries of alchemy. If one wanted to become a qualified alchemist, mastering a huge amount of knowledge was far from enough. One must go through thousands of trials and experience. His first success allowed him to accumulate a lot of precious experience. After resting for a while, Yang Kai continued to work hard. Time flew by and 10 days passed. The herbs Yang Kai had spent 50 crystal stones to buy had been completely consumed, leaving not even a drop behind. Just as he was about to leave his retreat, the sound of light footsteps came from outside. Through the sound of these footsteps, Yang Kai understood the identity of the person who had come. Smiling slightly, Yang Kai waved his hand and dispersed the barrier around his room before opening the door. Shui Ling stood outside, her expression slightly complicated. After smelling the smell coming from the room, she couldn't help waving her hand to the tip of her nose, frowning slightly as she asked, "What's that smell?" Yang Kai scratched his face awkwardly. Not far away, Yun Xian, the big bearded man, and the others also came over. Seemingly knowing that Yang Kai had been performing alchemy these days, the big bearded man stepped forward and winked at Yang Kai. "Brother, how are the results? Did you refine any good pills? Would you like to share them with us?" Ji Hong. Yun Xian glared at him. Yang Kai was someone who had never performed alchemy before and had only bought some herbs on a whim to try out. With no one to teach him, it would be strange if he could refine pills. If pills were so easy to refine, the status of an alchemist wouldn't be so noble. From the burnt smell wafting out of the room and the piles of discarded materials, Yun Xian understood what kind of setbacks Yang Kai had encountered these past 10 days. "Heh, tell me," the big bearded man grinned meaningfully, clearly not harboring any malicious intentions. Yun Xian glanced at Yang Kai apologetically and hesitated for a moment before saying, "If you really want to practice alchemy, I can introduce you to the Union's Pill Union as an apprentice. Finding a master to teach you there will be much better than fumbling around on your own." "No need, I'm really just playing around," Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. Yun Xian gently nodded and didn't say anything more, only thinking that this young man was quite interesting. He was obviously interested in alchemy but didn't want to be taught, preferring to lock himself up in his room and fumble around on his own. Secretly sighing, Yun Xian knew that if this continued he would never be able to refine any alchemy pills in his lifetime, but in the end, this was someone else's business, so as an outsider she couldn't interfere. "Yang Kai, someone from the sect has come to pick me up," Shui Ling said. "Oh, congratulations," Yang Kai smiled. "I was waiting for you to come out so I could say goodbye," Shui Ling said. The people from Water Spirit Temple had arrived in bold Independent City 2 days ago, but Yang Kai had been in retreat in his room all this time, so Shui Ling couldn't just leave. After all, it was Yang Kai who had brought her back. Although they were about to part ways, Shui Ling didn't feel much sadness, instead feeling quite happy as she chatted and laughed with Yang Kai and the others as they walked out. Outside Yun Xian's team's mansion, there was a luxuriously decorated limousine waiting for them. Pulling the limousine were several strange beasts, and under the feet of these strange beasts, there was a faint surge of wind. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little surprised when he saw this. "Young lady!" Outside the carriage, a transcendent realm master was waiting, and when he saw Shui Ling come out, he quickly called out, his expression cold. Shui Ling nodded gently before turning to Yang Kai and saying, "Regardless, I still want to thank you. And take this blue jade pendant. If you need it one day, you can come to Water Spirit Temple to find me. In addition, I will help pay attention to the whereabouts of your friends. If there is any news, I will find a way to inform you." "Many thanks." Yang Kai reached out and took the blue jade pendant, sincerely thanking the old man. The Transcendent Realm Master stared at Yang Kai with some surprise, seemingly unable to understand why such a young man would be so important to his young lady, even giving him a blue jade pendant. Yun Xian's beautiful eyes also flashed as she stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. Although Shui Ling had lived in their house for more than 10 days and had gotten along quite well with them, Yun Xian still hadn't figured out what the relationship between Yang Kai and Shui Ling was. "That's all, I'll be going now. Shui Ling smiled, turned around, and stepped onto the carriage. The Transcendent Realm Master's expression remained cold, not even sparing Yang Kai's group a single glance as he walked over to the coachman's position and pushed his true chi fiercely. The several strange beasts on the chariot flashed brightly as it shot up into the air and flew off like a bolt of lightning. Worthy of Water Spirit Temple's little princess, her carriage is truly awe-inspiring. The bearded man and the others couldn't help feeling envious. At a glance, it was obvious that this carriage was an artifact specifically designed to carry people. Its grade was not low and was not easy to refine, only a great force like Water Spirit Temple could possess one. Chapter 623. Watching Shui Ling leave, Yun Xian smiled and said, "Good, I'll take you to the artifact hall to retrieve the bone shield. Grandmaster Ma should have already repaired and refined it." Yang Kai's spirits shook as he couldn't help secretly looking forward to it. Of all the artifacts he possessed, besides the soul-type sword in his knowledge sea, the only other one he had was the bone shield. Moreover, in Tong Xian realm, masters were everywhere and dangers were everywhere. Yang Kai felt that the bone shield would play a greater role, so he didn't hesitate to use the ice flame star sand and didn't refuse the void cicada jade provided by Yun Xian, allowing Grandmaster Ma to repair it. With the bone shield, his life would have an additional layer of protection. Now that 10 days had passed, it was naturally time to retrieve the bone shield. When the bearded man and the others heard this, they all expressed their desire to follow and see what grade of artifact Yang Kai was using. Yun Xian was helpless and could only let them follow behind. Returning to the artifact hall from last time, Yun Xian led Yang Kai inside and into the innermost room where Grandmaster Ma was waiting. Seeing Yang Kai, he didn't say anything and simply handed over the bone shield. The brilliance of the bone shield was quite restrained and there was nothing special about it, but when Yang Kai held it in his hand, he felt that this bone shield was somewhat different from before. The pockmarks on its surface had been completely repaired and the few broken bone spurs at the edges had also been reconnected. On top of that, the bone shield was cold to the touch, clearly having the characteristics of the ice flame star sand. The bone shield's grade was much higher than before. Yang Kai smiled happily. Mysterious grade top rank, it's a pity I wasn't able to refine it into a spirit grade artifact, but it's enough. With it, any cultivator below the Transcendent Realm won't be able to break through your defenses. Even facing a Transcendent Realm Master, you'll have the strength to resist, Grandmaster Ma said lightly. Many thanks, Grandmaster. Yang Kai nodded heavily. No need, it's just business. This is what this old master does. This time I'm giving face to Yun Xian. Next time you ask this old master to repair an artifact, this old master won't be so kind to you. Yang Kai gently nodded and Yun Xian smiled. Then we'll take our leave. Master Ma nodded and suddenly said, Miss Yun, be careful. You don't have to risk your life. I know. Thank you for your concern, Master. Leaving the artifact hall, the bearded man and the others immediately clamored to see Yang Kai's artifact. Yang Kai didn't refuse and took out the bone shield for them to examine, causing the bearded man and the others to wear envious expressions. Because although the artifacts used by these people were mysterious grade, most of them were mysterious grade low rank, and there was still a gap between them and the mysterious grade high rank bone shield. Moreover, the bone shield was obviously a defensive artifact. With this thing, it was tantamount to ensuring one's safety. For the bearded man and the others, this was a treasure that they yearned for even in their dreams. Yang Kai, we can't accompany you anymore. Yun Xian looked at him a little apologetically. The Union has issued a mission for us to leave here immediately. If you don't mind, you can continue to live in our mansion for a while, but we don't know when we'll be able to return. Yang Kai frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, I'll go with you. Go with us? Yun Xian's expression became strange, suddenly pursing her lips into a smile. Do you want to join our bold independent union? Yang Kai shook his head. I owe you a piece of sky cicada jade. I'll go with you and see if I can find any opportunities. Don't worry, I won't split the reward for your mission. Yun Xian's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly a little uneasy. After all, she wasn't familiar with Yang Kai. The only reason she had treated him well these past few days was because of Shui Ling's face. Now that Shui Ling was gone, there was no need for her to deal with Yang Kai anymore. That piece of sky cicada jade was the price she had to pay to establish a relationship with Water Spirit Temple, a price she could afford. Now that Yang Kai suddenly said he wanted to go with them, Yun Xian found it somewhat difficult to decide. An Immortal Ascension Boundary 7-stage cultivator, this wasn't bad. However, he was still too young and his true combat strength was unknown. If she were to panic at a critical moment, it was very likely he would bring trouble to her team and cause unnecessary losses. Yun Xian, as the team leader, had to consider many things. If you take me with you, there may be some pleasant surprises. Yang Kai looked at her indifferently. I'll follow your orders. Pleasant surprises? Yun Xian smiled, hesitating for a moment before nodding seriously. Good. Since you want to return this favor so badly, I won't refuse. But remember, when you go out, you must obey my orders. If because of you my team members' lives are in danger, I'll make you pay the price. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and nodded in agreement. He really didn't want to owe anyone anything. As long as he could find an opportunity to return the value of the sky cicada jade to Yun Xian, he could part ways with her and go find Su Yan and the others. Then let's go. Yun Xian waved her hand. There was no need to prepare anything. The members of Yun Xian's team were all seasoned veterans, so they had already prepared everything beforehand. Following Yun Xian out of bold independent city, the bearded man and Yang Kai put their arms around each other's shoulders and asked, "Brother, what's the pleasant surprise? Why would there be a pleasant surprise if we took you with us?" Yang Kai already had a deep understanding of this man's shamelessness and didn't say anything. Silence was golden. Along the way, Yang Kai used his powerful divine sense to scan his surroundings, trying to see if he could find anything of value. Unfortunately, nothing came of it. From the chatter of Yun Xian's team, Yang Kai gradually figured out what their mission was this time. About 7 or 8 days away from Bold Independent City, in the Thousand Leaves Forest, a group of unknown monster beasts had suddenly appeared. Many of the Cultivator and Bold Independent Union's disciples who had passed by had been killed. The Thousand Leaves Forest was of great value to Bold Independent Union, not only because there were many rare herbs growing in this forest, but also because there was a sun tin lode located in the middle of the forest. Sun tin lode wasn't a high-grade ore, but if an artifact refiner refined it, it could be used for many purposes. This was also why the Thousand Leaves Forest was so valuable to Bold Independent Union. According to the people who managed to escape, the monster beast's grade wasn't very high, basically only 6th order, but there were quite a few of them. A group of people had already gone to inquire about the situation. Yun Xian's team of cultivators was going to join up with the previous group and eliminate the monster beast. The monster beast's monster core and body parts, as well as its blood, were all materials for alchemy and artifact refining, so Bold Independent Union had no reason to let go of such a big piece of meat that had been delivered to them. Galloping along the way, with only a few breaks along the way, after 7 or 8 days, a vast forest appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. On the outskirts of the forest, a young man was waiting. Seeing Yun Xian's team arrive, he couldn't help smiling and quickly stepped forward. "Yun Xian, you've come?" This young man's smile was sincere and there was a hint of adoration on his face, as if he cared a lot about Yun Xian. When he spoke, his eyes were also fixed on Yun Xian, his expression filled with excitement. Yun Xian looked at him in surprise. "Zhou Luo, why are you here? Shouldn't you be performing another mission?" The young man named Zhou Luo smiled and replied without hiding anything. "I heard you were coming here, so I took the initiative to come help." Yun Xian couldn't help frowning, her expression suddenly becoming cold as she asked, "What's the situation here now?" "Xinyu's team has already been here for more than 10 days. We've already scouted out everything. There aren't any monster beasts that are too powerful. We're just waiting for you guys, then we can begin," Zhou Luo replied gently. "Then lead the way," Yun Xian nodded lightly. Zhou Luo smiled amiably and courteously led the way at the front. "Damn it, we've run into that little brat again." The bearded man suddenly muttered to Yang Kai with some dissatisfaction, his eyes blazing as he stared at the back of this young man named Zhou Luo, grinding his teeth for a moment. Do you have a grudge? Yang Kai smiled. No grudge, I just don't like him, Ji Hong snorted. That little brat's mouth is filled with honey but his heart is filled with swords. All day long all he thinks about is women. Many of the women in the Union have been harmed by him, and half a year ago he even set his sights on our captain, but unfortunately she never gave him a chance. Don't be fooled by his dignified appearance. In fact, he's full of evil tricks. He's constantly trying to find ways to carry out missions with our captain, so I can't even count how many times we've run into him. Yang Kai responded faintly, not expressing any intention to comment. For him, the grievances of these bold independent union members had nothing to do with him, so naturally he didn't want to provoke any trouble. Ji Hong's voice seemed to be a little too loud, causing Zhou Luo to suddenly turn around and grin towards Ji Hong. The bearded man couldn't help curling his lips in disdain. After following Zhou Luo into the forest for about half a day or so, Yang Kai suddenly felt the auras of many people waiting in front of them. Roughly counting, there were at least a dozen or so people. Bold Independent Union carried out missions in small teams, each consisting of about 5 to 8 people. For example, Yun Xian's team had 8 people. Zhou Luo had brought a team of people to help. Xanu, whom he had mentioned before, had come here to collect information ahead of time and was also the leader of this team. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that there was actually a transcendent realm master in front of them. Presumably, Bold Independent Union was afraid that some kind of accident would occur here, so they had sent a transcendent realm master to assume command. With such a master around, everyone would feel a sense of security. Arriving in front of this group of people, Zhou Luo waved his hand and shouted, Yun Xian, they've arrived. The transcendent realm master in front of them nodded faintly, a man who didn't look too old. Beside him was a petite woman with an impressive figure. This woman had a full figure and graceful curves. As soon as the bearded man and the others arrived, they couldn't help looking her up and down, their eyes flashing a red light, as if they were greatly attracted to her. The woman coldly snorted, her expression becoming somewhat unfriendly as she stared at Yun Xian with eyes filled with hostility. Chapter 624. Yun Xian stepped forward and bowed to the Transcendent Realm Master. Uncle Sun, I've made you wait a long time. Sun Ying smiled and shook his head. I've only been here for a short time. Has Sister Yun been well? Everything has been well, many thanks for Uncle Sun's concern. Sun Ying nodded lightly and whispered, if you have time, you should visit your father more often. Uncle Sun. Yun Xian frowned, not wanting him to continue. Good, I won't say anything else, Sun Ying said helplessly. Yang Kai observed from the sidelines and quickly realized something was wrong, but he remained silent and simply watched from the sidelines. Yun Xian then turned to the petite woman and nodded, Little Sister Ruan, I trust you've been well since we last met. Ruan Xnu coldly snorted and unhappily said, if you had come here earlier, I would have been better off. I've been waiting for you here for several days now. If it weren't for the Union insisting on you obtaining some merits, my team would have already solved the problem here. Yun Xian smiled lightly, Little Sister Ruan surely knows how to joke, since the Union made such arrangements, it must be because we weren't there. Ruan Xnu's pretty face went cold and was about to retort when Sun Ying clapped his hands and said, Enough, you two little girls, as soon as you see each other you start quarreling. Both of you are disciples of the Union, what kind of deep hatred is there between you that can't be resolved? Facing Sun Ying's attempt to mediate, Ruan Xnu still maintained an extremely cold expression while Yun Xian also put on a fake smile, causing this transcendent realm master to feel a headache coming on. Suddenly, Sun Ying stared at Yang Kai suspiciously and asked, Sister Yun, how come there's an extra person in your team? Is he a disciple of the Union? As he spoke, Sun Ying swept Yang Kai with his divine sense. After perceiving his cultivation, Sun Ying nodded lightly, thinking that Yang Kai's strength wasn't too bad. However, Yang Kai didn't wear the insignia of a bold independent Union disciple, which made him somewhat puzzled. He's not a disciple of the Union, Yun Xian shook her head. Hearing this, even Ruan Xanyu and Zhou Luo were stunned. When the disciples of Bold Independent Union were on a mission, they would never bring in irrelevant people, so Yun Xian's actions obviously made them somewhat puzzled. He wants to join our Bold Independent Union. I brought him here this time mainly to see how he performs, Yun Xian explained with a smile, secretly winking towards Yang Kai. Kai Yang tacitly understood, but remained silent. I see. Sun Ying was relieved. That's a good thing. Then this time, let this old master see what his potential is like. But if he passes the test, which team should he be assigned to? Yun Xian, your team is already full. If you don't mind, why don't you join my team? Zhou Luo invited. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, not knowing how to answer, but Yun Xian quickly said, it's not certain yet, maybe he doesn't meet the requirements of the Union. Let's wait until this task is completed. All right. Zhou Luo smiled and nodded. Brother, work hard. I believe Yun Xian's vision won't be too bad. Don't embarrass her this time. Wanix and you also swept her eyes over Yang Kai and smiled contemptuously, idiot. Yang Kai hadn't said a word so far, causing her to mistakenly think that this boy was a bit stupid. Coupled with the grievances between her and Yun Xian, she naturally found Yang Kai unpleasant to the eye. Xanyu, you came here early. The situation here is also being investigated by your team, so why don't you tell everyone about it? Although Sun Ying had already used his divine sense to investigate the situation, he didn't want to waste his breath and simply asked Ruan Xanyu to explain. When it came to business, Ruan Xanyu's expression became cold and she said, the situation here is basically the same as the information we received before. The monster beasts that suddenly appeared here are all metal-devouring beasts. They mainly eat ores, and our Bold Independent Union's Sun Tin Mine is the source of their attraction. There are quite a few of them, at least 40 to 50 of them. Most of them are 6th order, there are also some 5th order ones, but there are no traces of 7th order ones. Metal-devouring beasts? Yun Xian heard this and her beautiful eyes lit up. And they are metal-devouring beasts. You should have heard of this monster beast and know what its value is. Zhou Luo suddenly became excited. Of course we know. If we can capture all 40 to 50 metal-devouring beasts, we won't have to worry about finding an artifact refiner. As long as we can capture these monster beasts, we can refine the Sun Tin Mine as we please, which will be a great contribution to the Union. Sun Ying smiled lightly. The strength of your 3 teams isn't weak, so you should have no problem dealing with the 6th order monster beast as long as you don't get besieged by them. And our goal is to capture these monster beasts alive, not to kill them. You must keep this in mind, the death of any one of them is a loss to us, understood? Everyone nodded in unison, looking very motivated, as if these metal-devouring beasts were of great value to them. Yang Kai wore a puzzled expression. Yun Xian, Zhou Luo, Xanyu. Each of you take half of your team and follow this old master to arrange a barrier to prevent these metal-devouring beasts from escaping. It's almost dark now, so everyone else rest where you are. Once we finish arranging the barrier, we'll move out tomorrow, Sun Ying commanded. A moment later, half of Bold Independent Union's members followed Sun Ying out to set up a barrier nearby. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and began to restore his strength. The bearded man walked over with a sullen look on his face and sat down across from Yang Kai, looking somewhat bored. Yun Xian not bringing him along made him very unhappy. Brother Ji, what kind of monster beast is this metal-devouring beast? Why are you all so excited when you hear its name? Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before asking the question in his heart. On the way here, Yang Kai had thought that this group of people was here to kill a monster beast and obtain its monster core and other materials, but after arriving here, the mission suddenly changed to capturing it. This made him realize that a live metal-devouring beast was much more valuable than a dead one. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Ji Hong's jaw dropped as he stared at him in amazement. You've never heard of a metal-devouring beast? Yang Kai shook his head. What kind of place did you come from? Ji Hong was speechless as he stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of country bumpkin. Haha, Yang Kai also felt a little embarrassed. I really have to hand it to you. Ji Hong shook his head and patiently explained, metal-devouring beast, just hearing its name should make you think of something. This monster beast doesn't eat flesh, only minerals. Its physique is very special. After eating minerals, it will refine them inside its body and then excrete the refined minerals. Isn't that just excrement? Yang Kai's face went black. You could say that, but their excrement is very useful to us. The minerals refined from their bodies are much purer than those refined by many artifact refiners. Now you should understand why we want to capture them alive instead of killing them, right? Understood. Yang Kai nodded. You want to bring them back to the Alliance and use them to refine minerals and materials. Yes, with this batch of metal-devouring beasts, the Alliance can save a lot of manpower and the artifact refiners can find time to work on other things. Saying so, Ji Hong's face lit up with excitement. 40 to 50 metal-devouring beasts is a lot. The more our team catches, the better the rewards we'll get. Perhaps this time we'll be able to make a comeback and become a captain, standing on equal footing with Yun Xian, hehe. Ji Hong's face glowed with excitement and enthusiasm. Yun Xian, what's the situation? Yang Kai suddenly asked. These days, he had observed a lot of things and faintly felt that Yun Xian's identity was somewhat different, but she had always insisted that she was an ordinary disciple of Bold Independent Union, making Yang Kai somewhat confused. Ji Hong's expression suddenly became solemn, hesitating for a moment before saying, It's not convenient for me to speak about Captain. If you want to know, you can ask her yourself, but I don't think she'll tell you. Yang Kai gently nodded and didn't say anything more. In the middle of the night, Sun Ying and the others returned and the barrier had been completely set up. All they needed to do was wait for dawn to arrive. In the latter half of the night, everyone sat down to rest, adjusting their state and looking forward to tomorrow's performance. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air and lingered at the tip of his nose. Yang Kai opened his eyes and saw that the sky was about to brighten, the darkest hour before dawn. Yun Xian stood in front of him elegantly dressed. What's the matter? Yang Kai tilted his head. We're about to move out, so be careful. Follow behind me and listen to my orders. Make sure you don't make any mistakes. If you die, I won't be able to explain myself to Sister Shui. And I know. Good, when I said earlier that you wanted to join Bold Independent Union, that was just a casual remark. Whether you want to join or not is up to you. Yun Xian brushed her hair back behind her ear, revealing her delicate earlobes as mature as a peach. Looking up at the white light of dawn, Yun Xian suddenly asked, How old are you this year? 20, Yang Kai smiled. 20, Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage? Time really flies. Yun Xian's beautiful eyes suddenly blurred as she stared at Yang Kai, seemingly lost in her own memories. After a long time, she pursed her lips and smiled. It's a very beautiful age. Don't die. If you do, you won't be able to see anything. Yang Kai's expression changed, feeling like there was a hidden meaning in her words, but just as he was about to ask, Sun Ying suddenly shouted, Get ready to move. Everyone opened their eyes. Their eyes were shining brightly. Yun Xian's expression became solemn as she quickly gathered her team members. A moment later, everyone was ready to go, and under Sun Ying's leadership, they walked towards the Sun Tin Lode. Deep inside the mountain, there was a dark cave. This was the Sun Tin Lode that Bold Independent Union owned in Thousand Leaves Forest. Yang Kai probed his surroundings and faintly felt some kind of energy aura around him, presumably the barrier that Bold Independent Union had set up last night. Silently and mysteriously, Yang Kai sent his divine sense into the mine and soon detected the auras of some monster beasts. Just like the information he had received before, most of them were 6th-order monster beasts. Activate! Sun Ying shouted, his hands constantly sending out a stream of pure yuan qi. This yuan qi flew out in all directions and disappeared into the void. Chapter 625. Yang Kai quickly noticed that there was an additional barrier around them. He knew that Sun Ying should have activated the barrier he had set up last night to prevent any fish from escaping. Yang Kai frowned, faintly feeling something was wrong. Enter! Sun Ying waved his hand and led the way, the others quickly following suit. The mine was very deep, and because of the many years of mining, the passages inside were winding and branching off into many forks. Along the way, there were some gnawing marks on both sides of the tunnel. The exposed sun tin ore had all disappeared, most likely having been swallowed up by the metal-devouring beasts. These monster beasts fed on ores, so once it finished eating the surrounding ores, it would move deeper into the mine, about a few kilometers from the entrance. Moreover, they were relatively scattered, making it easy for Bold Independent Union to capture them one by one. After walking for a short time, a fork appeared in front of them. Sun Ying scanned the area and said, "Sister Yun, your team has the largest number of people, you should take this fork. With your strength, you should be able to handle it. XNU's team has fewer people, so I'll follow them. If anything unexpected happens or you encounter a situation you can't handle, be sure to warn me, I'll come to your aid immediately." Yun Xian nodded solemnly, leading her team and Yang Kai into the left tunnel. "Miss Yun, you have to be careful," Zhou Luo reminded her with a tender expression. However, Yun Xian didn't respond, as if she hadn't heard him. Ruan Xenu couldn't help sneering as she glared at Zhou Luo contemptuously. "Save your energy." "Good, let's go in too." Sun Ying was well aware of the emotional entanglements between these young men and women, so he didn't want to get involved, simply waving his hand and leading the others into the other tunnel. After following behind Yun Xian for a while, Yang Kai quickly caught up with her and asked softly, "That senior opened the barrier ahead of time, won't there be a problem?" "What's the problem?" Yun Xian stared at him blankly. "If that's the case, without him opening the barrier, the metal-devouring beasts won't be able to escape and you won't be able to leave either, right? We're here to capture the metal-devouring beasts, why would we need to leave?" Yun Xian frowned, suddenly understanding. "Are you worried something might happen?" Yang Kai gently nodded. Yun Xian laughed dumbly. "You're worrying too much. Ruan Xi and you and the others have been here for more than 10 days now, and Uncle Sun has also personally investigated the situation here. Naturally, after determining there was no danger here, he opened the barrier in advance. If we really encounter trouble that we can't solve, Uncle Sun will come to help." Hearing her say this, Yang Kai couldn't express his opinion anymore. He nodded lightly and didn't say anything else. Yun Xian looked at him and whispered, "It's good to be careful, but as a man, you need to be bold in order to succeed." Because she was afraid that if she spoke too loudly, she would disturb the metal-devouring beast, so not only did Yun Xian lower her voice, she also brought her lips close to Yang Kai's ear. A wisp of intoxicating fragrance quietly entered his nose. Yang Kai's face stiffened. Yun Xian was surprised, her face suddenly becoming a little red as she breathed out, "Follow behind me, if I don't tell you to move, don't move." Yang Kai secretly smiled bitterly, thinking to himself, did this girl really think of him as a young boy? Although he didn't look very old, he had experienced countless things over the years. "Captain." At that moment, the bearded man suddenly called out. The 7 or 8 people in the team all paused, holding their breaths as they stared towards a corner in front of them. From that corner, the sound of chewing could be heard. Quietly releasing their divine senses, they clearly felt the aura of a life form. Yun Xian smiled happily. "Our luck isn't bad." Heh. Ji Hong grinned wickedly, rubbing his palms together. The other team members also looked excited. Under everyone's gazes, Yun Xian quickly made a few hand gestures. The team members all nodded and one by one they quietly moved out. Faintly, some subtle energy fluctuations were transmitted. Yang Kai saw 2 cultivators fiddling with something on the ground, obviously setting up a trap. The others also stood guard around them to avoid being detected by the metal-devouring beast. After a while, the other side finished. Ji Hong glanced back at Yun Xian. Yun Xian nodded firmly. Ji Hong's expression became fierce as he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Suddenly, a large 2-handed axe appeared in his hand, and as soon as it appeared, a cold, murderous intent and a bloody aura burst out. Ji Hong held the axe with both hands and leaped forward, making a show of bravado and flaunting his prowess. The chewing sound suddenly stopped and Yang Kai clearly felt that the life aura around the corner had changed and was gradually becoming more dangerous. It was likely that Ji Hong's provocation had angered the metal-devouring beast. The ground began to tremble, and it became more and more violent. Very quickly, a head with 2 horns on its head suddenly appeared at the corner. Its silver horns emitted rays of golden light, and its power was extraordinary. The energy undulations were quite violent. A metal-devouring beast. This was also the first time Yang Kai had seen this kind of monster beast. Taking a closer look, he found that this monster beast was only about 2 meters long and as tall as a person. Its body was somewhat bloated, like a giant worm. Its fat belly swayed left and right as it ran. Although its body was large, its speed was not slow. What caught Yang Kai's attention the most was the crisscrossing scales covering its body. At a glance, it was clear that these scales were extremely tough and would not be easy to break through. These scales were like a turtle shell, covering its entire back and tail. Only its lower abdomen, which was close to the ground, had some weak spots. When the metal-devouring beast was less than 10 meters away, Ji Hong turned around and ran back. He had no intention of confronting the 6th-order monster beast head-on. "It's coming, it's coming!" Ji Hong shouted as he ran, his face filled with excitement. Everyone else was also very excited, secretly looking forward to what would happen. Arriving at the location where the trap had been set up, Ji Hong leapt over it, but the 6th-order metal-devouring beast did not know the mysteries of this trap and simply ran over it with its fat body. The well-prepared cultivator did not wait for Yun Xian's order and activated the artifact buried in the trap. A burst of light burst out from the ground and rope-like energy shot out, wrapping around the metal-devouring beast and tying it up. Its clumsy limbs were quickly tied up and the metal-devouring beast's huge body flew forward several dozen meters under the force of inertia before it slowly came to a stop, plowing a deep gully in the ground. "Destroy its horns!" Yun Xian shouted, taking the lead, her delicate body erupting with a powerful force that could not be ignored as she quickly rushed to the metal-devouring beast's side. The other martial artists also stepped forward dauntlessly. The golden light between the metal-devouring beast's horns was like a serpent emerging from its lair, wreaking havoc in the mine, but the 6th-order monster beast was only equivalent to a human immortal ascension boundary cultivator, so its attacks did not cause any effective damage to Yun Xian and the others. After a dozen breaths of time, the metal-devouring beast's horns were cut off by Ji Hong's axe. Seemingly in unbearable pain, the metal-devouring beast let out a pitiful cry. Yun Xian's pretty face paled as she hurriedly bound its mouth shut. "Captain!" Ji Hong smiled and handed the cut-off horns to Yun Xian as if he was presenting a treasure. Yun Xian nodded slightly, accepting it and stuffing it into her universe bag. Because of the metal-devouring beast's physique and its diet of minerals, its horns and scales were excellent artifact refining materials. It was quite easy, Ji Hong shook his head proudly. The 6th-order monster beast's intelligence isn't very high, and we set up a trap, so naturally it was easy to capture it. If you had fought it head-on, you would have realized how difficult it was to deal with. Its scales are very hard and the energy it releases from its horns isn't weak. Its collision force is even more frightening. An ordinary immortal ascension boundary cultivator is not its opponent. On top of that, in this mine, it's difficult for us to move freely, so it can display its full strength, so don't underestimate it, Yun Xian explained seriously, lest Ji Hong underestimate the enemy and suffer unnecessary losses. "I know," Ji Hong nodded firmly. Yun Xian smiled. "Good, let's continue forward. We'll leave this one here. When we return we'll find a way to transport it back to Bold Independent City." Everyone was in high spirits and full of enthusiasm. After advancing for half a day, using the same method, Yun Xian's team easily captured 3 metal-devouring beasts. For half a day, Yang Kai hadn't made any moves. It wasn't because of Yun Xian's previous warning, but because Yun Xian's team was more than capable of capturing metal-devouring beasts, so there was no need for him to interfere. The main reason he had come here this time was to repay Yun Xian's favor. If he obtained a reward or opportunity here that he couldn't repay, he would simply find another way and wouldn't force it. However, Yang Kai had been secretly observing for a long time and knew that it was impossible for them to keep using this method to capture metal-devouring beasts. Firstly, there weren't many artifacts used to set up these traps, and secondly, not every metal-devouring beast was a solitary existence. In front of them, there were two metal-devouring beasts whose auras were very close to each other, so disturbing either of them would cause the other to become vigilant. Sure enough, after Ji Hong, who had gone to inquire about the situation, came back and explained the situation to Yun Xian, causing her brow to furrow. "How many beast-binding rings do we have left?" Yun Xian asked one of the cultivators. 3. "Arrange all of them," Yun Xian thought for a while and said. "N." The cultivator nodded, and together with another cultivator arranged 3 beast-binding rings in the passage. Once everything was ready, Ji Hong once again went to lure the snake out of its hole. After some provocation, the two metal-devouring beasts really took the bait and fiercely rushed towards them. When they passed through the first trap, the beast-binding rings burst with light, but they didn't have the same effect as before. The impact of the two metal-devouring beasts directly broke free of the beast-binding rings' restraints and their momentum soared. The second trap only slightly slowed their speed, and by the third trap, only one of them was successfully captured. The remaining one was still rushing towards Yun Xian. "Attack!" Yun Xian didn't show the slightest sign of panic, as if everything was within her expectations. Hearing her order, the cultivator hidden around her suddenly launched an attack, bursting forth with the brilliance of their martial skills and artifacts. Chapter 626. Yang Kai secretly nodded. The cultivation of this group of cultivators from Bold Independent Union wasn't low, and their methods weren't weak either. At a glance, it was obvious that they were all veterans, and under the leadership of Yun Xian, their cohesiveness was not to be underestimated. Even though they had an absolute advantage, a single sixth-order monster beast in front of 8 immortal ascension boundary cultivators was still not enough. Ji Hong's two-handed axe struck the metal-devouring beast's back with a loud clang and a shower of sparks, but it only managed to leave a shallow mark on its back. So hard! Ji Hong was taken aback, his hands slightly numb from the force of the rebound, but he steeled his resolve and continued to use his axe artifact to strike down. Dang 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 dang. Ji Hong, retreat. Yun Xian shouted. The bearded man's actions had completely enraged the metal-devouring beast, its crimson eyes glaring at Ji Hong as the 2 silver horns on its forehead flashed brilliantly and a visible beam of energy shot towards Ji Hong. Ji Hong's expression changed as he raised his axe horizontally in front of him, blocking the incoming attack. Yun Xian had already rushed forward, holding the spear that had been repaired by Grandmaster Ma in her hand, her voluptuous figure appearing valiant and heroic. Arcs of lightning flashed across the surface of her spear, illuminating the entire mine. The phantom of a spirit snake suddenly appeared on the spear, twisting and twisting like a real spirit snake as an extremely powerful aura filled the air. Immediately, the spear transformed into a streak of light and shot towards the metal-devouring beast. Ignoring Ji Hong's attack, the metal-devouring beast seemed to feel a little uneasy and roared furiously, the dangerous aura around its body suddenly becoming several times more ferocious as its eyes filled with violent madness. The 2 horns on the metal-devouring beast's head suddenly flashed as it sent a barrage of attacks towards Yun Xian's spear. Xiu. The energy fluctuations were rampant and the world energy was in chaos. The strong impact caused the mine to tremble and tremble, as if it was on the verge of collapsing. Yun Xian's expression remained indifferent, not showing the slightest fear as she waved her hand, her spear colliding with the metal-devouring beast's attacks one after another. The other cultivator took this opportunity to rush forward and besiege the metal-devouring beast. A strange energy began to spread out from the ground. Poo, pew, pew, sharp earthen spikes suddenly shot out from the ground. The metal-devouring beast's frenzied aura was like a punctured balloon, leaking out like a deflated balloon. It suddenly became much weaker. Blood gushed out, splattering all over the ground. The metal-devouring beast rushed forward a few dozen feet, letting out a series of sorrowful and helpless roars, then fell to the ground. From the side, it could be clearly seen that there were a few bloody holes in its soft abdomen, which were pierced by the earth spikes just now. The members of Yun Xian's team rushed forward, cutting off the horns on metal-devouring beast's forehead and tying it up. Then, they took out some medicine and applied it to metal-devouring beast's wounds. Everyone carried out their duties in an orderly manner, without the slightest hint of panic. Ji Hong ran back happily and winked at Yang Kai. "Brother, did you enjoy watching it?" "Not bad." Yang Kai nodded. Until now, he had not made a move and had been watching from the sidelines. "This is just a small show. When you really join Bold Independent Union, Big Brother will show you what a big show is." Yun Xian took back her spear and gripped it tightly in her hand, glancing over at Yang Kai and nodding slightly. She found that this taciturn young man's temperament was quite calm. Even in the face of such a sudden event, he didn't show the slightest sign of panic. This discovery made Yun Xian ponder, wondering if he simply didn't show his emotions or if he really had seen the world before. Clapping her hands, Yun Xian said, "The beast binding rings have been used up. The next time we encounter a metal-devouring beast, everyone needs to be careful not to get injured." Everyone nodded, showing even more enthusiasm than before. "Let's continue." Yun Xian waved her hand and led the way forward. Because metal-devouring beasts needed to devour ores, they basically didn't gather together in large groups. Most of them were solitary existences. Occasionally, there would be 2 or 3, but with the strength of Yun Xian's team, they could easily capture them. The mine was very deep, so as they continued to advance, there were countless forks in the road. Some of the team members specifically recorded the direction they were going so they wouldn't get lost on the way back. Yang Kai also took action, and under Yun Xian's guidance, he helped out a little. His calm and collected manner of attack immediately made the other cultivator look at him in a new light. Even Yun Xian couldn't help looking at Yang Kai in a new light. She had thought that this youth from a remote corner of the world would be flustered in the face of such a situation. It was because of this concern that Yun Xian had asked Yang Kai to follow behind her and not let him take action. However, it turned out that he actually had some use. At the very least, after summoning his bone shield, he was able to block the violent charge of a metal-devouring beast. That kind of powerful impact was something that even Ji Hong, the strongest person in the team, had to retreat, but Yang Kai was able to block. This played a very important role in helping the others attack. After observing this situation twice, Yun Xian was relieved to let Yang Kai hold the bone shield and act as a barrier while the others followed behind Yang Kai to attack. Their cooperation was seamless and their efficiency was greatly increased, causing everyone to smile happily. Half a day later, the team rested for a while. During this break, Yang Kai found Yun Xian and asked, "Sister Yun, there's something I don't quite understand." "What is it?" Yun Xian smiled lightly. Yang Kai's performance had won her approval. Now, she really wanted to win Yang Kai over to join Bold Independent Union. With such a person acting as a barrier, everyone would be much safer when carrying out missions in the future. Metal-devouring beasts eat minerals for a living, right? And what's wrong? Brother Ji said that after they consume the ores, they will refine the ores in their bodies and excrete them. Furthermore, according to the information we received, this group of metal-eater beasts has been here for at least 2 to 3 months. Why haven't we seen any excretions along the way? Yun Xian was startled, but after thinking about it carefully, she found that what Yang Kai said was true. Along the way, they hadn't found any refined minerals. Yun Xian suddenly didn't know how to explain this, a trace of doubt appearing in her heart. The other cultivator were also confused. Along the way, all of them had been immersed in their success in capturing metal-devouring beasts, and none of them had noticed this. Could it be that they're looking for a place to hide, like a human going to the toilet? Ji Hong muttered. Yun Xian blushed and gently nodded. It's possible. Then if we can find that place, wouldn't we be able to harvest a large number of refined minerals? Ji Hong stroked the thick stubble on his chin thoughtfully. Yun Xian's eyes lit up. Capturing so many metal-devouring beasts this time was a great achievement, If they could find some refined minerals and sell them, it would also be a big gain. The other cultivator also became excited, each of their eyes glowing with a green light, all of the fatigue they had felt from fighting all this time seemingly disappearing, filling them with energy. Then let's look around and see if there is such a place. Yun Xian saw the expressions on their faces and knew they didn't want to rest, so she immediately said with a smile. Everyone was overjoyed and quickly set to work. Yang Kai frowned. Although he felt something was wrong, he knew too little about this place, so it wasn't convenient for him to say anything. Whatever Yun Xian said, he would do. As they continued forward, the number of metal-devouring beasts seemed to decrease. While everyone was catching metal-devouring beasts, they were also searching for the place where the refined minerals were hidden, but unfortunately they weren't able to find it. While searching though, Yang Kai suddenly felt something strange. Focusing his divine sense, Yang Kai paled and shouted, "Yun Xian, something's wrong." A group of cultivators who were excitedly searching for refined minerals heard his shout and all stopped, turning their heads to look at him curiously. Yun Xian frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai's sudden shout had startled her and she quickly released her divine sense, but didn't notice anything unusual, causing her to feel somewhat unhappy. When performing a mission outside, one of the most taboo things to say was to warn others for no reason, otherwise it would cause chaos among their own people. If a real danger were to appear at this time, no one would be able to react in time. Yang Kai didn't answer and continued to scan the surrounding area. Through the investigation of his divine sense, he noticed that there was an extremely strange and powerful energy coming from the depths of this mine. With his understanding of energy intensity, he could conclude that this energy came from a transcendent realm master. A transcendent realm enemy had been hiding for so long without anyone noticing, there was no need to describe how terrifying this enemy was. Sun Ying had investigated the situation in this mine in advance, but he didn't know there was a transcendent realm master here, so it was obvious that Sun Ying wasn't this enemy's opponent. Even Yang Kai himself hadn't noticed anything unusual when he had investigated this place before, so he didn't know what kind of method this enemy had used. "What the hell is going on?" Yun Xian shouted, clearly angry. "I'm afraid there's some kind of danger here," Yang Kai said calmly. "Speak clearly." Yun Xian's expression was also extremely ugly. "There's a very powerful master hiding here. If you don't want to die, hurry up and leave." "How do you know?" Yun Xian frowned. Ji Hong also stepped forward and said, "Brother, you can't joke about this kind of thing. How could there be any kind of danger here?" "I'm not joking." Yang Kai shook his head firmly, glancing around and discovering that everyone in Yun Xian's team was staring at him with distrust. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he realized that his words weren't convincing. He was an immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage cultivator, so his strength wasn't the strongest in this team. Yun Xian herself was an immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage cultivator, yet she hadn't noticed anything unusual, so naturally she wouldn't believe his words. Gently taking a deep breath, Yang Kai turned to Yun Xian and said, "I followed you here because I wanted to return a favor to you. If you believe me now, then quickly take them away from here. If you don't, then there's nothing I can do." Chapter 627. How do you expect me to believe you? Yun Xian stared at Yang Kai coldly, a look of disappointment appearing on her face. "I originally wanted you to join Bold Independent Union, but now it seems there's no need for that. My team's actions will be under my command. I don't need anyone else to tell me what to do, especially those unwarranted alarmist words." "I'm not an alarmist. Show me evidence, or don't say anything else," Yun Xian said coldly. Yang Kai helplessly shook his head, staring at Yun Xian indifferently. "Then I won't accompany you." Saying so, he turned around and quickly rushed out. He didn't, his feelings were only his side of the story. "Hey brother!" Ji Hong was shocked and quickly called out. "Let him go!" Yun Xian coldly shouted, staring at Yang Kai's disappearing back, shaking her head. Yang Kai's performance at this moment was completely different from his previous calm self. Yun Xian felt that if this kind of person really joined Bold Independent Union, it would be harmful to the union, so her thoughts of trying to win him over faded. Ah. Ji Hong sighed, turning to Yun Xian and asking, "Young lady," he spoke so confidently, "did he really discover something?" Yun Xian's beautiful eyes flashed, hesitating for a moment before replying. Uncle Sun said there was no danger here. What could he have discovered? I didn't notice anything unusual either. Probably he was just making a fuss over nothing. That's right. Ji Hong nodded. He naturally believed Sun Ying's words in his heart. Kai Yang's figure quickly ran through the mine. With every step he took, a deep hole would appear in the ground, leaving behind a long afterimage. He had already raised his speed to the limit. He had already memorized the path he had taken to get here, so it was as if he had a map of this labyrinth in his mind, so naturally he wouldn't lose his way. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai could feel the fluctuations of that strange energy getting stronger and stronger. Obviously it had begun to move. Yang Kai was well aware of his current strength. With his immortal ascension boundary 7th-stage cultivation and his ability to become the demon race, he was invincible among immortal ascension boundary cultivators. Facing a transcendent, Yang Kai wasn't afraid, but he wasn't confident he could win. Previously, when Yang Kai killed the Spider Mother, he had relied on the power of the solitary golden eye in his knowledge sea, and when he killed Sin Luo Temple's Xingzong, he had relied on the void force absorbed by the bone shield. There was a huge gap between the transcendent realm and the astral projection realm. In particular, the terrain here was not suitable for a fierce battle. Once the mine collapsed, everyone would be buried underground. Therefore, when Yang Kai detected the hidden enemy, his first thought was to leave this place as soon as possible and make plans later. Unfortunately, Yun Xian didn't trust him, which made Yang Kai feel very helpless. Staying to argue would only be a waste of time, so Yang Kai decisively chose to leave. Hopefully they'll be fine, Yang Kai thought to himself. Moreover, Bold Independent Union also had a transcendent realm master. Sun Ying's strength wasn't weak, so he might not necessarily lose to the enemy hidden here. At this moment, another powerful energy fluctuation came from Sun Ying. Judging from the slight buzzing around the mine and the slight trembling of the earth, Sun Ying should be fighting with the hidden enemy at this moment. Yang Kai's expression sank as he increased his speed. At the same time, the fluctuations of this battle were also noticed by Yun Xian and the others. Everyone's expression changed greatly. What happened? Yun Xian was stunned. Sun Ying had actually taken action. As a transcendent realm master of Bold Independent Union, he had followed everyone on this mission. If there was no accident, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to take action. He was only responsible for ensuring the safety of these people and arranging the surrounding barriers to prevent the metal-devouring beasts from escaping. But now that he had taken action, it meant that there was a danger that Wan Xianyu's team or Zhou Luo's team couldn't handle. What kind of danger would cause him to take action? Yun Xian didn't know, but she knew that something extremely terrible must have happened. Thinking so, she suddenly remembered Yang Kai's warning just now and her expression suddenly became complicated. Only now did she understand that he wasn't being an alarmist and had actually noticed something unusual. The ground began to tremble violently and the surrounding walls of the mine began to creak. It seemed that because of the battle taking place, the entire mine was unable to withstand the pressure. A battle between two transcendent realm masters could cause a great deal of damage. "Young lady!" Ji Hong exclaimed. "Run!" Yun Xian didn't dare remain here, her heart filled with regret. If she had known earlier, she would have listened to Yang Kai's advice and taken everyone to escape. If she had left at that time, it would have been much less dangerous. Saying so, her tender body transformed into a streak of blue light and shot off in the direction Yang Kai had disappeared. Ji Hong and the others followed closely behind. But after only a few dozen meters, a loud bang rang out from the depths of the mine and in the next instant, the entire mine suddenly collapsed. Countless huge boulders fell from the sky, completely sealing off the path ahead. Yun Xian's face went pale and she didn't dare hesitate, erupting with all her strength, condensing her yuan qi and blasting it upwards in an attempt to open a path of escape. The rumbling sounds continued, and in the distance, Yang Kai's face was extremely pale, knowing that his extravagant hopes had been dashed. Sure enough, Sun Ying wasn't the opponent of the hidden enemy. In the collision just now, Kai Yang had clearly felt the enemy's aura stagnate. Furthermore, the destructive power that erupted from the collision had affected the entire mine. Secretly cursing, Yang Kai quickly summoned his bone shield and placed it above his head. The next moment he felt rocks fall like raindrops. Ding ding dang dang sounds rang out incessantly, and the weight pressing down on his arms grew heavier and heavier. The collapse of the mine lasted for about half a cup of tea's worth of time. When everything stabilized, Yang Kai raised his bone shield and grit his teeth, his face flushed red, his muscles bulging and blue veins popping out all over his body. He didn't know how many stones and mud had fallen on top of him, but the weight was almost too much for him to bear. Fortunately, with the protection of his bone shield, Yang Kai was unscathed. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai pushed his strength and leapt upwards. A straight passage to the top was quickly cleared. A moment later, the pressure he was under suddenly disappeared and Yang Kai leapt out of the ground, the sun shining down from above and fresh air lingering around his nose and mouth. In his ears, the sound of birds fluttering in the distance could be heard. The collapse of the mine had also disturbed the rest of these birds. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that the ground below was in ruins, and everything within a radius of nearly 100 kilometers had sunk in. It was quiet all around, and occasionally there would be some unstable places that continued to collapse. Not a single person could be seen. Sun Ying's aura had disappeared, Yun Xian, Ruan Xanyu, Zhou Luo, and the others were also nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai released his divine sense and carefully probed around, soon detecting the aura of life about a kilometer away from him. Xiao Chen quickly rushed over and arrived at the top of the mine. His quintessence surged out and sent large rocks flying. A moment later, below, Yang Kai saw a flash of lightning. Yun Xian! Yang Kai called out, immediately receiving a surprised response from below. N. Yang Kai grinned as he followed the direction of the arc of lightning with his fist, completely opening up the passage and lifting Yun Xian, who had just revealed her face, out from inside. Immediately afterwards, Ji Hong and the others also appeared one after another. Many of them had bruised noses and swollen faces, most of them having broken bones. Even if they were immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, such a large-scale mine collapse was not something they could easily withstand. Fortunately, under the leadership of Yun Xian, they had barely managed to open a path to the top and had not been buried alive. Once injured and buried alive, even an immortal Ascension Boundary Master's chances of survival were slim. After coming out, everyone's faces were filled with a sense of lingering fear, the feeling of having survived a disaster, causing them to gasp for breath, feeling the beauty and preciousness of life. "Where's Pang Qi?" Yun Xian turned her head and looked around, her pretty face suddenly going pale. Ji Hong and the others also looked gloomy, not daring to answer. "Where is he?" Yun Xian asked. Ji Hong hesitated for a moment, his eyes turning red. Yun Xian's tender body trembled slightly. There was no need to ask again. She knew what had happened to Pang Qi. "Now isn't the time to talk about this, we need to leave quickly." Yang Kai said calmly, "Can you crack the barrier Sun Ying laid down?" Yun Xian fell into a daze for a moment before nodding gently. "That's good." Yang Kai also breathed a sigh of relief. The barrier laid down by a transcendent, if one didn't know how to break it, it would waste a lot of time, but since Yun Xian knew how to crack it, there was no need to waste so much effort. "But..." Yun Xian hesitated. "No buts, Sun Ying is dead." Yang Kai shook his head. Just now he could still feel some of Sun Ying's weak aura, but now he couldn't feel anything. Yun Xian's beautiful eyes couldn't help widening as she stared at Yang Kai in shock, seemingly unable to accept what Yang Kai had just said. A rustling sound came from below. Everyone's expression changed as they stared down. A moment later, about 2 or 3 kilometers away from the group, a few people rushed out from below. It was Zhou Luo, Ruan Xanyu, and the others. Yun Xian was overjoyed and hurriedly called out. Zhou Luo, Ruan Xanyu, and the others heard her voice and also hurriedly flew over, but when they arrived, everyone found that all of them had panicked looks on their faces, as if they had just seen something terrible. "Where's Uncle Sun?" Yun Xian asked. "He's dead," Ruan Xanyu muttered. What happened? Yun Xian's tender body trembled. She had been leading her team to capture metal-devouring beasts and had reaped a huge harvest. Everyone had been overjoyed when such a sudden change occurred. Moreover, Sun Ying had actually died in such a short time, it was difficult for her to accept. We don't know either. Ruan Xenyu said with a confused expression, we don't know what came out of the shadows, but Uncle Sun fought with it, and then this happened. It was obvious that she had also suffered a great deal of shock. Sun Ying had died tragically right under her nose while her and Zhou Luo's subordinates had also suffered heavy casualties due to the shockwaves from the battle between the two Transcendent Realm Masters. Only a few of them had survived. The unknown enemy made her extremely fearful. Let's hurry up and leave. Zhou Luo's face was pale, no longer having the confidence he had before. A Transcendent had died just like that, so if they, as Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, stayed behind, they would be doomed. Now, all he wanted to do was escape from this place. Chapter 628. There were originally more than 20 people in the three teams, but now less than half of them had survived. The life of an Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator seemed so fragile at this moment. Everyone's expressions were filled with panic and grief. There was no time to mourn for the dead, all they wanted to do was escape. Yang Kai followed behind the team, not daring to release his divine sense too recklessly because the enemy who had killed Sun Ying still hadn't shown up, but his keen senses told him that a pair of eyes were closely watching their movements. It seemed to be enjoying the scene of its prey fleeing with a calm and playful gaze, enjoying the pleasure of its prey being panicked. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy as he realized that the trouble they had encountered this time was quite big. Unable to judge the true strength of the enemy, unable to see their true body, he could only take one step at a time. Every one of Bold Independent Union's survivors was filled with anxiety. Shio. A sharp sound suddenly rang out, causing everyone's expression to change, all of them pausing their steps, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, secretly condensing their strength. There was nothing. However, Ji Hong suddenly called out, "Young lady, Zheng Wu." Hearing this, everyone turned to look at the cultivator named Zheng Wu, only to see that his expression was dull, his eyes had lost their light, and he was standing in place like a wooden stake, the vitality in his body rapidly fading. Zheng Wu. A person who had a good relationship with him called out softly, but received no response. This person reached out and pushed Zheng Wu, causing him to fall straight to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ah! Ruan Xenyu screamed, covering her red lips with her small hands as her face became extremely pale. Zheng Wu is dead. Ji Hong's eyes widened, a look of disbelief on his face. Yun Xian also seemed to be greatly frightened, her pretty face pale as she turned her head and looked around, but she couldn't find any trace of the enemy. Zhou Luo couldn't help trembling. This cultivator named Zheng Wu was a member of his team, and his strength was at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage, but in front of so many people he had been quietly killed without any trace of injury. Such a turn of events made Zhou Luo feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar, and a chill ran down his spine. If the hidden enemy could kill Zheng Wu with such a method, then they could kill any one of them. After realizing the situation, no one knew what to do. "Keep going," Yang Kai shouted with a gloomy face. Just now, he had sensed a strange and tyrannical divine sense attack him for a fleeting moment. The power of that divine sense was so strong that even he couldn't help but feel uneasy. It was precisely because of the invisible and formless divine sense that the hidden enemy was able to kill a Heaven's Wonder State cultivator without leaving a trace. In fact, if that person wanted to, he could take everyone's lives at any time. But he did not do so. Yang Kai could only think of one possibility. This person's personality was somewhat twisted, and he enjoyed watching others struggle in desperate situations. Such an enemy was very difficult to deal with. Yang Kai had to find his weakness. Even if he couldn't kill him, at least he had to find a way to escape. Hearing Yang Kai's reminder, Yun Xian finally recovered her composure and calmed down a little, waving her hand, "Let's go." The group of more than a dozen people continued forward and soon arrived at the barrier Sun Ying had set up before. Because Sun Ying had activated this barrier before they entered the mine to prevent the metal-devouring beasts from escaping. But now, this barrier had become a barrier that prevented them from escaping. If they wanted to leave, they would have to crack Sun Ying's barrier first. Yun Xian, Ruan Xenu, Zhou Luo, and the others quickly worked together to crack it. But just as they began to move, another soft sound rang out. Peng. Another Heaven's Wonder State cultivator fell straight to the ground, instantly dying just like the previous cultivator named Zheng Wu. With their knowledge destroyed, no one could survive. Yun Xian and the others trembled, not daring to move again for fear that this person would find them. In this dangerous environment, they couldn't find any reliable safety. After waiting for a long time, there was still no abnormality. Yun Xian and the others gasped for breath, glanced at each other, and began cracking the barrier again. A third person fell. Ruan Xenu suddenly burst into tears, tears rolling down her cheeks like raindrops, her shoulders trembling as she cried out, "What the hell is going on? Who is secretly killing us?" Yun Xian took a deep breath, and although her face was filled with fear, she still tried to remain calm, trembling as she called out, "Which great master is here? Please show yourself. We are disciples of Bold Independent Union and are here to carry out a mission. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us." A string of laughter that was as pleasant as silver bells suddenly entered everyone's ears, and it contained a charm that could not be ignored. When this voice rang out, no matter who it was, their hearts couldn't help but tremble, and their bodies became much hotter. "You dared to capture my monster beast, so you must pay the price for it." The voice was erratic, making it impossible to determine where it was coming from, as if it was right next to one's ear but also seemed to be everywhere at the same time. Yun Xian's expression sank as she forced a smile. "We didn't know those monster beasts had a master. If we had known, there's no need to explain. Right now I just want to kill you for fun. Struggle hard, hee." The voice was soft and gentle, causing one's blood to boil and a strange feeling to rise from the bottom of one's heart, making one want to turn into a wild beast and find the owner of this voice to ruthlessly ravage her, stirring up the most primitive instincts and impulses in every man's heart. Yang Kai silently circulated his joyous unification art, dispelling the turmoil in his heart, a faint smile appearing on his face. He found that this hidden enemy, as he had guessed, had a twisted and strange personality. Such a person was very dangerous, but at the same time, she was also very arrogant. As long as he continued to wait, she would definitely reveal a flaw. What Yang Kai was most worried about now was that she would attack him. Once she attacked him, he wouldn't be able to hide his true combat strength and would definitely be targeted by her. Hearing this, Yun Xian's expression also became gloomy, hurriedly calling out a few words, but that person no longer responded. Instead, the fourth cultivator from Bold Independent Union was killed right in front of everyone's eyes. A huge panic filled the air as Yun Xian and the others hurriedly continued to break the barrier. One cultivator after another fell one after another. The murderous intent of that person surged, seemingly no longer satisfied with just killing them one by one, every now and then killing 2 or 3 cultivators. The number of Bold Independent Union disciples rapidly decreased, and the members of Yun Xian's team also fell one after another. Seeing the companion she had been with for so many years die a violent death, not even being able to see the appearance of the enemy before they died, Yun Xian couldn't help crying as her heart ached. Ji Hong also went crazy, gripping his giant axe with both hands as he roared, "Damn whore, get out here for this uncle. Hiding your head but showing your tail, are you too ugly to show yourself?" As soon as these words left his mouth, Ji Hong's body trembled violently as he froze in place. Although he still stood in front of everyone with his giant axe in hand, as reliable as an iron wall, those who were still alive clearly noticed that Ji Hong's life force was slowly fading away. "Ji Hong!" Yun Xian called out in a trembling voice. Yang Kai shook his head, his expression also gloomy, his heart filled with annoyance. Although this bearded man looked simple, honest, and somewhat lecherous. He was actually quite a good person, so Yang Kai didn't have a bad impression of him. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai saw that on Bold Independent Union's side, only 3 people had survived. He didn't know if the enemy had done this intentionally or not, but the 3 people who survived were the captains of the 3 teams. Adding Yang Kai, there were now 4 people. Yang Kai was somewhat relieved that he was safe, but now that there were only 4 people left, if she acted again, there was a good chance he would be targeted by her. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai shouted, "Girl, isn't it time to come out and meet me? Even if you die, you have to let me see who killed me." "Are you crazy?" Zhou Luo shouted angrily, glaring at Yang Kai with a fierce expression. This hidden enemy was cruel, had a strange personality, and killed people like flies. Now that the barrier was about to be broken, they could escape, but Yang Kai had unexpectedly said such a thing. Wasn't this just adding fuel to the fire? If she really showed up, thinking so, Zhou Luo's eyes trembled. Because in the void in front of him, a vague figure suddenly appeared and gradually solidified. Seeing this figure, Zhou Luo's furious mood suddenly calmed down and his eyes filled with a dazed light, a look of tender affection overflowing from them. Not only Zhou Luo, but even Kai Yang's eyes lit up, his heart inexplicably giving birth to a strange feeling. The woman in the sky was extremely beautiful. She had an oval face, a head of soft black hair that reached her waist and buttocks. She had beautiful eyes, thin red lips, and a slender figure. She looked a little weak and delicate, making people want to take good care of her. Especially her pair of pure and innocent eyes, which were enough to move the hearts of any man in the world. Her skin was as white as snow. Although she looked weak, her waist was white and tender, her buttocks were perky, and the twin peaks on her chest were just right. She was wearing an exquisite leather armor, and her flat stomach and delicate navel were exposed. She was barefooted, and her small feet were as delicate as porcelain. No one could bear to touch them. Zhou Luo's eyes burned and his breathing became heavy as he stared at this woman, his expression quickly softening. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he secretly became vigilant. He had never seen such a woman before. Even though her Shan Luo was enchanting, it was impossible for anyone who laid eyes on her to dispel all hostility. But this woman could. When she revealed her face, Yang Kai suddenly found that all hostility in his heart disappeared, replaced by an impulse to protect her. Such a delicate woman, if no one protected her, would quickly be destroyed. "A charm monster!" Yun Xian exclaimed, her face suddenly turning pale. Ruan Exen, you also seemed to realize the true identity of this woman, and her tender body trembled, a feeling of inferiority filling her heart. Chapter 629. Charm Monster. Yun Xian's title for this woman stunned Yang Kai, and he suddenly realized that this woman was not an ordinary person. "What is a charm monster?" Yang Kai lowered his voice and asked suspiciously. Although his words were spoken softly, they did not escape the ears of the delicate woman. Hearing this question, she couldn't help glancing over at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes pure and without the slightest impurity, as if she had just smiled and softly asked, "You've never heard of the Charm Monster clan?" Yang Kai grinned. "No, I came from a very remote corner of the world and don't know much about the outside world." "Hee hee." The Charm Monster giggled. "Interesting, there is actually someone who hasn't heard of our name. And let me think." As she spoke, she tapped her red lips with her slender fingers. Her expression was tender and innocent, making others want to love her tenderly. After a while, she said, "Young man, you're quite brave. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. That little sister seems to know a lot about us charm demons. Why don't you ask her?" "Young man?" Yang Kai was surprised. "How old are you, miss?" "A woman's age is a secret," the charm monster giggled. The combination of seductiveness and innocence was so perfect that Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little dazed. Such a woman's lethality to men was even stronger than Shan Qing Luo. Zhou Luo had completely lost himself as he stared at the charm monster with a look of adoration, his face filled with infatuation. The charm monster glanced over at him and snorted softly, apparently looking down on him. Yun Xian, what exactly is a charm monster? Yang Kai turned to look at Yun Xian and asked, "What time is it?" Yun Xian frowned, feeling a little annoyed. At this critical moment of life and death, this man still had the heart to inquire about the mysteries of a charm monster. He was really obsessed with her and couldn't be saved. "We're going to die anyway, just tell me, I don't want to be a confused ghost." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Yun Xian stared up at the charm monster in the sky and smiled bitterly. "Fine, I'm going to die anyway." Charm demons are a branch of the demon race, and they are also a high-end existence. Every one of them is naturally beautiful and has a different temperament. They can be cold, charming, delicate, or hot. In short, charm demons are the nemesis of all men in the world. Whether you are a human or a member of the demon race, there is no man who can resist the charm of a charm demon. They are born to charm people. The succubus's body is different from other demons. Their bodies are more delicate, so there are very few of them. It is very difficult for them to survive, but once they grow up, they become very troublesome existences. This was because their strength did not lie in their bodies, but in their consciousness. Among the cultivator of the same level, the succubus's spiritual sense was stronger than anyone else's. Uncle Sun and the others were probably killed by her divine sense. Saying so, Yun Xian ground her teeth as she glared towards the delicate young girl in the sky, her eyes filled with hatred. The charm monster simply smiled and didn't try to prevent Yun Xian from revealing her secret, as if victory was already in her grasp. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he suddenly saw a glimmer of opportunity. The strength of this charm monster's spiritual energy had completely surpassed his own. If he couldn't lure her soul avatar into his knowledge sea, his only option was to improve his physical strength. Yun Xian had just said that the charm monster's body was very delicate, and from her appearance, this was indeed the case. Hiding the restlessness in his heart, Yang Kai continued to listen to Yun Xian's introduction. "I heard that charm monsters like to suck human blood essence." When Yun Xian said this, a faint blush suddenly appeared on her cheeks. Even Ruan Xenyu's expression became somewhat unnatural, a faint blush creeping up her pink neck as her eyes became slightly watery. "Her appetite is quite good." Yang Kai smiled lightly, but suddenly became confused. Then why did she kill all the people from Bold Independent Union? If she wanted to suck someone's blood essence, naturally she would capture them alive, but she had mercilessly killed them one by one, something Yang Kai didn't quite understand. "I don't just suck anyone's blood essence." The charm monster pursed her lips and said meaningfully. Yun Xian's face became even redder. She was already mature and full of charm, so this kind of bashful appearance only made her more attractive. What she wants to suck is the blood essence of men and women who are in love. Yun Xian's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, hesitating for a moment before asking, "What do you mean?" Yun Xian stomped her foot. "Don't you know what I mean?" Saying so, she glared at him. What? Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange as he stared up at the charm monster in the sky. "Your interests are too vile." The charm monster giggled, not taking his words seriously. Yang Kai's expression became playful as he grinned. "Doesn't that mean that before I die, I can still enjoy myself?" The charm monster gently nodded as she stared at Yang Kai with interest. "What's wrong? Aren't you afraid?" "Of course I am." Yang Kai nodded seriously, quickly saying, "But there is a saying among humans that if one dies under a peony flower, they can still enjoy themselves even as a ghost." No wonder she had left 4 people alive, especially 2 men and 2 women. It turned out that she had other uses for them. At this moment, Yang Kai understood. He wasn't a stupid little brat, so although Yun Xian's words were vague, he understood what the charm monster wanted to do. The charm monster was surprised, seemingly not having expected this young man to be so open-minded, gently nodding her head. "Seeing that you are so tactful, I can give you the right to choose." "What right?" Yang Kai looked up at the charm monster and smiled. "Of these 2 women, you can choose one and spend the rest of your life with them." As soon as the charm monster's words fell, Yun Xian and Ruan Xenyu's expressions changed greatly, both of them staring at Yang Kai vigilantly. Ruan Xenyu even reached out and pinched her collar, a look of disdain appearing on her face as she glared at Yang Kai. Yun Xian's face also went ashen, her tender body trembling slightly. Although she had explained the characteristics of the charm monster to Yang Kai, when she really had to face this moment, she still couldn't accept it. "Can I choose both?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. Hee hee. The charm monster couldn't help giggling. She had never met such an interesting man, one who still had so many tricks up his sleeve before he died. Young man's appetite isn't small, but you can't eat them. You can only choose one, the one you choose will belong to that man. Saying so, she stretched out her jade finger and pointed at Zhou Luo. Yang Kai's expression was filled with disappointment as he glanced over at Ruan Xanyu, his eyes suddenly becoming lustful. Being stared at by Yang Kai like this, Ruan Xanyu couldn't help feeling as if all her clothes were being recorded, as if her entire body was being exposed in front of Yang Kai's eyes. Unable to conceal her beauty, she immediately flew into a rage. "If you dare choose me, you're dead. I'm going to die anyway." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and curled his lips. "But don't worry, I'm not familiar with you, so I have no interest in you. I prefer young women, mature and tasteful." Saying so, he turned his eyes to Yun Xian. Yun Xian's beautiful face paled as she shouted, "You bastard! You know how I've treated you all this time? You still owe me a favor. Is this how you repay me?" "What can I do?" Yang Kai shook his head helplessly. "People under the eaves have no choice but to lower their heads. Even if I resist, I'm afraid I won't be able to." "A wise choice." The charm monster gently clapped her hands. "You humans are such an ugly race. In a situation where you can't even protect your own life, the evil hidden in your heart will erupt. I've seen this happen many times before." "You speak as if you monster race are so virtuous," Yang Kai sneered. "Better than you humans," the charm monster smiled contemptuously. As the two of them spoke, Yun Xian's towering chest heaved violently, her expression struggling for a moment before suddenly becoming resolute and coldly shouting, "Even if I die, I won't let a heartless beast like you off so easily." Saying so, the yuan qi in her hand began pulsing, her aura becoming dangerous, apparently intending to end her own life. Yang Kai's expression changed, but before he had time to act, the charm monster sent a wisp of her spiritual energy into Yun Xian's mind. Yun Xian collapsed softly, her eyes blurring as she stared at Yang Kai, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes, a mixture of desire, panic, and resistance. "In front of me, no one can commit suicide." The charm monster coldly snorted and stared at Yang Kai calmly. "Good, now that she's been poisoned by my divine sense, there is no woman who can resist my divine sense poison. To be able to enjoy such a woman, little brat, you've profited greatly. Don't make me wait too long, you can begin." Yang Kai chuckled awkwardly. "Girl, can you help me with one more thing?" The charm monster obviously became impatient and coldly shouted, "What do you want to do?" "Someone's watching, I'm a bit embarrassed, can you knock them out?" Yang Kai pointed to the absent-minded Zhou Luo and the panic-stricken Ruan Xanyu. The charm monster frowned and hesitated for a moment before nodding, "As you wish." Saying so, she waved her hand and an invisible barrier separated Yang Kai and Yun Xian. Everything around them disappeared, leaving behind only him, Yun Xian, and the charm monster. "Here, you don't have to worry about being seen. Also, can you shut up?" The charm monster coldly snorted, sending out her spiritual energy into Yang Kai's mind. In the next moment, Yang Kai's knowledge sea began to churn as a strange energy began to infect his knowledge sea and consciousness, causing him to become extremely excited. His blood began to boil and his breathing became heavy, his desire for action becoming stronger than ever. "Let's begin, let me see what you've got." The charm monster giggled, her beautiful eyes widening as she stared down, her scarlet tongue licking her lips as she muttered, "The blood essence of a man and woman is very delicious." She laughed strangely as if she had gone mad. Her delicate and gentle temperament instantly disappeared. Yun Xian moaned, her face flushing red as her lower abdomen began to heat up, Her slender legs clamped together tightly as she rolled around on the ground. Yang Kai also felt his whole body heat up. The mature aura exuding from Yun Xian's body had become a fatal temptation at this moment, making him unable to resist pouncing on her and pressing his hands all over her tender body, kissing her red lips. A seductive scene filled the air as an erotic aura filled the air. The charm monster's breathing gradually became heavy as she stared with her beautiful eyes, watching the battle below. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.